Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another night with the College Genesis, your chief host of the College Nation radio show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for your support. Thank you, everybody. I just can't thank you enough, my adoring public, and also you haters out there. The people who love me and hate me. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. Just keep your enthusiasm going, because you can be enthusiastic about somebody and hate somebody. You're enthusiastic about loving somebody, right? Either way, I benefit. So keep the hate coming. All you haters out there, just keep doing what you're doing, pushing my shows up in the views and everything. I really appreciate all your efforts. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start learning how to do clips of different shows. I know it's gonna take some freaking work, because, like I said, I really don't put a lot of work into this, because I don't like doing something that's work that's actually that's not paying me any money. But I don't know. It's just I give it to content creators who could take the time and splice up videos all day and all night, and then next thing you know, they got a revenue stream where they can basically pay their bills and make savings and everything, even flossing. I'm like, God damn, that must be something. You mean tell me from your cell phone and your laptop you're making a living, talking to people about bullshit? I'm like, wow. I just can't do it. I'd rather just make my money like I make my money, right? And this is just something I do in my leisure, Hey, Mari, and the bottom line is, Mari, you're going to enjoy yourself on that tour next year, I tell you, Mari is going to be the first lady of the tour. I'll tell you right now, she's going to be made first lady of the Liberia tour. We always have a first lady, somebody basically the main female, first lady of the tour. And I am your humble host of the tour next year. We got a tour coming next year, folks. We're going to Liberia, West Africa, right? And the second of many tours. Hopefully, when we get to the point of this tour, when this tour is successful next year, we're going to bump it up to 3 tours a year to Liberia, right? And then we're going to have nothing but investment tours and stuff like that. So the bottom line is we're trying to make Liberia the connection place to West Africa from the diaspora. We want to make Liberia headquarters for the whole entire continent for us. We need that. We deserve that. We need to have something beyond the United States borders. And then one day, it'll ultimately lead to what we call an African-American, African diaspora homeland. We call it an Africistan. But we have to build the infrastructure first. So building in countries like Liberia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, Gambia, Senegal, any place you want to make a stand in West Africa, I support. Anywhere you want to make a stand, I fully support you. Kenya, wherever it is, just make your stand and everything. Visit the African continent. If you don't go with us, visit the continent, get to know the people. Not only that, the continent, I want more people visiting the world. We need more Black Americans, African Americans in Japan. We need them in Singapore. We need them in Taiwan. We need them in Thailand. We need to change our narrative, our message to the world, because the white racist media is putting out a lot of negative propaganda about us in America. And the bottom line, once the world figures out who we are, the world's going to basically open its doors to us. Right now, the white American media has the world against us. Through the propaganda of the crime, they broadcast our problems and exaggerate our problems to the world and whatnot, make it seem like we're so irredeemable that people. I saw this one Japanese kid one time. He was like, "The problem in America is that you Black." I was like, "You're living in fucking Japan. You've never been to America." But he's basically going by white nationalist, white racist talking points, and which they cleverly spread throughout the world under the guise of helping Black people, and they ignore the Black success in America in spite of their racism and everything. Because let me tell you something, folks, about racism, white supremacy. These people are not invincible. No system is, every system, no matter what it is, has inherent weaknesses and flaws, and it is fallible. White supremacy, racism is no different. It's very weak. It's very weak and it's very tenuous. So therefore, once I figured that out, then I realized that we could beat it, we could destroy it, or at least get it off our backs. But when you resign to the fact that the white man is Thanos theory, that he's has all the white supremacy is an infinity gauntlet with all 6 infinity stones, and the white man can just snap his finger and make time, space, and reality, and the mind and the soul click together, and power click together, then you're hopeless. If you think the white man's Thanos, and that's what most of our black leaders do. They tell us that the white man's Thanos, so and they're the Avengers, and they're trying to save us from the evil Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, And so we got to sit here and, oh wow, man, I got Captain Roland Martin, I got what you call Iron Man Sharpton, Iron Tongue Sharpton. He's Iron Man. You got all these people, so we're sitting there just sitting back, waiting for our leaders to tell us what to do, and we get nothing accomplished, So it is what so it is so. I said, look, bottom line is, bro, I know what I'm doing with Liberia, bro. I know what I'm doing. There's only but so far I can do in Liberia. The real liberation is going to happen when we have a land of our own. That could happen easier than trying to convince Liberia and all these other African countries, or even America. Black America, it's time for Black America to, after 500 years, to govern and rule itself, and look out for itself. And I want to tell you something right now. The main reason for an African is 3 things. One is protection from the white man and the Asian man, the racists, right, outside the black race. Second is protection from Africans, and other black people, right? The third is we need protection from ourselves, right? For example, we have a serious problem with black on black violence. I'm the only one that says it like it is. The most serious thing in Black America is black on black crime and violence. That's the most dangerous thing threatening Black America. Not Caribbeans, not African immigrants, not Mexicans. It's black people in America who's fallen down, So, bro, I know Liberia, bro. I appreciate your concern, man, but let me handle this, Let me handle this. I know what I'm doing. So the biggest thing is we have to have protection from ourselves. That's why civilized people have no, that's not it Father's Home. Black America needs a new plan. Father's homes won't do anything, because you can have a country with no fathers, but the state and the society becomes your father. We don't have that in Black America, and you can only have that when we have a patriarchal society. Black America used to be a patriarchy. If you didn't have a father, your friend down the block had a father, and you had uncles. You had all these things, this power structure of men around you as role models. So this idea of father's home, that's the thing that just happens in American culture. Marriage is failing, but we can't wait on that for like that. But if we had a patriarchal society, in our own territorial land with strong men, every society understands that as long as there's strong men in the society, there's going to be balance. But you can't have a society where they basically decide to shut down the factories in Gary, Indiana, shut down the factories in Pittsburgh, move the factories in Mexico, and leave the whole entire black community jobless and everything like that for a generation. And then wonder, geez, why we got fathers' homes and everything like that? So please, I appreciate your help, man, but please don't give me these freaking white supremacy talking points, because they're fucking bullshit. White people, the problem is we left another race of people to provide for us. And that has to change for the next generation. We need to have our own industries, everything. You can only have that when you have your own land. We do not need America. America is what's holding us back. But you own the notion that we need America. America just says we don't give a shit about the black community. If we could move a factory over to Mexico or China, we'll do it to save a buck. They don't give a damn if they're leaving black people out in the cold. They don't give a shit about that. What do they care? So I'm sick and tired of people holding black people some standards that's unrealistic. We don't control the economy. We have no say so about anything that goes on in this country. So it is what it is. 16 presidents. What are you talking about? Okay. Well, no, it's like the first 8 presidents were Liberia. First 8 presidents of Liberia were born in the United States. The first Liberian president born in Liberia was Hillary Johnson. He was the first Liberian president born in Liberia. He was a son or the grandson of Elijah Johnson, one of the founding fathers of Liberia. So, so, so we had heads of state before. Barack Obama was not anything new. So it is what it is. And when we go to Liberia, we're going to be at Joseph Jacobs Roberts Monument. That's where we take our group photo at, on the top of Ducor Hill. That's the first place we landed and built a fort right there to protect ourselves from slave ships and hostile natives in the interior. So, and that's where we brokered the peace between the native people and ourselves. Right there on Snapper Hill, right there. That's where we had a war, and then it was a peace treaty. But such things happen all. I want people to get out of the idea that because we had a war with the natives that something went wrong. No, that's just life. That's just life. Sometimes, yes, conflict does happen, but the end is what counts. Was that peace? Can we get along, get together? Other than that, why don't you just say, something? You should might as well just say, something. The African Americans should have just sold themselves back into slavery forever. Because once a slave, always a slave. Our ancestors in Liberia were determined to be free, and they understood that if the natives ever took them over, they would be back in chains. So that was not going to happen. So all these people were talking about, they should have did with it. No, they had to survive. Peace and all that stuff like that, treating the natives fair, that was not on the menu. Their goal was to live and survive and not be back on the slave ship. So once I understood that part of Liberia, I became a fan of Liberia. I understand how we are in America, right? We have no protection, right? We live in society. We have nobody protection, so it is what it is. So tonight's show is who is a credible black leader in 2025? And we go live on DeVille Radio at 11 o'clock, I think I'm having problems now with these copyrights. They sending me stuff. All the stuff I played last night. I played a clip from Spike Lee's movie. We played another thing, and I got all these unboxed with all these, not copyright, nothing that's threatening my channel, but they said if they want it aired, I got to edit it out. So I'm learning how to edit clips of the thing out, And so it's just a pain in the neck. I just want to play, like I do my radio show. If it basically happens one more time, then I'm going to have to stop doing shows on Wednesday nights or just do a 2-hour show and then do my radio show. And I can't broadcast DeVille from here because, there's it is what it is, so the whole thing is this. When I say credible black leader, I'm talking about people who are out front. And I say like this, we never had there's no such thing as a black leader, because they're not elected. They're people who make a lot of noise, and then people say, that guy is a leader, Why? Because let me tell you something with a black leader. A black leader is only what white society recognizes as a spokesmouth for. Are you a spokesmouth? Okay, we want to know what the black people think, So we don't want to know. We don't want to get college genesis, No, they ain't going to invite me down there, right? So they pick and choose who they want to hear from, If he want to hear what Roland Martin say, we'll bring Roland Martin up there. We see Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and that. Then as you see these people enough, and the white people begin to believe that these are your so-called leaders. They somehow think these people were chosen by you and everything, not that they were imposed. Like Michael Eric Dyson, this nigga came out of nowhere, I just start seeing him on talk shows and whatnot, and next thing you know, Michael Eric Dyson, when he started being mentioned in popular culture and everything, this guy came out of nowhere. And who picks him? Well, Michael Eric Dyson was basically talking for the gay community, saying these are gay brothers and sisters. They going through the civil rights trouble, and black people, I guess so. He must. No, this guy was fucking a pro-gay person. That's why they did it. People don't give you unless you're doing something. When you see these people and they say, well, who's paying for his travel and promoting his book? People who have an agenda. And what's happening right now is a lot of these people, black people figuring out, do not have our agenda. They're powerful because black people still have faith in these people because they look black, they like us and everything. But what comes out of their mouth is like, and then what happens is we don't really have an organized thing. It's one thing to listen to me online and say, yeah, that's what. And then when they see whoever's in the mainstream, they say, I guess that's what we're supposed to be following. Even though when you look at the people in the mainstream, they don't have a plan for you, and they know they don't have a plan for you. But because you see them on TV1 and Fox and CNN, you don't say nothing because, or they talk about they intimidate you with their degrees and their education. You automatically feel that they're the leaders. They can speak on your behalf, But this past election told the world that no, they were wrong. You do not speak on. Now, I want to know, it's going to be interesting, right? Because the white people, particularly like white liberal media, had it in their head that the Black America could be bought by using entertainers and all these other people to so-called lead Black people and browbeat us into submission. And this last election showed you that they lost. They said, what went wrong? Man, we had LeBron James. Why didn't a lot of brothers show up, to vote? Man, we had Plies. We gave them all their famous rappers, Even we had Eminem. We had all these other people that they were so-called like. They were showing up and everything like that. We had the Harlem, the Central Park Five up there. We had all the people. They pulled no stop. We had Barack Obama, first president, Black president. We had Michelle Obama. We had Al Sharptooth. We had all these people at the Democratic Convention. We even had abortion on demand in the parking lot. What the hell went wrong? We even we should have fish fry, fried chicken, finger licking fried chicken, everything. We served them up. We had their Megan Thee Stallion, Glorilla, and everything shaking their stinking ass on stage. What the hell went wrong? And that's then when nobody showed up, the world, they said maybe we had this all wrong. Maybe Black people care more about the world than we thought it was. Maybe they do care about the things like the border. They do care about what's going on in the Middle East. They are worried about all these Islamic terrorists in the country right now. They do care about a brewing World War III. We care about more so. We care about inflation. We care about crime. Black people are most likely to be victims of crime. So all these things Black people are concerned about, right? But the only thing they want to talk about is police brutality and defund the police. And they misread Black America. Although Black people heard about the some of the stuff with police, but nobody ever said, we want lawlessness in our community. That's what we have as lawlessness. And like I said earlier, just a few minutes ago, 3 things we have to protect from, where a nation protects from is 1, outside enemies, 1, familiar enemies. That means Africans who are hostile towards us, right? And also the last thing is from ourselves, man versus himself, right? We're failing in ourselves because our lower self is taken over to the point we don't know right from wrong or wrong from right. And when that happens and whatnot, you have anarchy and chaos. Why do you think Black people, when they see you, because a whole neighborhood will sit there and watch everybody break into a car and nobody saw nothing? Everybody aids and abets the criminals in their community. Don't call the police on criminals. Or when somebody gets shot, nobody sees anything. So therefore, we have to protect against ourselves because our lower self says, ignore it. It's not my problem, whatever like that, until it actually comes to you. And then now you outrage, Now you outrage. You outrage now because you're a victim of it. The only time Black people outrage about crime, when they personally become a victim of it. Your next door neighbor get killed, your personally job get killed, and don't phase you. Because you basically would rather watch all this go on than to admit that, yeah, we need police. And yes, some of the things white people say about us is true. You got people out there, oh, man, when you tell them Black America, we got to get our stuff together with our crime and laziness. No, man. Like when Barack Obama actually said Black men got to do a better job of raising their family. Oh, there was a big uproar. And Jesse Jackson was like, oh, I want to cut his nuts off, whatever like that. It says in a guy that had an illegitimate child at the age of 62. A married man with an illegitimate child, 62, is basically mad because Jesse Jackson's immoral, A man was 62 years old, was supposed to be a role model, an elder, and produce an illegitimate child, out of wedlock, while he's married. So therefore, we have a history of people having no morals, no compass, and everything. So basically, anything goes. Anything goes in our community can't go on. You can't build anything. You can't create nothing. That's why people say, Carla, why don't you create an org? I can't create an organization with degenerates. I can't do it. I'm sorry. that when we're going to create the BA organization, like, I'm not going to do it. I am not going to. I don't know. And I got a bunch of stuff to play now. I hope I don't get a copyright strike, man. I got a bunch of stuff I want to play tonight. This thing with Tariq, this FBA thing is, I feel like I've had it. I've had it with this FBA stuff. I've had it with it. And one thing I've noticed about Tariq is the fact that thank you, Al Taliber, but I know for a fact that I am becoming credible. Why? Because I have people actually listen to me, and people actually take me seriously. Why they take me seriously? Because people will ask me questions. What do you think, Colin? And they'll inbox me or email me, Colin, what do you think about this on WhatsApp or Messenger? Colin, did you see this? What do you think about this? Right? And they'll be asking my opinion, stuff like that. That wasn't happening like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was just still trying to make my bones. Now people do come to me about per thing. Like I said, I was the one who started the argument that maybe Pan-Africanism has become a mental illness. Now all over, everybody's starting to question this Pan-African stuff. Not say we hate the principles of Pan-African, which I am always is, but I'm saying the Pan-African, the way it's practiced today among Black Americans, is a mental illness. Is a mental illness. And so I said that because I'm saying, when you do anything, the first law of survival, first rule of nature is self-preservation. If you're not about, look, if I meet a man from Sierra Leone, a man from Nigeria, I want to hear, first thing what I have in his mouth is, I expect to hear is what benefits Sierra Leoneans, what benefits Nigerians, what benefits Ghanaians, what benefits Liberians, right? That's what I want to hear, because that's honorable, self-preservation, right? But when it comes to Black America, right, what they do is we're supposed to care about everybody but ourselves. Like our culture, our history, our lineage don't have worth. And in that's why the ADOS FBA was able to fill that vacuum and that void and get popular. So I said, I have to put a break on this ADOS FBA, this stuff like this Pan-African misleadership class. So my good brother, Pan-African Strikes Back, and Dynast. I love those two brothers, but they did a lot of damage to our community, online. Online community, not regular, but online community. They did a lot of damage, destruction, with that putting out there that it's okay to hate yourself for being Black American. It's also okay to hate other people, to ridicule you and stuff like that. When I know for a fact of the matter, other people do not like us talking about their issues and everything like that, so it is what it is. So what I'm saying is the first rule of nature is you have to love who you are. You have to love who God made you. That's the first thing. If I meet a Sierra Leone person, if you're a Teme, you're a Mende, I expect you to stand on that. If you're a Kron man, a Crew man, a Grebo man, a Bassa man, I want you to stand on that. That's who you are. That's your heritage. That's your family. That's your lineage. If you're African American, that's who you are. You cannot adopt. There's no going back to being a Yoruba, a Mende, a Hausa, and everything like that. There's no going back. You're now something new, because you have an experience, and you have to rock with that. As simple as that. So we have a lot of people that basically didn't know how to defend our community, right? Like I said, look, we have this new lady that's head of the Congressional Black Caucus, and she's basically talking about, I guess, when I said who's a Black leader, I do believe, and I'm not trying to sound xenophobic, I do think the leadership in Black America ought to be people from our community, first primarily, right? Don't mean people can't be a part of our community and everything, but I don't think people understand like the fact that Black America, the only group of Black people, do not have a foreign country to go to right at this point right now. So we're not like immigrants, right? So therefore, our story is not an immigrant story. So when a lot of Black immigrants, they see themselves as immigrants. So they take on immigrant issues. Immigrant issues are really dangerous to Black America, because these people can and will replace Black America in many ways, in importance, history, culture, the dynamics of the country and everything like that. America basically was on a trajectory to basically reconcile between black and white in this country. And it could have been peaceful, but what happened was a third rail came in, which is the immigrant culture and the Black culture from overseas. That complicated the narrative about race in America. So yeah, so we have to be mindful of that. While we're not going to be FBA or ADOS with their hate and xenophobia, but we have to be mindful of the fact that we need people to think. Tolliver said we need a country because we need protection from ourselves. Tolliver, Tolliver, you can give me your city thing. I'll look it up and tell you about the crime statistics and tell you that most of the black communities in America are unlivable. If you want to live a civilized life, right, which I do, I love my people, but I want to know what it's like to live. My people live in a paradise and everything like that, where we got laws that protect us. We got criminals are not roaming our streets. They're not flooding our airways with their filth and garbage and stuff like that. I think I deserve that. And you're never going to have that in America because America, like I said yesterday, sure, manufactures black chaos and disruption. So yeah, in order for you to do that, you need to remove ourselves from America. Now, if you want to stay, that's fine. But in this new land, what you hear on the media programming, everything is going to be carefully censored and everything. So all you're going to see is mostly positive images of ourselves. And that's how you create a culture and a civilization. Other people ain't going to be able to come in. You're going to have a bunch of Jews coming in and talking about, I want to set up my own record label. When they take the worst ignorant aspects of our culture and spread it out there. No, we're going to have control over everything that goes on our airways, everything like that. That's why it's important to do that. We don't have that power in America. That's why what you see is destruction. So when people say, why we need another country? Because the only way you can be protected is having your own country. That's it. I'm raising the stakes, No, you can't don't you think the white man has already thought about that? The way they distribute jobs and wealth and everything like that, they make sure that black people will never become a numerical majority in any state. That's planned like that, Tolliver. This is what happens when people, young guys like him, good guys, everything, but they don't understand they don't really believe what they're up against. They're never going to let that happen. You're never going to have a situation where black people are the majority in any state. You may be a majority in a city. As a matter of fact, even in big cities, I don't think the black people are even a majority in Detroit and Chicago anymore, to break the play. You can't do that if you don't control the guns, the laws, and everything else. People always think they're going to rise up in America. So you're wasting your time, That's because you tolerate, man. I'm ready to say, look, tell a white man, hey, you can have America. I'm ready to do that. Now, I'm not saying that I think everybody should get jobs and do what they want to do. But the peace that you need, that we're searching for, is never going to happen in America. We're never going to be happy in this country. That's why black people are so angry all the time. We're never going to be happy in this country. I see it all the time. Black people, every time I see black people complaining, turn on the Phil Scott show, come on any show, black people angry. All the black people talk about, they're angry about Donald Trump and whatnot. It's angry because you're black in a white country. That's all it is. So no, 10,000 people will be 10,000 million people, 10 million people. Trust me, Tolliver. Them days, it's over, bro. It's over. It's time for a nation. It's the age of the college genesis. This is time for the nation. All these people, you had all these years to do all that what you said you're going to do. You had all these years to build a nation and within a nation. You had all these years to build integrated society, all the stuff y'all said we're going to do. Now I'm just telling you, the time is up. It's over. We've given everybody like all these years, 200 something years, 2025. It's over. Now it's time for the journey home. Simple as that. So it is what it is. I want to play some video. Play this video. This makes my point about why we need protection from ourselves. That's why we need our own police, our own laws, everything. What the hell? Well, the bottom line, Tolliver, man, I'm sorry. America we should have never had slavery and all that in the first place. You can't just basically give somebody. So anything somebody gives you, Tolliver, it's not real. We don't have any freedom here in America. Somebody can't just sign a piece of paper and your freedom is forged in blood. You know, if you don't have your freedom forged in blood, you don't have freedom, bro. You know, so this idea we got freedom because somebody signed a piece of paper in 1964. I'm sorry. I apologize, but you've been brainwashed by this system. It doesn't work like that, bro. Nobody could give you freedom on a piece of paper. Freedom. Ask the white man how he got his freedom from the British. He spilled blood on the soil. Until you really spill blood, you're never going to be free. That's why we're going through right now. We're not a free people. We're a people in chains and bondage. This is about a shooting, a murder of a good brother, hardworking brother, bus driver in Atlanta, you know? And you wonder why I say Atlanta's a shithole and stuff like that, you know? I'm sick and tired of people glorifying everything that happens in America. Like Michael X said, anything about black people that happens solely in America is going to fail. Every last single black community, even the ones they say, oh, Atlanta got it popping, you know? And the bottom line, it's a lie, you know? It's a lie. You cannot have two races of people in a country, you know? Ralph goes, the Civil War wasn't forged in blood. So 600,000 people died in Civil War. So I guess that wasn't blood, right? No blood. 600,000 people dead. That was forged in blood. There were some people who wanted to succeed. There's some people who said, no, we're going to stay a nation. A war ensued. The North and the Union won. After 600,000 bodies lived in this country and blood was pouring over the soil up and down the east coast of America. Yeah, blood on the soil. That's how nations are built, and that's how they fought, by blood on the soil. Blood releases the spirits and the soul into the atmosphere, into the heavens, and that's how nations are built. If you have not spilled blood on soil, you're not a free people. You know, don't let anybody tell you anything different. You know, as long as we basically, now you can be American all you want, but understand when you go out, you go to a store, and while you be American, and then somebody calls you a nigga, and in front of you and your kids and everything, or your kids come home saying, "Yo, they tease me and call me a black nigga," when you don't know what to say, you feel helpless, you feel powerless because they don't have to respect you. You know, they don't have to respect you. White people have been nice to us the last few years because they feel sorry for us. Now they can go back to abusing us anytime they want to, and they know because they know we have no place to go. So bottom line is, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. I cannot do that, you know. So this is about this shooting in Atlanta, Georgia. This is for fair use, folks. I don't own this video. It's from Rebrand King, whatever thing, and a newscaster. But let's listen to this story.
Gathered there for a vigil tonight, Bridget. I'm sure that was very emotional.
It was, Chelsea. And this whole situation, it was just an absolute tragedy. This shooting happened on Friday night, right about where that bus is situated right there. And that's where there's a memorial set up for Leroy. His family and friends talked highly of him today and says he was a provider and a hard worker.
My nephew just said, "Where's Daddy? All of these people out here, where's Daddy? You know, where's he at?"
The family of 47-year-old Leroy Ramos is now left with a huge void in their hearts.
He was a great husband. He was a great man. He just wanted to be a provider, come home.
Police say someone shot Ramos over a $2.50 fare on the sidewalk at the Decatur station Friday night. Police are still searching for the gunman, but did arrest 2 others the same night.
It was a senseless killing. There was no regard for human life.
On Sunday, family, friends, and co-workers gathered where he was killed to reflect on his life.
He was a great cook. He liked laughing. He loved his people. Definitely loved his wife.
Great guy. Always funny.
Ramos had just moved to Atlanta from New York and had begun working for MARTA in October.
Just a guy making a transition, you know, making a move to better the quality of life for himself and his family.
The Amalgamated Transit Union, where Ramos was a member, is supporting the family and demanding better protection for drivers. Some of those requests include more transit police presence and better driver shields.
I'm asking MARTA to kind of step up, make this priority, so that, you know, safety, our operators, our employees feel safe.
This could have been you. This could have been anybody just going to work.
And Marta says it will continue working with the union to make sure drivers are safe. The family has started a fundraiser supporting their cause in ending gun violence. We're sharing that information on AtlantaNewsFirst.com. We're live indicator tonight. Bridget Spencer, Atlanta News First.
All right, y'all. So what you just saw was very, very, very disheartening, to say the least. And that's an Amazon Prime example of why I got my behind up out of Atlanta. I don't know if you guys were aware, but I lived in Atlanta for 12 years, from 2012 to 2024. I just left September 1st of last year. And one of the reasons, among many, which I'm not going to get into, but one of the main reasons why I decided to get the fuck up out of there is because of the violence. Y'all, it's gotten so damn violent in Atlanta, y'all. I mean, when I first moved there, I'm not going to act like it was a pie in the sky, you know, super, super duper clean and safe environment. No, it had its issues, but it was nothing, and I mean nothing compared to what it's like today. Like, it has gotten so bad in Atlanta, man. A place where I used to frequent a lot, you know, I used to hang out there. It's called Buckhead, Atlanta. It's like the northern part of Atlanta, and I think they're about to succeed from Atlanta due to all the violence. But basically, Buckhead is like the rich area. This is where all the, you know, the famous rappers and actors and athletes go. You know, it's nice big malls over there, nice huge $2, $3, $4 million homes out there. It's just a very wealthy, affluent area. And when I first got to Atlanta, this area was safe. You know what I'm saying? Not only was it wealthy and affluent, it was safe. You rarely, if ever, heard about something crazy happening in the news in Buckhead. But fast forward to the year 2024, and Buckhead literally became the new Bankhead. If y'all don't know Bankhead, that's where T.I. is from. Bankhead is the hood. Bankhead is the fucking trenches. But Bankhead and Buckhead now look damn near identical. The only difference is, obviously, Buckhead is more wealthy. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more white people up there. It's, you know, it's a lot cleaner. But there's an element now in Buckhead that has completely ruined that city. And we all know what the element is. Like, I'm not going to get too crazy up here. I'm not going to say anything that's going to get this channel flagged. If you know, you know. So I'm going to try to use code words. But we all know what the issue is. We all know who's causing the problems. We all know what went wrong. And like I said, it's just very, very unfortunate. You know? Like, before these YNs, if you don't know what YN stands for young niggas. Before these YNs decided to touch down in Buckhead, Buckhead was nice, y'all. It was thriving. You know, beautiful, beautiful. The roads were nice. You know, the neighborhoods were safe. Everything was quiet. And it's like, fast forward, after the pandemic, like, the YNs completely destroyed it. Like, there's literally news articles of people getting robbed at gunpoint in broad daylight, carjacked at broad daylight at stoplights, people having shootouts in front of gas stations, shootouts in front of restaurants, people's cars getting broken into, you know, people getting beat up at the mall, you know what I'm saying, at the nice mall. It has just become so crazy, y'all. And it really happened. It really escalated rather after the pandemic. Because before the pandemic, you could see it kind of going up slowly. But the pandemic just put it into overdrive, y'all. And it just became unbearable, you know? Because what happened, right, during the pandemic, every city, well, every state, you know, they had mandatory lockdowns. But Georgia, you know, our we didn't have any lockdowns for real, other than the first maybe 2 weeks of the pandemic. But after that, businesses were open, gyms were open.
I want to stop that right there. See, the thing is, like he was saying, nobody basically nobody talks about this stuff like this, you know. The reason why is because we don't have the ability to check this element in Black culture in America, right? Now, what happens is instead of we basically being able to check these people, right? We understand one thing. This was dangerous is these same people that need to be checked, right? It's not just the young Negroes doing that. It's their family members. Remember the case where I think it was Florida where the dude carjacked somebody, whatever like that, and his family's in there saying, let him cursing the judge out and everything. And these people talk about delineating. Black America wants to delineate from this segment of the community. But Lisa Nicole is in here talking about delineating from Black immigrants, you know? And the bottom line is most Black Americans are fed up with this stuff. I am, right? Because you cannot have nice Black neighborhoods. In other words, basically what they're saying is anything that's Black and nice can't be, you know? We got to bring the friggin' fools in and destroy everything, you know? And to the point where we have nothing of our own. So all these people talk about, let's get 10 million Black people in one place, like our Tyler here is a fool, right? Because the bottom line is this, until you have a sense of the power of law and order on your side and whatnot, and you can only have the power when you control, because the white man knows this is just how he keeps Black America weak. As long as you got crime and chaos and whatnot, Black America stays in submission. And all Black men like me were powerless to stop anything because the community. Yeah, we have no leaders. There's no Black leader that can step up and say, "Yo, we're going to bring order to these communities." Why? Because the bottom line is this: you're not backed up by the state. You know, I remember Nation of Islam tried back in the '90s, right? And the bottom line, when push came to shove, Farrakhan backed out. You know, because the bottom line, you know, when you go up against this criminal element community, you can't just tell them to stop doing drugs. You got to give them something else, or they're going to shoot you. They don't care about your good intentions. They don't care about you wearing a bow tie and passing on bean pies and final call. They don't give a shit about that. And you have some Fruit of Islam dudes being killed, you know? So the bottom line is, look, I'm at the point now where because I was out there, you know, saying, you know, we're going to do neighborhood watches in my young years and everything. I did club security. I was always a warrior and whatnot, but I realize now that the only thing that's going to stop that is we have to be away from the white man. You know, I'm sorry, Taliban, it's not going to work. You know, I'm willing to let a certain segment of our community die, you know, so that we can, as a race, could live. And some Black people are just going to die. That's just the way it is. But we can't let them drag all of us down with them. They're determined to worship death, drugs, immorality, all the stuff like hypersexuality, all the stuff like this they're determined to do, and to the detriment of our community and race. And then what they do is they got a scapegoat. They got the ADOS FBA and whatnot, all our problems. Suddenly, you forget about all the crime the so-called FBA do every day, and everybody wants to focus on Black immigrants and Africans in the country because they seem like they're getting along and they're law-abiding and everything like that. So you're jealous of them. That's all it is. You're jealous of them because they can come over here and make a living for themselves, obey the law, recognize the police authority, recognize stuff like that. But the bottom line is this: you can't do anything in the richest country in the world. You're still acting up. Why? Because you're nothing but a bunch of black trash. That's what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Yeah, you're jealous. You guys are jealous because you guys basically, Lisa, you sound like you try to act like you educated, but you're nothing but a ghetto hood rat. So what are you delineating from? Why don't you go over there and live in Buckhead or Bankhead or whatnot? Live with the motherfuckers shooting your car out and whatnot. Tell me about delineating. I want to delineate to freaking away from you Negroes. I want to get away from you. So if I mean fleeing to Africa or Mexico, whatever like that, I'll do anything to stay away from you people. That's why I'm dead serious. I like being around foreign blacks better than I do about my black Americans. I like being around black Americans like me, civilized ones. All you savages in black America, y'all can go to hell. I mean that. We don't have any real credible leaders in black America because a leader is supposed to tell you when you're doing wrong and live by example. You live by example. You got no leaders that live in these communities and have to deal with the day-to-day stuff like the crime. How can you turn, like I seen a situation just recently where a young girl was killed in a crossfire, Where's Benjamin Crump at? Where did Benjamin Crump in this case right here, when somebody got a guy, hardworking black man, gets gunned down on a bus for a $2.50 fare? I am so freaking fed up with this nonsense. So where are the so-called black leaders? Where's Umar Johnson on this? Where's Al Sharpton on this? So the bottom line is this. So all these people talk about, all they want to sit there in my chat and talk about somebody fleeing and whatnot. That Tariq Nasheed's talking points, and Tariq is going down, so it is what it is, Lisa, she's out there. She's a hood rat, She's out there doing her thing, I'm saying? So bottom line is this: I love my people too, but I don't like niggas, So the bottom line is your people gotta love you too, And if you're out there doing bad shit, harming our people, selling dope to our people, shooting our people, terrorizing our people, extorting our people, you're not my people. As simple as that. So it is what it is, And if you talk about me draining people's money, I don't ask nobody for money. I do this for free. I don't have never asked anybody for a dime. So everyone say I'm a nigga. I love my nigga. Dude, man. I say you Arab black. You try to come across as intelligent, man. You're older guy. You're around my age and whatnot. Dude, stop. Don't act ignorant, man. And this is a time ahead. I need men to sound like men. I don't need boys. I need men. We never get no place as long as boys act, grown ass men act like little boys and whatnot. I'm not a nigga. Whatnot. I deal with men. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just telling you like it is. So Umar Johnson's in Ghana getting sick. What is that supposed to do? He's only escaping because his thing of his date for opening up his school is passed, and he said it was open before Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa's over with now. School's not open, so he had to go out. I got a thing. He had to go out there. Well, I'm just going by Arab Black how you sound. I don't know you from Adam. I just go by what you type. Would you say I'm a nigga when that's not a man to me? That's just my opinion. Umar Johnson in Ghana right now, so he could take focus on the fact that he said his school will definitely open Kwanzaa 2025. Kwanzaa's passed for 2 weeks now, and his school's not open. Another setback. That's about 7 setback of a grand opening date. So the bottom line is, I am so sick and tired of these grifters, these clowns, and everybody running around talking about I'm a leader and people listening to them. And the bottom line, that's fine. But the whole thing is, don't tell me I got to listen to them. Don't tell me I got to shut up and whatnot because you want to sit back in comfort and let all this hell break loose. Black America is dying. and the world's judging us by the chaos we see. We look really bad to the world. We do. If you don't care how you look, well, that's a serious problem. It used to be a time we cared about how we look, you know, how we look to the world. We was once the example of what was great about the black race. Now you got people from South Sudan. How'd that happen? Somebody from war-torn South Sudan is looking down on Black America, you know, as a world gangbanging and stuff like that. So when you must the Arab black, when you get up there and start talking all this stuff, understand people listen to this. You know, it's supposed to be a representation of our race. You know, look, I'm not jealous of anybody. You know, I'm not jealous of anybody. There's nothing these guys have that I need to be jealous about. You know, I'm just saying the fact that when people do stuff, I don't know who even know Tank is. Oh, Afro Think Tank. You know, I don't even know who these people are half the time. You know, I don't have no business with these people. You know, so Ross Moisture says, let's thank God for making America a white ruling country. See, people like him have credibility when he says stuff like that because of people like Era TV and whatnot who likes ghetto shit and stuff like that. How you gonna let Haitians get one up on you, Era Black? You know, how you gonna let a dusty ass Haitian shine over you, man? Come on, you know. Yeah, but Arab Black TV, you let a Haitian, a dusty Haitian, a dirty, dusty Haitian that fucking has shit running down the streets in this country shine over you. How the hell does that happen, bro? Do you understand how you sound? You go, oh, I love my name. No, we hate these motherfuckers that's shooting up. The dude that freak, the people that did this, kill this brother right here. I care more about, instead of saying, the brother that got killed, that's my type of brother because I'm a working brother too, you know? So I'm a working brother too. So I identify with the family. You identifying the people that killed them. I love my niggas. When niggas do that shit, you know? Yeah, I do hate. I do have a lot of hate in me. You know? I'm justified in my hate, though. You know? I don't give a fuck what Pac would do. I don't give a... You understand something? I don't... Look, let me tell you something. Let me put it to you like this, right? And I'm going to say this on my Summer Radio show. I fuck... Like, if you say that true, whatever like that, well, I don't believe it, but I don't give a flying fuck about these rappers. I don't care about them. They're absolutely useless, man. I think the world, we would have been better off if we never had fucking any of these rappers come along. Talk about Pac would spit on you. I don't give a fuck about no Tupac. I don't give a fuck about Biggie. I don't give a fuck about none of these rappers. You know? All I know is I'm seeing my community, my people die. I could give a damn if what people think. I'm watching my community die, man. My people that I grew up loving were not dying. I'm seeing good men die. You know, good men being broken, you know? Talking about Tupac. Man, you fucking crazy? Thank you, Dookie Glicky, you know? Who the fuck gives a fuck about Tupac, you know? Or Tupac would do this. Like I give a fuck. This is the age of the college genesis. This is a new way of thinking, you know? Yeah, you're right about that. Dr. Seuss was better rapper than Biggie. Biggie was pure garbage. The people, too much people freaking these rappers down there, you know. Yeah, I know the younger generation is listening to me. I know they are. The younger generation is listening to College Genesis. You know, that's why I ain't got time for these old heads with their stupidity and dumb. They're cowards. They don't not stand for nothing. College Genesis will stand for something, and that's what you young people see. They see somebody that is capable of being their leader. If they ever put that trust in me, I would never betray them. I know a lot of my people are freaking thing, you know. And say they're laughing. Yeah. Oh no, I get a lot of young people who listen to me, you know. So the bottom line, you're in my chat. So if everybody's laughing at me, my name is nobody. Then why are you listening to my show? Why don't you get the hell out of here then? You know. There's those other people listening to me for hours and hours. Oh, Colin, nobody listening to you. You're here right now, stupid. You know, you're on my show. You're contributing to my views and whatnot. Thanks a lot, fool. You know, or you got something to say about me. It is what it is. People sit there listening to you for 7 hours talking about Colin. Nobody listening to you, Colin. And sitting there on the line for 7 hours running them out my chat room, you know? Thank you, Glicky. You know, yes. The bottom line is this, you know, I know this revolution will spread because I'm gonna use these Gen Zs to pull this revolution off. I've lost faith in the Gen X's and the millennials. They're garbage. You know, but a bunch of friggin' cowards and grifters. You know, so these Gen Z kids seem like they want something better. And I'm gonna work with that. We have no leadership, you know. Well, Baruti, right? When she sounds like an uneducated hood rat, I'm gonna call her uneducated hood rat. Anybody that fucks with that ADOS, that FBA stuff, that xenophobia, stupid. What the hell, me as a black man, care about a fucking another black person coming to this country? What the fuck do I care? Why am I doing a white man's job? The white man wants to keep America white and pure. What the fuck I want to keep America white and pure for? The hell I care about that shit, you know? I don't give a damn about that shit, you know? I don't give a damn about fucking thing like that. Let them all come over here for all I care. You know, so. Well, the bottom line is this, Brewer. You may not like it, but, you know, this is a war. This is a war. I'm at war. I'm a warrior. And sometimes all fair and love and war. Sometimes people, I'm going to say things or things will be said to me. I expect that. And I'm going to say things that's going to hurt people's feelings, you know. I apologize in advance, you know. That's the way I am, you know. You get me on the right day, I'll be like, oh, you know, it's not all that serious. But right now, I am fuming with anger right now. You know, I'm boiling with anger. You know, so I'm just trying to keep a level head. But bottom line, how much more of this can we take, you know? How much more degradation can I take, you know? You know, after everything our ancestors died for, man. I look at our community right now, and it's a freaking shame, you know? It's a freaking shame, you know? Ross Boyce said the day white Americans are ruling America is in American civilization. Yeah, well, I hate to say the thing, but you're right. The black race has had proved that we're only good for one thing: is fucking shit up. You know, you got Buckhead in Atlanta. It's $1 million, multi-million-dollar homes there. Now it's turning into a fucking bankhead, just like that. Who's moving there? It ain't young white meth heads that are doing this. It ain't Asians. You know, it ain't friggin' anybody. It's friggin' young, ignorant people who listen to the friggin' stupid thing. And the bottom line is this: who's putting this stuff out there? Young Thug is put out there by a Jew in Lyra Cone. You know, he was with Jay-Z years back, who brought us satanic music and the Rockefeller records and all these other people like that who were designed by people to destroy Black America. You know, you think about this: when it won't hit you until you go to like Liberia. So I went to Liberia, right? And on the radio, all you hear is Afro beats. You hear old school hip hop and everything. You don't hear what's going in people's mind every day. They have other problems, but what you don't hear is somebody all day talking about murder, kill. That does affect how people act. That creates a context of foolishness and self-destruction. If you see big time executives giving somebody like Young Thug millions of dollars, what's that telling the kids? That's the right thing to do, because they know they look up to that. You know, Young Thug is just an expense. You know, we put him up there. We talk about murdering and killing, and he's done it too. You know, people think that's all right. People walk around talking about the bliggy. You know, I got my body count and whatnot. You know, or blood. The stuff they talk about is death and murder. You know, and that lyric goes out. That creates a culture of this. That's why these people could take your life in a minute. And when you have that situation, what's going to happen, even for them? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, right? If we decide that we want to stay in America, right? This is what's going to happen, right? Listen to this. If you don't believe nothing I say, every Black person is going to get armed, right? And then what's going to happen is there's going to be a shooting or something like that. And you're going to see armed black men start going in, kicking in doors, and start blowing people's brains out. And there's going to be people being dragged down the street, hung up by the light poles and whatnot. People with gang codes and everything going to be rounded up, and bullets going to be put in the back of their heads and everything like that. This is what's going to come. You know, every civilization told me this is exactly what happened. Because you cannot have a people that pass down fear and uncertainty. And the only thing keeping these people in power is the fact that we fear the white man and fear the white system, or fear the justice system. If the justice system fails the people, what's going to happen is the people are going to burn the system down. And that's what's going to happen in America. Black America is going to end up destroying this country. You know, I'm telling you, as sure as I'm sitting here, you know, this Black America is going to destroy this system as we know it. Because there's no way we can continue the way it is, with joblessness, with crime, murder, despair, hatred, gender wars, and everything like that. No family. There's nothing telling me that, because we don't have any real leadership. You know, everybody goes up. I want to get in front of black people and act like they talk to us like they're talking to normal people. We have serious problems in our community, as far as family, as far as culture, as far as everything. That's why I'm the culture critic. You know, if we don't get ourselves together, when that Black America is going to be headed for a civil war, and it's going to be ugly. So all these freaking stupid stuff, Lisa will go now. I'm a freaking Caribbean. So anytime black people don't want to hear what they want to say, suddenly I'm a Caribbean. I'm not a damn Caribbean. I'm Black American like everybody else is. You know, but the bottom line, I see my community dying. You know, the community I grew up loving. You know, summers in North Carolina, going out south for the summer, going to Brooklyn, Queens, Long Island, you know, upstate New York and stuff like that. Those summers and whatnot at the King's Lodge with my family and whatnot, with my family members at NAACP. I'm 100% African American, Black American. You know, going to Harlem, you know, everything, going to church, you know. So the bottom line is this: I'm a well-rounded Black American. You know. This is an anti-Black American event. No, it's not. You know something, bro? I'm going to time you out, bro. And the next time you come in here and say something stupid like that, you're not going to be on my platform anymore. You're going to be gone. I'm not going to have that disrespect. I'm Black American. I want to see Black American go. But the bottom line is this: we have not done enough to delineate from the knuckleheads and everything and basically do that. We protect them. We're like a friggin', you know what Black America's like? When you have a caterpillar, right? And he gets parasitized by a wasp, right? A wasp lays his egg in the caterpillar, right? A few days later, his larvae emerges out of the thing and spins a cocoon around the caterpillar, right? And the caterpillar is still alive, right? But while the wasp is pupating, right? They're vulnerable, right? And what happens is the caterpillar just being eaten alive, right? It's still being eaten alive, consumed by the wasp larvae, is protecting the people as acting as hosts and protecting the wasp larvae as eating them. You know, that's why we are. We got parasites in our community that we're protecting, because what happens is the parasite gets in and alters the brain of this host. You know, and the host becomes an unwilling protectant of what's eating them and killing them inside. That's what's happening right now in Black America. You know, so it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. Ross Moisture says, I'm a fleeing immigrant that was fed and taken care of by white people and the greatest race on earth. I'm telling you right now, as long as black people out there fighting me and everything like that, people like Ross Moisture has credibility. You know, a lot of black immigrants love white people because they see them as civilized. They see black people as savages in America. That's just sad, you know, because we don't want to check these Negroes that we don't have no ability to check these people. All we can do is say, look, we don't like them, whatever like that. But you got black people scared to speak out against these people that's destroying their community. And they wonder, geez, man, why is there gentrification? There's gentrification because black people say, look, well, I got a chance to get out of this neighborhood that's going down because of crime and everything. I'm going to get out, you know? I'm going to get the hell out. Every last single black community in America, right? is like a net negative because there's no home equity. You can't borrow against it or not because it's a bad investment, you know? So bottom line is this. You have black neighborhoods that basically, if you buy a home in a black neighborhood, predominantly black neighborhood, you're going to take a loss. Because black people don't do things that protect the neighborhood, like a neighborhood watch, calling the police, you know, reporting police, you know. That's why Lisa Nicole lives in the ghetto, right? She's poor. She can't take out a home equity loan because she lives in impoverished. Around her FBA impoverished people, you know. Because the bottom line, she lets her nephews, Pookie, Boo Boo, and all them sit on the street corner selling crack and popping off guns, and the home value and the quality of life goes down. And then 10 years from now, basically, what you call, you know, this is a black American, anti-black. Okay, Colin, I'm the anti-black American. Thank you. Now, hold up. Now, will you say that, Punky, when the Africans come over here and tell me that I'm anti-African? No, tonight is your turn. Y'all's turn to get the bully tonight, man. I'm on Black America's ass tonight. You know? People don't like it. Every time I talk about Africans, everybody gets so, oh yeah, Colin. Yeah, those Africans this, those tethers this or whatnot. Then when I start talking about Black America, oh man, I don't cross the line. You know, like you above reproach. Are you crazy? You know, like you above reproach and whatnot. No, it don't work like that. You know. Yeah. So the bottom line is, you know, like I said, it's just really sad situation. You know. $200,000 mortgage is not a lot of money, man. What is it? You must live in the deep south. $200,000 is not a lot for a mortgage, bro. Yeah, I wish you, congratulations, though. Wish you a lot of luck, though. In Virginia, where I live at, that couldn't even buy you a neighborhood and run down neighborhood in the hood in Virginia. Hey, but let's not knock him, man. If he's buying a first time home buyer. If he's a first-time home buyer, that's actually good. You know, $200,000 for a first-time home buyer. I hope you live in a nice neighborhood, bro. PT early. I hope you live in a nice neighborhood. When not, you know, preferably with a bunch of white folks and everything, because the way things are going with black folks and whatnot, you know, if you see more, the rule is, if you see more than 10 black people in your block, it's time to leave. Time to pack out and leave. You know, that's what we did in our last neighborhood. Like, black people start moving in. I see it's been nice, but I'll see you later, right? We got out before the values of our property went down. Just what it is, you know? Yeah, so it is what it is. Yeah, 200,000 K in Ohio is good. You know, I'm thinking about this. I'm licensed in Ohio, man. I'm thinking, geez, I don't know, man. I could make a move to Ohio and freaking get rich in my business, right? I could move my office to Ohio and get rich because property there is so cheap. Imagine what I could get a house in Ohio. And I mean, really, oh my God, you know, I got access. One thing about Ohio is I got access to big cities, Cincinnati, Columbus, Dayton. These are all big cities I can operate my business in, you know? So yeah, Ohio would be a good move for me. I don't know about the weather though, but Ohio would be a good move for me. You know, could I ever get out of the East Coast? I've been to Ohio once. You know, could I get out of the East Coast? I don't know. I love the Atlantic coast right here, but I don't know. I thought up there, we're seriously thinking about Ohio, you know, because it's so cheap up there. You know, so it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. So we're, like I said, tonight, folks, we're basically, should I get I don't know what kind of dental plan you want. Aetna or Cigna, I don't know, whatever you want, you know. Aetna has good plans, Cigna has good plans, United Healthcare, excellent plans in dental. They're all good, you know. Marisha, I'm getting out of Ohio. What I like about Virginia is the reason why Virginia is good is is the fact that it's been here. The black community here is like 400 years old. And we have some of the oldest original African communities here in Virginia, right? And the reason why black people are so freaking high up in Virginia because we've been here so long. We have black colleges and everything. Black people are in the higher echelons and running the state, in government, in the courts, everything, in the state police, everything like that. You see a lot of black people. Black people are definitely a part of the power structure here, but I see in the Midwest, you see black people, but not like you do here. Black people everywhere. We're in banks. We're bank managers. We're some of everything here, So it's like Virginia is like the closest thing to an Afghanistan you're ever gonna get because black people here got it going on, as far as business and everything like that. I just meet black businesses every day. It's probably when I go online and I hear people talk about black people need to scrape black. We got people who do business here, We got people who do lucrative businesses here. Home health care, all the home health care agencies in my state that I work with, they're owned by black women, particularly a lot of black women owned businesses here, Home health care agencies, group homes, day support centers, all run by black women, owned by black women. Medical transport, a lot of companies owned by black women, and men too, but mostly black women. Virginia Premier, the old HMO PPO network of hospital, medical, and transport, when that was started by black women. It was connected with the VCU, Virginia Medical Association, the hospital system in Richmond. So bottom line, those are black women who created that, but they mismanaged money and got bought up by another company, and then they got bought by another company. I was there because each time a company gets bought up, they send me a bunch of leads for free to enroll people in another plan. So I made a lot of money. It's like, thanks, sisters. But the bottom line, so black people got it going on in these states right here, Virginia, Delaware, Maryland. This is where the oldest black people are. The oldest group of black people are. We're not new to these areas. That's why people think they're going to come to. That's why maybe the people who do FBA, they're living in areas where they got a lot of immigrants, and they probably feel like they're left out. But the reason why I don't feel it because we have some immigrants. I guess we got some immigrants here, But the bottom line, they're so tiny in number and whatnot, and don't really matter, And so we don't. So that's why I don't really bother with this stupid ADOS FBA stuff because I don't see what the issue is. Now, if I lived in New York still, and maybe in DC area or where else in Minnesota, I'd probably be like anti-immigrant my damn self, But I can't justify being anti-immigrant when there's not any problem where I live at, So, so it is what it is. That's why I said I hate this freaking stupid movement. And I hate when people project, because they got access to the internet, they project this stupidity on the rest of us, It's like, okay, you say you're FBA, right? But your concern about immigrants and all stuff like that does not concern me because immigrants don't make up any large power. They don't have any power or numbers where I live at. So why should I join the FBA movement? Everybody here is African American, or somewhere or the other. So I don't need to just delineate from anybody. Who I want to delineate from are Negroes, You freaking Negroes I want to delineate from. All you freaking clowns I want to delineate from real bad, I'd rather get with the immigrants than half you Negroes, I'm applying this video, man, the debate between, like I said, I am loving this, man. You got what you call Charleston White and Tariq Nasheed going head to head. I'm loving this, bro. Watch this video, folks. I'm gonna show this video. It's what Haven Bullets is like. He's funny. He came at me years ago when I first got on Dynasty, man. Every night he must have did like 10 videos on me and whatnot, He thought I was a xenophobe, because what it was like he didn't like me because I didn't like the Democrats, right? And his whole thing was, if you don't like the Democrats, the Republicans, and he's pro-immigrant. I guess he's here illegally. I don't know. But he's basically so friggin' conscious about black people supporting Republicans because he think we're doing it out of xenophobia, But I just made a comment. I said I'm a black nationalist, but I support. It was that time when it was 2018. I first got on Dinus show, right? And I said, Dinus asked me about Donald Trump. He was president at the time. I said, yeah, I support him. I didn't vote. He paving bullets went off. You know, how you call yourself a Pan-Africanist and you support Donald Trump? You know, I never said I support him. I voted for Joe Stein actually, but he was mad that I freaking voted for Joe Stein. You know, I should have voted for Hillary. He was all Hillaried out that time, you know, so he was mad at me as a parent. How dare I not vote for Hillary? I'm like, what the hell has Hillary got to do with me? You know? So this is funny. So let's watch.
You know, whatever the video you get, but
It's she. And
ma'am.
let's be very
It's for
clear.
fair
In
use,
the
folks. Fair
hierarchy of
use.
FBA, I'm second in command. There's Tariq Nasheed at the top, and then it's me, T.S. Giselle.
Can I ask you a question, ma'am?
The first lady of FBA, Mr.
Now this is what you want to hear something funny? Funny. Now a transgender is an FBA. Get this, and from what I hear, Tariq always has her on, right? A trans freaking gender is the first lady of the FBA. You know, this is what I told you all the time. The gays infiltrate groups and everything, take them over like that. But one thing you know about the Colin Nation, the BAO, there's never going to be no gays or transgenders in this movement that I'm running. It's not going to happen. They ain't going to be up here, oh, I support you, Kala, blah, blah, blah. And you be a whole ass friggin' the F word, you know? No, it don't work like that. But somehow grifting Tariq when I let this person probably inbox Tariq $1,000 and say, let me on and whatnot. And so Tariq, with all the grifter he is, you know, probably just said, you know, so whatever, man, pay me money and you could be the queen of the FBA. And this is a freaking dude, you know? So, all right, let's finish listening.
Peace, you already know who this is. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell. Also, make sure you donate to me if you can. The link will be in the description box and in the pinned comment. Now let's get to this video. Okay, this is T.S. Giselle. This is the person who Charleston White was talking to, the first lady of FBA. And if you don't know what the TS stands for, it stands for transgender. So, yes, T.S. Giselle is a transgender. This is who Tariq brings on his platform, space after space, time after time, and allows to run around with the title First Lady of FBA. But I'm going to let Tariq address Charleston White and this issue. So let's get to that right now.
Let's attack a leader. And well, Tariq is the leader. Let's attack him. And the shit ain't working. It's not working. There is no leader. That's why the more they try to make bogus attacks on me, the bigger the movement is acknowledged. People are now acknowledging their lineage in massive numbers. And the more people try to troll about it, try to lie about it, try to make up false narratives, do you know that backfires on them? You understand? It backfires on them. Like right now, there's somebody texted me earlier, and I'm at the casino. I'm up here at the damn slot machine, and somebody texts me asking me about T.S. damn Giselle. Do y'all know somebody text me? Somebody I know, I kind of know. I don't know them that well, but they're like, hey man, is T.S. Giselle the queen of FBA? I said, man, if you don't stop, don't listen. That's kind of a new narrative that some of the naysayers of our lineage, people who hate the fact that our lineage is being acknowledged. So you have a lot of naysayers and they're getting desperate. And T.S. Giselle is out here trolling people. And T.S. Giselle's running around here talking about T.S. Giselle's the queen of FBA and all that shit. I don't even care about that because we don't take that shit seriously. None of us do. And those opponents don't either. Let's be clear. They don't take that shit seriously either. But they're so desperate for an argument, they pretend that it's a thing, which works.
One, Tariq, you're capping. People do take it serious, and they should take it serious because you take it serious. Anybody who watches Tariq's Twitter Spaces knows that T.S. Giselle speaks the most. Every time T.S. Giselle wants to come on the stage, Tariq lets the individual on the stage and gives the individual the mic to talk and talk and talk. Talk about how good the individual's pussy is and all that. Everything. Nobody talks more in a Twitter space than T.S. Giselle, except Tariq Nasheed. If you calculate everybody talk time and how many times people get brought up, T.S. Giselle is ahead of everybody by a city block and a country mile. So I think people should be taking it serious because it looks like you take it serious. It doesn't look, it is. You allow T.S. Giselle to run around with the title First Lady of FBA. You always bring the individual up on the stage. You let the individual talk. You let the individual go back and forth with people. Again, talk about all the individual. It's like let the individual talk about their sex life, everything. You let that go down, Tariq. You do that. Like this space right here, like people was watching. You boomed that space because I think you was getting a little too flirtatious in that space. Where you was like, oh, everybody comes to see Giselle. Oh, should I bring Giselle up? Should I bring Giselle up? You do that every time. And people who watch your spaces, if they being honest, they know I'm not lying. That's what you do. So why shouldn't people take it serious? Because I thought you was doing serious business. I thought these spaces was about really uplifting and informing the people. And not games. Not games to bring people up to troll and to play games and to clown. Because that's what the majority of the spaces be anyway. This is like if Farrakhan called for 1 million man march and people come out there to see Farrakhan speak. Farrakhan talk for about 15, 20 minutes and then he bring a clown out to do clown shit in the middle of the speech. Like the clown get to speak more than anybody else. Farrakhan going back and forth with the clown. He letting the clown go back and forth with the with the audience, letting the clown go back and forth with other speakers, letting the clown deviate from the message, letting the clown attack the message, and being like, yeah, this clown is the supreme captain of the FOI. Yep. This clown right here. Nobody would take him serious. That's people who used to take him serious. Let's say, because we just use an example. Let's say that you was there and you did take him serious. It would be no fault of your own if you don't take him serious no more. Like that's just clown. It's just I can't even. Whatever. We just gonna move on to the next topic because it's like this is just too frustrating. How are you trying to pull a Jedi mind trick on people? Like, oh, it ain't that serious for me, the biggest influencer in FBA, to allow an individual, a transgender, to come on my stage and have the title of First Lady of FBA,
which works in our favor. Yeah, we're the first lady. Yeah, the first lady. I don't know what the hell. But T.S. Giselle is trolling niggas. Good. Keep trolling people. Because if people are dumb enough to try to run with that as a real narrative, you know what that means? That means that they have a lack of substance. They can't counter this thing.
Tariq, that makes no sense. Because people are bringing that up. They supposed to bring that up. You bring it up. Like I said, T.S. Giselle, you supposed to be doing serious business. You claim you're doing serious business. Y'all supposed to be talking about the lineage. Y'all doing reparations, what black people should do next. And in the midst of all that, you constantly bringing T.S. Giselle up to talk and to do whatever the hell that individual does. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And people should be questioned it by your own logic. Remember, you attack the Democrats and anybody else ruthlessly. Everything is bussy, 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 bussy. Oh, you don't agree with me? I smell bussy juice. Oh, you sound zesty. Oh, it's always the same thing. That's one of your biggest things you talk about. It's about, oh, we can't support the Democrats because they support the LGBT agenda and they trying to feminize the black man. They trying to buck break the black man. They trying to ruin the black family and blah, 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 blah. This is right here. This is you doing a whole show attacking Denzel based on a kiss in the movie Gladiator 2 that wasn't even in the movie. It got cut from it. And it's like, oh, did Denzel get buck broken? we got to talk about this family because I heard it was a kiss going on in that movie that got cut. And you do all that, and then you turn around and bring T.S. Giselle, a transgendered female, which means was born a biological male that has transitioned to a female on your show and basically ride shotgun with you as a co-host. Because like I said, and that cannot be disputed, nobody gets pulled up more on Tariq Nasheed's Twitter spaces than T.S. Giselle. Nobody's allowed to talk longer. Nobody's allowed to do what they want to do like T.S. Giselle is allowed to do. What are you promoting by doing that? Like you can't tell me you're not promoting nothing. Because if somebody let somebody sit next to them as the first lady of anything, you'll be on their bumper. Imagine if the Democrats had hired a black transgender female and said, hey, you're now the head of the reparations or whatever. Y'all niggas would not stop going in about it. But somehow it's okay for him to do this. Goofy.
If that's what you're trying to grasp for, you ain't got no counter. You ain't got no argument. Good. I want T.S. Giselle to keep trolling dumb niggas who roll with that narrative because that amplifies the message and that gets more people on code. It highlights your lack of substance when somebody's obviously trolling. It highlights the unseriousness of your argument when you try to make that a real argument. And that reinforces the seriousness and the legitimacy of the foundational Black American delineation that's going on.
Now, this is going to be like a two-parter. I want y'all to watch this video by Kamala Harris. I want y'all to watch this video right now. I'm about to play it. It's going to be like 1 minute long. Watch this video by Kamala Harris. And tell me, what did you notice?
You're still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law. And it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries
you got to
happened
take
during
responsible for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in his presidency.
It's in
So
black and white.
would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment
I will
surgeries?
follow the law, just as I think Donald Trump would say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said, I think he spent $20 million on those ads, trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American.
All right, you heard it. I think everybody should understand where I'm going with this. Tariq Nasheed sounds just like Kamala Harris and her staff when talking about the transgender inmate issue. It's not a serious issue. Nobody believes it. It's a waste of time. This is why Trump doesn't actually have anything going and he can't do it anything serious. This is why he's talking about this. It doesn't matter. What's the big deal? Blah, 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 blah. Tell me Tariq does not sound like Kamala Harris and her staffers and her campaign on the transgender issue, that it don't matter. Again, you're supposed to be a serious movement about lineage, about reparations, and about protecting the Black community from modern day buck breaking. But you're sitting up here, and kikiing with a transgender. That's what you're doing. And then when people are pointing that out, you trying to say, well, it don't matter. So it don't matter that you letting a transgender run around calling themselves the first lady of FBA? That you allow again and you platform? That's no big deal. It doesn't matter. It's just trolling. Just like Trump spending millions and millions and millions of dollars talking about Kamala wants to give inmates and illegal immigrants transgender surgery paid for by the taxpayer. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Like ridiculous.
You know? Which makes it more appealing, and that makes more people say, hey, well, you know what? Let me acknowledge my lineage. That makes sense. Yeah. And it drives organic engagement. It really helps. Dumbass arguments and trolling, it works in our favor. I don't get offended by it. That's why a lot of that troll shit, I don't even respond to it. Keep trolling. Keep on doing it. You're boosting the message even more. You're boosting the message of our lineage more. You're giving us more engagement. That's why I saw everybody's talking about the shit. It's all over the place. And then when people look into it for real and they see, oh, that makes sense. Oh, I can rock with that. Oh, Foundational Black American. Oh, that's me.
Tariq, number 4. There's no way you think that's going to make people want to claim FBA more. The only people who are going to want to claim FBA more after seeing T.S. Giselle run around calling them, the individual calling themselves the first lady of FBA, and you co-signing it and you bringing them on the platform to be your co-host, are people who are LGBTQ plus, because you know LGBTQ plus people want to do pro-black stuff too, but they can't do it because pro-black groups are anti-LGBTQ plus. But if they were to see your group, they would think, oh yeah, I want to be down with that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna claim FBA. They all inclusive. Look at their first lady and the co-host to their founder or quote unquote influencer, top influencer. Of course. And you're talking about it's gonna get more views and engagement. That's just about money for you. So you bring in on a transgender to talk and call themselves the first lady of FBA just because you know more people gonna come looking. So you just trying to get money. This ain't about no real movement. What real movement would do that? I'm gonna bring on somebody who's diametrically opposed to us. Bring them on because I know it's gonna get more engagement. Where I get paid because there's more engagement. Ridiculous.
You dig? I want y'all to understand, sometimes dumbasses and haters can be your best promoters. They can be the best promoters for messages. You dig? And sometimes when there's trolling, I want us to understand, sometimes you don't even legitimize trolling. When people are having troll arguments or bad faith arguments, don't even legitimize that shit. You don't even have to refer to that or respond to it in a serious manner. Yeah.
5. So if it's not serious and it's not worth responding to, why do you spend so much time arguing with black immigrants? So, because we know you're talking about Charleston White. So if Charleston White is not worth responding to because his arguments are he's trolling or he's looking for engagement or he's engaging in bad faith arguments and blah, 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 blah. Why do you spend so much time talking to black immigrants with no following? See, you'll talk to any black immigrant who has no following to make those same things, and you'll talk to him for 15, 30 minutes straight. But Charleston White, who is quote-unquote FBA, a part of your quote-unquote lineage, who has a massive following, which would help you by going to talk to him and debunking his bad faith arguments, would actually help boost the movement in a real way. And you couldn't be called a xenophobe when you go at him because he's quote-unquote FBA too. Wouldn't it make sense to do that rather than argue with random black immigrants and say hateful and disrespectful things to them? Because what are you proving when you debunk the Somali man or the Haitian man or the Jamaican woman or the Nigerian woman? What did you prove? How did that gain you more followers or help you spread your message more to quote unquote other FBA people or get reparations? It didn't.
You let them do all the trolling and splaining because that signal boosts the message. And that makes us more, that fosters more solidarity with us. You dig? because that makes people come together more to defend the movement, which is good. Yeah. So yeah, that shit, trolling doesn't bother me whatsoever. And plus it's a decentralized movement. So we don't really have to explain anything. I'm not the leader of anybody, so I don't have to, nobody has to answer to me and I don't have to answer to them. And if somebody wants to troll you and you're sitting there letting yourself get trolled, knock yourself out.
6. Tariq, that is cult behavior. This is why we call you the FBA hate cult. Because this is what cults do. Cults put their members in positions to be embarrassed, to be mocked, and be humiliated, so it will better foster a us versus them mentality. That's what cults do. I'ma send you out there to pump some garbage. People are gonna ridicule you. People are gonna laugh at you. You're gonna get negative interactions with people, and then that's gonna make you come back to the group and wanna defend the group more, be more zealous for the group. You never once sit back to think, well, why are people laughing at me and mocking me? No, you just go back to the group and they say, see, they mocking you because they haters, they tethers, they agents, they Democratic shields, they LGBTQ, even though our first lady is a transgender, but don't mind that because you know we're a cult. We don't have to make sense. Just listen to me and do what I say. Cult behavior. And I'm happy you acknowledge that FBA is a group, because a movement is a group. A social movement is a group. Even if it's decentralized, it's still a group. And if it doesn't have a leader, it has leadership. And everybody knows you're the top of that leadership. So thank you for also acknowledging that FBA is a group. So dumb. You don't even know what you be saying stuff. It's not a group, it's a lineage. And it's a movement. A decentralized movement. So I'm not really the head of it. Just dumb. Dumb. But anyway, family, I'm happy you made it to this part of the video. I want to show this. I always show this in my videos because, you know, we always got new people coming in. So I want to always hammer this point home. FBA is a hate group. They work for white nationalists. They pump a white nationalist agenda. And I'm going to show you the complete history and timeline of FBA and where does the ideology really come from. I want you to watch this. This is very important if you never watched it before.
I'm going to continue that on the live stream, folks. I want that to get out there. Charleston White's not Haitian. He's from friggin' Tennessee. That's another thing is everybody basically, if you don't agree with Tariq, you're now a Haitian. That's a way of insulting people, you know? Oh, you're a Haitian. Or they'll call you a Nigerian. Or they'll call you a Caribbean. Anything to belittle you and insult you, you know? I get called a Liberian. You know, anything to belittle or insult you, that's what they do, you know? Charleston White is black. He's a Negro American. All right, so before I get to the top of the show, I'm at 20 minutes. I got top of the show. If you guys want to call in now, before I go live, here's a link in the chat room. If you want to call in, you got like 20 minutes before I go live. So when I go live, you know how it goes when I don't have a lot of people on my live show. Until the end of the show, till the last half hour. Because I just don't know what Negroes are going to say when they get up here. So we go on the air at 11 o'clock, folks. So if you want to call in, make it count. Call and make it count, you know. Being born here doesn't make you American. I agree, Liza. You know, you're not an American, you know. You're an African woman who just happened to be born here, you know. So you're an anchor, you know. You were just born here. You're an African person that was born in America, right? So you're no different than somebody from Africa that was born here, you know. An American is a white person, or Anglo-Saxon, or somebody who can assimilate and become an Anglo-Saxon. You are an African American. That's all you are, is an African American, not a Black American. You are an African American. I'm sick and tired of people running away from their heritage. You from sub-Saharan Africa, below the Sahara Desert, right? And you got to take all the L's. You're not an American, you're an American. You're an African, Yeah, Blaze it. You're just an American as Liz is, So yeah, they had to make a 14th Amendment to give you a citizenship. That means you're not a real citizen. If they gotta create a special amendment for you, that means you're not a true citizen. And why aren't you covered under the original Bill of Rights? Because Black people aren't citizens of America in truth. With 3/5 of a person. Yeah, that's what you Negroes don't understand. You've been bigging up this stuff all the time. My families are buried here. So is slaves. And so, in other words, a slave that was buried on his master's plantation from the Plummer plantation, each say is Jobias Plummer, who had 500 slaves, all the slaves buried in a slave graveyard. Does that mean those slaves belong to that plantation, or they were just in captivity? Yeah, man. My great granddad's better than on the Plummer plantation, man. I'm a plumber, That's where I belong, So it is I would like to know what this crocodile shit means, She always calling me a crocodile. What the hell does that mean? I don't know. Audrey's weird, weird. I just hope Audrey, man. I hope Audrey don't lose that weave. That she looks ridiculous. Speaking of which, I got some funny stuff to show you folks. I got some funny shit. I've been at my meme for the show, for your listening pleasure, folks. I've been making memes, And I got this one meme I want to show you. I think it's pretty cool. So every time I have a thought, whatever, I'm gonna make a meme about it. This meme is for my Nigerians. I said, we call it, oh, you're attacking Africa. Look, I just spent the last almost 2 hours going in on Black Americans. You think I was going to let you guys, you Africans, get a night off? Are you crazy? No. I'm equal opportunity. Now it's time to get on my Nigerian people, I'm equal opportunity, I hope this works. Oh, where the hell did it go? Yeah, there you go. Now, what do you guys think about this picture, right? Because I hear a lot of Nigerians talk about they're not Black, So in tribute to my Nigerians who ain't Black people, I made this meme. Nigerians be like, I'm not Black, it is what it is, So it is what it is, So it is what it is. But I put the link in the chat room. Anybody want to come in? Nah, those are like Nigerians, It said in the bottom of the page, it says Nigerians, from the Nigerian forest. So you trying to say you're not black, Lisa? Now you black, sister. Stop the cap, Audrey. You know those are Nigerians. You know, American Eagles are copper color. That's funny. All this self-hate, you know. What y'all need to be doing is just looking at friggin' we a copper colored native. Oh, that's funny. That is hilarious. Copper. Oh my God, man. I'm just freaking hilarious. This is just fucking funny, man. Negroes can't look at this picture and be like, those brothers are beautiful right there. I wish I was like these brothers right there. You know? Oh Lord, man. This is funny, man. You guys are hilarious, you know. These are Nigerians. They ain't South Sudanese. They're Nigerians, you know. I say they're Nigerians. Yeah, man. They're everything but African, you know. I just don't get it, you know. So it is what it is, folks. You got to be proud of what you are. You know, that's the root of it, you know. Yeah, I like Patrick Ewing. Yeah, I'm a spitting image. Elvis, okay, they're crying people then. How about that? All right, folks, you got 10 minutes to come in. You haven't responded to this picture. You got 10 minutes to call in. 10 minutes, folks. I'll give you 10 minutes to call in. I know you guys going to be talking shit while I'm on the show, so I just wanted people to get their shit out now so I can do my live in peace, you know. Yeah. I'll tell you, as the days go on, sometimes I wonder, is the black race even worth trying to save anymore? I'm like, geez. The black race, the number one thing killing black people is self-hate. I don't know what it's going to take for black people to stop this self-hate and love themselves. That's what I have. That's like 85% of the battle right there. People, self-preservation. Black people don't want to preserve themselves. They want to mix and they want to erase their look and everything like that. They want to become white. They want to become lighter skinned. They want to be copper colored. They want to be everything but a Negro. No one wants to look like a Nigerian. Black Americans don't want to be black. You know, they want to be Indian. They want to be Chinese. They want to be Japanese. They want to be white. They want to be Native Americans. They want to be Moors. Anything but black Africans, you know. Now they got Africans saying they ain't black, you know. That self-hate permeates to our African brothers and sisters. Nigeria walking, I ain't black. I ain't black. Yeah, you are black. Let's go. We all are black, you know. And so the bottom line is you got to be black. You got to take that L, you know, what comes along with it, man. We're black. We got to take, we're sub-Saharan Africans. We got to take that L, sister, my sub-Saharan sister. We got to take that L, you know. Look, it doesn't matter. I am black, right? And the bottom line is this. Yeah. Oh, why are you picking on Chantel, calling her Arnold, man? That's messed up, you know. These right here could be Chantel's relatives up here in the picture, you know. Yes, I can dictate. If you're a black African American, I could tell you who you are, you know. You know. Elvis, I am saying Kron people are beautiful. I'm saying Africans are beautiful. What are you talking about? Everybody's getting offended by these pictures. Oh, they ain't us. Those are East Africans. Those are Nilotics. Those are this. Those are this. Those are Congos. They ain't us or not, you know? And see, what we call, you know? But Chantel swears she's Native American, you know? According to her, she's Aboriginal Native American. When she was basically making corn and all that stuff like that. She didn't grow up on fried chicken, catfish, and potato salad and collard greens. She's a Native American right now. I'm like, okay, all right. Yeah, Aaron Black, I agree with you, man. Keep showing the love, brother. Keep up the love, brother. Now y'all gotta leave Chantel alone tonight. She's not here to defend herself, you know. She's out there running around. She's mad at me, you know, for whatever reason. So she's found refuge in Sanctuary in the Afro Dumbass show. She's over there talking shit about me, how bad and evil Kala is and everything. All right, Elvis, you got 5 minutes, man. I can't have you on my live. Fucking idiot.
Why not, Kala? Let's do the show together, man.
Ooh. I don't want people out there knowing I know somebody like you. Get out of here. No. Can't have that happen, man. No, I get canceled, man.
But nah, man, those are not Nigerians. Those are probably
Nigerians, man.
Sudanese. Those are probably Maasai people. Those are not a lot of people.
Yo, no, man. They're Nigerians, man. I seen a picture of Makoko and whatnot.
What does that have to do with the...
They look just like these brothers right here. Ain't nothing wrong with them, man.
No, I'm just saying that different kinds of people in different parts of the country.
I know black nigga. I'm not black. When you said video that went viral, a Nigerian talking about she ain't black. That's Audrey's little sister. So I ain't black. You know.
No, when people say they're not black, they're probably saying they're not African American, right?
You know, check this out. When people say that and they look like this, I'm like, there's something freaking wrong. Have you seen them? It's like back in the day, they used to have it say, it's 7:00. Have you seen your kids yet? It should be Nigeria.
It's like me saying I'm black and an African American telling me, no, you ain't black, nigga, you African.
It
says
that's what
it is.
It says 7:00. It should say 7:00. Have you looked in the mirror yet? You know, that's what you tell you tell you ain't black, man. Get the hell out of here talking about you ain't black.
Carla, you look like those two dudes right there.
So what? So what?
Right. So why you making fun of them?
I'm not making fun of them, man. I'm saying, but the people that run away from the shit, you know.
Yeah, Nigerians know they're African. They just know what kind of Africans they are.
All the whole look alike, you know. So, but the bottom line is, I know you and most Africans look more like them than me, you know. So
yeah, I look like them. I don't mind.
But you guys don't accept it, you know. You guys don't accept it. You were run away.
And people say you look like a crocodile. So what's the big deal?
So what? I don't know what that means. What is a crocodile? What the hell?
You don't know what a crocodile is? They say you got a long hair like a crocodile mouth.
Oh, well, that's supposed to be funny or
no? That's why you see people calling you the crocodile. You see when Audrey calls your name, Carla, she put a crocodile next to it.
Maybe that's African humor, man.
Maybe it's alligator. I think it's alligator. One of them.
Maybe hold up. Maybe that's African humor, whatnot, and it's primitive humor, maybe like that. So I don't swim around a lot of crocodiles and alligators, so I wouldn't know anything about them, you know. But Audrey, she probably wrestles alligators and eat them. You know? So she would know. She would know, you know.
People do think you look like an alligator.
Nicole, that was corny. That is corny. You know, that's another thing. Y'all got to get your jokes and shit.
Carla, it's not my joke. I didn't make it up. You asked.
Like coming Black America, you gotta get.
You asked the question. Why does Audrey always put the alligator next to your name? That's the answer I'm giving you.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. You know.
Maybe but you asked that question earlier, right? You remember?
Maybe one of her family members was going to the river and got snatched by an alligator. And
I'm just saying, Carla, you asked the question, and I'm giving you the answer. That's not.
So it's I don't know what that was all about. People, what the hell?
You know what the alligator pepper is, Carla?
Nope. Don't want to know. Don't want to know.
So what is your radio show about tonight?
Same topic, just be talking shit for 2 hours.
I'm glad you know.
I'll be talking shit for 2 hours, but I realize now that doing this show, doing YouTube with my show, gives me added content because I'm responding to people in the chat, and sometimes I gradually.
But you refuse to bring us up.
Well, it depends on what the topic is. I can't have people rambling and arguing. That's the whole thing. I can't have people rambling and arguing. If I say something, I bring someone up. I just want people to respond to what I say, and then I have to drop you down. I can't have a long conversation. You just answer the question, and that's it. That makes bad for radio when you're going back and forth with a guest. So.
What do you think how large do you think your audience is?
It's big, it's huge. We're going to a live at 180 countries, hundreds of streaming platforms, independent streaming platform pick this up, and I'm getting picked up all the time, And then the replays when I don't own it, but the owners take my broadcasts and other streaming platforms monetize them, and they play my platform. Mine get a lot of views, so they like the content of my show. If I take a night off, they get upset because they're like, there's no money because they sell my content. So
Okay.
So it's all good. I've been on next month to make 5 years. Next month to make 5 years. I've been on consistently for 5 years. So like I said, that's when I get ready to do something, I have dedication. That's why whatever I get to do, everything I set my mind to do, I always end up accomplishing it because I'm dedicated. All right, let's see. So anyway,
I'm gonna drop off. We can start your show.
All right, man. So I'll see you later. Dollar Bill, hold up, brother. I'm getting ready to start my show. I'll bring you in a little while. So all right, let me get my. What the hell? What the hell? Hold up. Okay.
Saturday live features up the coast from the 6th on the east, and remember it's the weekend. You heard it first, a new vibe when the techniques speak as it hypnotize your mental. 3 to 5 in the central. It's rated R, check parental. Yes, show butters, we the best. METROPOLE. Yeah, shout out to everyone that's rocking with us. It's different. We 1 to 3 on the West Coast Pacific. Playing cuts and splits. Now listen. It's how we do when we're handling our business. Witness the swiftness, even the quickness. Not introducing to you, we be the vicious.
This is the Show Butters Experience.
Show butters, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing all night? Show butters, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing all night? Show butters, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing all night? Show butters, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing all night? Show butters, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing all night? Show butters, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing All night, show brothers, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing? All night, show brothers, won't you play those songs that keep them dancing? All night, Direct from the dance floor to your ears. You're partying with WDAV DeVilleRadio.com.
Oh.
Gator belts and Patty Melts and Monte Carlos and El Dorado. So waking up out of my slumber feeling like Rollo. So follow, it's showtime and Apollo by the Kiki Shepherd. With about up with a leopard, red Teddy. Cooler than Freddie Jackson, sipping a milkshake in a snowstorm. That was so warm in the dorm room at the AU. We flew hate to athletes might take you, but you must have been mistaken with them statements that you make, Canary yellow, 7 after business on display. My bongo whipped it up, oh my god. Get my rim today so they can ride out. They're gonna go hide out. I'm some kind of wild out like that tripper. Let me be Bambino on your slippers. YKK on your zipper. Think you like a lizard when I'm slippers. A sober, 6 million ways to fold ya. Like no one, I get too confused and you get pretty cheap. But I call you from 80s, I know you'll be there for me, girl. Baby eyes get you running off at their mouth and telling me everything that's on your nasty mind. They say you're malnutrition, then need a vitamin D and then vitamin to that tingle in your spine. I love who you are, love who you ain't. You're so and frank, that's just an addict to hide out for about 2 weeks. Brick chains and no chains and whips. I do some lips to hip skirt and double time the boy next door the street. The coolest motherfuckers on the planet. The sky is falling, ain't no need to panic. I gotta stick it more so automatic. The matter was created in the attic. The children's mother on the planet. The sky is falling, ain't no need to panic. I gotta stick it more so automatic. The matter was created in the attic.
Welcome to another exciting installment of the Voice of the Colonization radio show, broadcasting on DeVille Radio throughout the world. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am the chief host of the Voice of the Colonization radio show, the main talk show on DeVille Radio. And next month will represent 5 years of consistent shows. Wednesday night slot. I have not missed a show. I think I missed a couple of shows. The only time I missed shows over the last few years is when I went to Liberia. It's the only time I missed shows. And I think one time I was sick, like I would say I returned in 5 years. I think I missed 4 shows. That's dedication, and the producer of this show knows that I'm reliable, that I give good content, and it's only getting better. They like my content. They can sell my content and make a lot of money because, I say a lot of interesting stuff, So with that being said, the topic tonight is, as I started this on YouTube, I said, who is a credible leader, black leader in 2025? My conclusion is I always say that we never had a leader, we never had a leadership, right? We just have a bunch of spokesmouths who get out there and run their mouth and stuff like that and tell us what we think we want to hear. But there's nobody living by example. There's nobody that can provide. And one thing I want you guys to dwell on tonight is not only do we need protection from the white man, we also need protection from other black people, right? As we see right now, with the history of Liberia, history of slavery, everything, we're justified and being apprehensive against other black people. There's nothing wrong with that. We have no right to be xenophobic and hateful, but we have the right for self-preservation. Okay, that's legitimate. And then the last thing we have to have, this is when ADOS FBA make the mistake. To me, the most dangerous thing we have to worry about is ourselves. Because black people, black Americans are the number one killer of themselves. The number one person that's going to abuse or rape a black woman is an African-American man. One who's going to kill you, put a gun to your head and rob you or kill you is another African-American man. So we have to figure out a way how to protect ourselves, not from outside people, but internal, the enemy within. The enemy within is us, our lower self. That being said, let me get my brother Dollar Bill up here and see what he talks about. Brother Dollar Bill, what's going on, brother? Dollar Bill, you up? I don't know. Well, since Dollar Bill's not ready, let me get this other brother in. Arab Black. Okay, Arab Black. I can't keep you all night because it's a show, but you can make a statement to something I said earlier in the show if you want to reply to it. Go ahead, brother.
Nah, bro, I want to be part of your show, bro. I don't want to ruin it or take
We're on live. We're on live right now, bro. I can't do that. You can only respond to something I said, and I basically got to drop you down. Then on the last half hour, it's a free for all. I'll let everybody up.
No doubt. I'll come back then.
All right, no problem, brother. You take care. That's how we roll around here, folks. I can't, when I'm on live radio, it's not good radio talking to the same person for hours and hours. The main thing is the host has to be the main person talking, right? People come up there, I guess they say something, they respond to what I say, agreement or disagreement. I say what I have to say, and I always have to have the final word. Simple as that. That's the way it works, right? Because people have to realize that I'm the chief host. I can't have the chief host. I got people talking over me, yelling at me, and whatever like that. I can't do that, It looks good. That what works on YouTube does not work on regular radio. Remember something. People listen to this. They don't know that I got a passion and affinity for you Negroes. When they're looking at, well, how's a random caller? No, I know these people. They call in all the time. They're not random calls, but people listening to this don't know that. So it looks like there's somebody coming here just talking smack to me and everything. I'm not doing nothing about it. That's not the case. It's we go back and forth on YouTube, and people aren't used to how radio works. You know, talk radio. I talk. The first rule of talk radio is to talk. Just like the first rule of writing, learn how to write is just to write. That's why I learned how to write. I just wrote. I started writing blogs in 2006. I said I always wanted to be a writer. You know, that was my passion for writing. God didn't get my younger brother. God bless him with the ability to draw. God didn't give me that ability because he didn't want me to have the ability to write and draw. Yes, that would be too dangerous. You know, my brother could draw anything. Man, he just I don't know how he do it. I tried, but he just gifted. Right, he could just take anything and just make it seem like it's so real from a pen. How the hell do you do that? And my father, you know, say he's gifted. That's a gift your brother has. And I was always jealous of my brother, but I had to find my own thing. My talent is storytelling and writing. That's my talent. You know, reading, storytelling, and writing. That's my talent. You know, and natural talent. If I was able to knew how to draw and knew how to write, I would become a cartoonist. I'd become like this. I'd be dangerous. You know, I'd be dangerous, you know? And so God never gave me that talent to draw, you know? If I want something, why not, you know? I had Kofi one time in my novel. He did a lot of paintings. He read my novel and he did a lot of paintings of different scenes as he visualized them in my novel. And he was pretty accurate. I said, yeah, that is how I envisioned the landing on Providence of the settlers when they went to Liberia. This how he did it good, you know. He said he did it really good. I was like, oh shit, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Because Kofi could draw, you know. I don't have that talent, you know. I don't have the talent to draw, so God didn't give it to me. So if I need something drawn, something like that, you know, I basically will basically just cede it to somebody else, you know. Cede it to somebody else. Oh, I hate my computer. I don't know what's the whole. I think my other computer. I think I got to get a new computer. Motherboard's going. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know what the motherboard's going. So I have no idea what's going on with this computer. So it is what it is. It is what it is. It's still live. I know that. It's still live, but the computer keeps going down. I don't know why. Oh, I get an IT guy up here. My computer is plugged in, so I don't know why the motherboard keeps going down. Maybe it's because it's old. It's 10 years old, so time to get a new computer. You know, the computer I use for my radio show is like 10 years old. Maybe I need time to just get a new one. Because I can't keep having this thing shut down like this all the time in the middle of a broadcast. But it shuts down, turn it back on, but the program is up live. You know, it seemed like it didn't go off, but the computer's down. I don't know how that works out. Anyway, anywho, you know, so yes, tonight we're talking about who is a credible black leader, and I just basically came to the conclusion we have none. We have no black leaders. You know, I was playing a video earlier with Tariq Nasheed. I think it's all about the collapse. It's all about the collapse around Tariq. I know he's trying to sound like, oh, we got it under control. Look, let me tell you something, right? He says that FBA is not an organization that he doesn't have. That's because he doesn't want to take responsibility for the goofballs that's out here, you know, that he can't control. And he's too scared to confront because he needs numbers. You know, he doesn't want to make enemies, but the same goofballs he's attracting. He needs goofy people to do his bidding. So he doesn't want to piss them off or anything like that. So he basically says, I'm not a leader when I let people do what they want to do. The problem with that is anybody can come in your movement and redefine what you're talking about. Me, I said, look, I am the chief host of this show, the leader of the Black African Infrastructure Organization, leader of Call Nation, and I'm the chief architect of the ideology called the African or the Black Nationalist, Black American, Black Diaspora Homeland in Africa. That's what I do. So when people come up and say, there's movement about the African, whatever like that. I'm not gonna run from and say, oh, it's just an idea. I'm like, no, I'm gonna take full ownership. I'll take full ownership. That's what leadership is all about. You stand on your square, say, yeah, I came up with this idea. I'm gonna defend it. I'm not gonna sit here and put my finger out the window and see which way the wind is blowing, like Tariq is doing. What if the winds are not blowing towards FBA one day? He's like, oh, I'm not FBA. Then when the winds are blowing towards FBA or something happens where it seems like FBA is triumphing, he's all the king of FBA. You can't have it both ways. You can't stick your finger out the window while you're sipping your morning coffee and see which way the winds are blowing, right? The winds are blowing here, so let me go here. You got to basically say, wherever the winds are blowing, this is where I'm blowing. So I don't stick my finger out the window in the morning and see which way the wind is going or checking the temperature. I say what I say and I'm consistent on my message. I've been doing this live show for 5 years and my message has been consistent, right? I've evolved a little bit on some things, but my message has been consistent. Why? Because when you really have an agenda and a goal, you stand by it, and you say you're going to see it through. And right now, basically what I want is to realize what I want to do. I believe that we have all the tools to accomplish what we need, right? We just need to be organized and focused. It's not enough to be organized, right? Because we have people that are organized, but they don't have a purpose. They're not focused. They don't think. That's why I said, look, this is what people always ask. Well, Kala, man, where's the leadership? What are you going to do? I said, look, I gave people instructions. I said, we need a stock exchange, We need a place that eventually that we could basically be the place where we basically could build wealth, right? We need control over the global money supply. We need our share of the money supply. If we don't get control of 2%, that's still trillions of dollars, of the global money exchange thing. We need that under our belt. To do so, we need one to be start here in America, get our feet planted on the African continent or a particular African country. Once we're strong enough, then we can make the case that it's time for us to have a nation state of our own because we have the global economic infrastructure to back it. That's my plan, And so therefore, while we're doing that, I tell people all the time, I like to see people live in countries like Cuba, countries like Brazil, Canada, all throughout Africa, Asia, Europe. We need Black America everywhere in the world making business connections, everything for this global African movement. So hopefully Dollar Bill's on. Dollar Bill, you on?
I'm here, brother. I was just I thought you were doing your show.
Oh yeah, I said I let you on because I want you to get your response about the topic. Did you hear what I was saying earlier?
Yeah, I heard what you're telling about in Afghanistan and about us having a presence in terms of in the international market in terms of money,
right?
And being everywhere.
What do you think about what I said? I said 3 things that we need to protect ourselves from. 1 is the white man, Chinese man, whatever like that. 2 is other Africans, right? And 3 is ourselves.
Oh yeah.
We need our court systems, justice systems, police, all that stuff like that,
Well, you see, people don't understand that. That's the right of self-determination. And so we definitely have to have that in order for us to be men. And so we have to protect ourselves against all types of threats, foreign and domestic threats.
Because somebody, you heard about that. I played a video about that good brother from New York that was in Atlanta, right? Bus driver, mind his business, right? Gunned down.
Yeah.
Over $2.50 fare, Not just sad, it's enraging, Because I'm saying to myself, I'm just so sick and tired of this. Why do we have to go through this? That's why I asked the question. What did the civil rights movement do?
It's senseless, man. But see, we're at attack on all fronts. Right? We're all fronts. People are attacking us and we're attacking ourselves at the same time. So, I'm glad you said what happened to Buckhead because I was in Buckhead probably like 2017. And it was a beautiful place. Lennox Mall.
Yeah, I know. I remember. That's what I said. Yeah, it's nice. But what happened is just when you let people like Young Thug and that's the whole thing about what do we do when like the worst element of us, like when people back in the days, right? White people made sure certain white people could never afford to live near them, whatever, like that. They made sure we couldn't live near them, right? But in our case, right, we have no power over who lives among us, at all.
Exactly.
So white people are like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna give young Buck $1 million. Oh, sure, he's gonna move into that black suburb up there. He's gonna turn that place out. Because why? Because they got the power to do so. In other words, basically, we're sitting ducks. Our communities are sitting ducks. Look what happened to PG County.
Yeah.
It's a war zone. Once a nice thriving, but people like Baruti don't think black people deserve anything like any nice thing. Anything nice. Anything nice. Have you ever seen that movie? I don't like Gabrielle Union, but you ever seen Almost Christmas?
No.
I took my ex-girlfriend to see that. It came out in 2016, I believe.
Okay.
It was a beautiful movie. Despite I don't like Gabrielle Union, but it was a beautiful movie. Or any black person, certain movies you got to see, if you're black, because it was a beautiful movie. It showed a family got together because they all came from different. They were Gabrielle. I don't know what she did, right? But they basically came back for a family gathering. The whole thing was they never see each other, so Danny Glover was a patriarch. He arranged for everybody to be together on Christmas,
Yeah.
And these were all successful blacks that moved to different parts of the country and everything like that. It was just beautiful. The settings, and it was personally in Birmingham, Alabama. I know Birmingham looked that beautiful, I was like, damn, But
Alabama's beautiful, man.
But it was a middle class suburb in Birmingham, Alabama, And
Huntsville, Alabama is beautiful too.
Yeah, so I'm saying to myself, what I liked about the movie was there was one, I think one incident, I think the kid got into a fight on a football field, but the normal thing of violence and there was a couple of things in the movie that, the dude was like, fighting off thugs, but it was like humorous, It wasn't really real serious, But I'm saying to myself, why have they convinced us that our life has to be revolved around guns, gats, murder, and stuff like that? Why is that normal in our community right now, our culture? I said that movie was like a breath of fresh air. I like watching movies where I see black people living normal, because I used to watch movies like, do you remember the movie 5 on the Black Hand Side?
Do I?
Yeah. See, that's what I'm
River
talking
Niger.
about. 5 on the Black Hand Side was probably one of the most beautiful African American movies ever
We
made.
played it one day on the show, a clip from.
I played it
on the Black Hand Side.
Yeah, we played it. The ceremony, and which one? Elvis was laughing. Yeah. Oh, it's not because Africans say that's not our culture. Well, yeah, no, that's what our expression of African culture.
Well, you know how the gatekeepers are, right?
No, we can't like this. So in other words, people, Michael Lawala, these people are mad. The African Americans were expressing their version. That ain't real. Kwanzaa ain't real African culture. It's our version of African culture. So it works for us.
Absolutely.
So,
well, you know what it is? They don't want us to have anything.
Yeah, nobody wants Black America to have anything. They don't want us having nice neighborhoods. They don't want us having beautiful women. They don't want us having anything, Anything that we get, they want to take from us or belittle it or tell us. And then when we do have achievements, accomplishment, they'll tell us, well, that was your ancestors, not you.
Yeah, you're not those people now.
Yeah,
they're going to determine, they want to define who we are, these gatekeepers. And they're really dangerous people, They come in with a package that they're friendly and they're nice and stuff, but they have really, really insidious ideas.
Just like you see Principe ask me like, Carl, he goes, Carl, I'm just because remember I used to listen to you on that. Yeah, I woke the fuck up, There you go. He goes, when you used to listen to you on Dimes, yeah, that's why I didn't peep what was going on. I was sitting there talking because in my enthusiasm for being a Pan-African and whatnot, I oversold Africa to Black America, and myself. I oversold it. It should have been like, our people are priority and everything. And basically, Black America has every right to say, something, Africa's not for me yet, but you have to tell them why after all these years we need a connection with our motherland. People ain't gonna automatically see and know what I know. So
well, see, the thing is, they want us, like I was trying to say to the brother Principe, they want us, to be like, we have to be accepted into what they feel an African is, right? They're going to define us and predetermine who we are, how we should act, and then they want to use words like, "Oh, well, you're a white man. Now you're a white man," and all of this nonsense, man. It's a game. It's a joke. You know,
and they don't know how dangerous the game they're playing. You know.
Oh yeah,
they're playing a freaking dangerous game. And also, not like I tell them, I'm getting to the point where people don't understand. You know, like I said, black people basically have to realize something. Whatever you do, there's consequences.
Mm-hmm.
There's consequences. Black people, we always do stuff, vote something. And I'm saying to myself, well, how do all these cities fail? I'm looking at Liberia, right? And I can't really judge Liberia because the same thing happened in Liberia. The same thing happened all over Black America, right? We basically don't make it harder, like Flint, Michigan. People don't like when I say this, right? Yep. I said Flint was a Black run city for decades, right? We didn't do what they say do, you know, keep maintenance, upkeep, and all stuff like that. There's a timetable. You got to replace pipes and everything. You know, if you're not doing all that stuff and everything, you're spending money or spending money and stuff like that, and something. Then one day when people are sucking water, they're like, "Oh, Flint." Like, who was there all those years? Who was responsible for keeping it up? You know.
But this is the whole thing, Colin. And if you say this to continental Africans, they'll say that you are, you know, somehow. You are, you know, you're not telling the truth, or you're playing the victim. That's their main thing. But really what happened to a lot of these places is the economic health of communities was sucked out of these places.
Exactly. We don't have no problem when they basically take jobs and send them to China and stuff like that. You cannot have a place. They basically did economic genocide against us, you know?
Of course.
You know, so deliberately basically started this stuff we talk about, genocide and stuff like that, where they basically, Black men knew, they said, I'm only here, got this house, right? I'm paying mortgage. I'm almost being put out. If I lose my job, man, I could lose everything, my wife, everything like that. That's how we lived, you know, or in fear of losing that job. Then when the job does get lost, you know, it may be years for you recover. By the time you're destitute, your kids are moved on with their grandparents, and then you're a fool, you're ostracized and everything. People don't know what it's like to be a Black man in this country, you know?
So they flooded the community with drugs. And so so notice now, if you talk about Detroit, how the middle class, and people don't really realize the middle class in Detroit, like Flint and all of these areas, depended on the automobile industry.
Right.
So when the automobile industry got destroyed and they started, you know, importing cars, the Toyotas and the Camrys and all of these Japanese vehicles, and they stopped producing, cars for the American people, what happens? These enclaves, like in Ohio and these other areas, become economically depressed. And the people can no longer to live. They flood drugs. It became the new industry. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what happened. So now you got a criminal element, you know,
the whole doing certain things. The whole thing is, what the problem is this, right? We know that, right? Even most impartial white people know it, right? The African comes over here thinking he's our judge, you know, and says,
of course,
oh, look, y'all don't do this or whatever like this. And we're saying, do you understand this is a great country? Like, I'll never forget this. My aunt Bobby told me one time, and she was saying something, right? One time, this, that, you know, the rich got this. And it was a Nigerian. She didn't know, I guess, no better. She was talking to a Nigerian guy. I think he was a cab driver. And the Nigerian guy told her, oh, that's just y'all. There's nothing wrong with this country. She was like, well, excuse me? There's nothing wrong with this country. Y'all just complain too much. And she was like, she goes, that was a Nigerian guy. That was like 12 years ago. 12 years ago, she told me that. She goes, I said, he was just, y'all just over here. Then dawned on me, that's why they bring these people over here, to basically tell us that we're complaining too much. You know, don't look at the situation. Yes. The problem we have in Black America was, how are we capable of building factories? Are we capable of building our auto industry? Are we capable of doing all this stuff? And the truth is, right, without a government, you can't do it. You think GM would exist if we didn't have a government, you know, Congress?
Well, just think about Japan. Think about all of these countries.
Yeah, I just say Japan. All these countries had governments.
Plan. They invested. They're investing all of this money for the country in Europe that is fighting a losing war to Russia. but they won't give you reparations, not because you don't deserve reparations, because they don't want to build you up. They're not going to give you something that's going to give you a leg up. And so this is what happens. And you know, as much as sad as it is, people are going to do something to survive.
Yeah.
And if criminalism and drugs and all of these other things opens up opportunities for people to make money, because see, people get understand. I don't know if you remember this guy. He was, I don't remember his name, but he played on the Addams Family. Grandpa, who played, he was grandpa. He was
Uncle
yeah,
Fester?
Uncle Fester. No, I think he was grandpa, not Uncle Fester.
No, grandpa was you might know that's the Monsters. Al Lewis.
Al Lewis. Al Lewis is also before he passed away some years ago, was a great political person. Really you know, very interesting brother, white guy. And he used to talk a lot about drugs and stuff that happens here in America. And so this stuff is coming in by the tons, by the metric tons. Okay. It's not just black people that are involved in it. There are a lot of other people, okay, who are getting their money off the top, and they're shipping these drugs in these major ports. And so you see black people at the street level. There's a lot of money at the street level. So the drugs, as the drugs increase in value going toward the street level, you're going to see a lot of violence. But there are people who have nothing to do with violence that make their money across the top.
Yeah, off the top. Yep.
So why are people doing that? Because it's making money. Because a whole set of people, okay, started to make money, and end result is, okay, that they destroyed black communities. They destroyed black ways of life. And we talked about the people in the 80s who lost everything, right? Because of drugs. But we're not talking about other people who've been dealing in drugs, and their families have been dealing in drugs for hundreds of years.
Yeah, the Fitzgerald. People don't realize this. The Fitzgeralds, like Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You know, his family comes from opium traders. You know, people don't realize that.
And
you know,
people don't realize that Coca-Cola used to really contain coke.
Coke. Yeah, it was a coke. It was a drug.
You know, they gave it so. And how did that happen? So you had people who were predisposed to drugs during the penal system. Okay, they were giving people Coca-Cola and giving them drugs. Okay, to have them working basically for free, sharecropping. So I mean, you have to realize that a lot of these criminal elements that have come about is basically because they were designed that way. So when rap first came out, okay, it was all positive, right?
Yep.
We show people how not only was it positive culturally, they talked about Africa, elevating our people, okay, and doing positive things. And so once white society understood, they said, oh, okay, these people are using their Africanism. They're using drums. They're using the symbols.
Hold on, I'm at the bottom of the hour, folks. This is a college show. We'll play some music, and I'll be right back. Hold up, Dollar Bill. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Play a song. I'll be right back. Oh, come on. See if you remember this. Oh, hold on. That was a Johnson crew. Welcome back to the bottom half of the hour, folks. This is College Genesis. Before I basically begin, I just want to give a shout out to my good brothers. I played at the top of the show, the Show Butter Experience. Check them out on Saturdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You want to hear some good music? Go to www.ville Radio, download the app, and listen to it in your car port or play port, whatever like that you have. It's off the chain. You know, we're trying to build Black independent radio. We're doing this shit for real. And the bottom line is when you listen to DeVille Radio and switch over, I want to see everybody switch over from celestial, what do they call it, radio to streaming services. You see a better quality of music because we play stuff that artists from old school. We have a lot of good music and content out there. And we found that when you play stuff that people remember from back in the days, bring back memories. That's why throwback music is so popular nowadays, you know. And so therefore, when people see the beauty in their own culture and everything, they don't want to listen to Young Thug. They don't want to listen to all these rappers that are preaching garbage and death and everything. But that's what the mainstream media is going to give you, right? So switch to JaVille Radio. If you want to, we have always the latest R&B music. We have new artists and if you're an up and coming artist and you get with DeVille Radio, my brother DJ Stanham, you know, they get you heard. And we have a lot of people that got signed, you know, but from producers who listen to DeVille Radio. And so who knows? I might get signed to a major network one day because a lot of people listen to this show, but I ain't holding my breath because my content is a little dangerous. But people watch it, but I don't know if it's ready for prime time yet. But yeah, so I've been here for 5 years, folks, and this has been like a real experience. I love my DeVille Radio family out there. It's great, and we're gonna keep continuing whatnot. Hopefully, I'll be here another 5 years and everything like that. DeVille Radio is expanding. We're expanding, we're growing, reaching all corners of the globe and everything. People are listening to right now in countries. I think we just picked up Germany. Many streaming platforms. Streaming makes everything possible. Because in Australia, I think we got like about 50 streaming platforms that pick up the show in Australia alone. England, the UK, France, everything like that. So people that got a lot of streaming platforms, they listen. When they search for content, saw ads on. What's one of the shows they pick up? So I got people that listen to this show talk about African, and African is a term I created. It means a Black African American homeland in Africa. That term does not exist in the English language encyclopedia, dictionary. So I created it. Whether it ends up in Wikipedia or Webster, who knows? But I created that, right? And hopefully, if it's spread enough on this thing, just like the FBA is becoming a thing, the term African is going to hopefully become a thing, right? And then what happens when it become a thing, and then people start saying, well, let's look at this idea. And then people start forming their own ideas of what they think an African ought to be. And then that's how the movement takes off and grows. And then it's out of my hands. It's like it grows on its own. So we're going to keep doing what we're doing. I think we're on the right track and everything. I got my good brother Dollar Bill, who's been a good inspiration and partner with me. I was waiting for somebody like Dollar Bill for years to join me, somebody credible to join me in this quest, and now I feel like I got a partner that's going to help us get this thing done. So Dollar Bill, what's on your mind, brother?
Oh man, I was just, I like to come in on Wednesdays, and usually I heard you talking, so I just like to listen to all the old school. I like to hear all that old music, man. I haven't heard in years, man. The real essence of hip hop.
Old school stuff. Bring us back to the old days.
I love it, man. Days. I haven't heard some of those songs in many a moon, man.
Pac Jam, that was 1982.
Wow.
That's 43 years.
Wow, you dating me, man.
43 years, man. I was like 13 when that came out. 13 or 14 when that came out. I'll never forget that,
Yeah, that's real hip hop, man.
Real hip hop back then. They're from Boston, the Johnson crew.
Okay, yeah. Like was it Guru?
Guru's from God Boston too.
Yeah,
Gangstar.
Gangstar.
I miss Guru too. Matter of fact, I want to play one of his songs, man. You ever play his song?
Oh man,
I'm glad you mentioned him, man. I love Guru. That was the Guru is a direction we was trying to go to. Don't let anybody fool you. We were Guru and people like that, freaking consciousness and everything like that. That and DJ Premier. That's what we was going to, right? But they up against forces that wanted to take our community someplace else.
Without a doubt.
People get up here and talk and want to judge us. They only look at the whole picture. Do you understand there was a war going on in Black America? You remember that, Dollar Bill, right?
Oh, yeah.
All us brothers who preached 5%, I felt like we were under attack,
That's right.
When people were talking about when the song Chronic came out, I felt that we're on our way out the door, man, Because that was the first song that really affected the East Coast,
Like that song before, we're heading for self-destruction. I think we played some of that.
Yeah.
And there's another one, man, where the brother talks about. No, he talks about all the specific countries, South Africa.
There's Dead Prez and there's Stetsasonic.
Stetsasonic, man, that was good.
Let us speak about the motherland.
Yeah, that was really good.
That song is what got me into it. That song came out right around time Coming to America came out. And that's what that started me on my interest in Africa when that song came out.
Yeah, a lot of people don't have they have little idea who we are as a people, and so
they think this Africa thing is new. No, we've been doing this a long time.
That's So Big Black said, you'll just start doing this, man. Y'all weren't really checking for Africa.
We go to Afro. We got people like Afro dumbass who gets on there and start talking. I said, they ain't the Africans I remember back in the days, you know?
Exactly. Man.
You know, these people, I don't know where these weird Africans go. What happens, these are the Africans that come here chasing white women, acting Negropeans and everything like that. So what happens is, as all these people get online talking that nonsense and everything, a lot of black people are like, yo, that's what Pan-Africa is all about. No, that wasn't like it last night. These are these brand new Africans that come over here on some Negropean shit, you know, like it's good for anybody when they come with this arrogance. Let me tell you something, folks. If you don't know anything about African Americans, the average African American is down there. We accept everybody, right? But
exactly. But to us, black was flat.
It still is, you know. But the bottom line, when Black America, when they could sense you're arrogant, we pick up on things, you know. And a lot of Africans come across as arrogant, you know, like what you call. Think about this a couple of years ago, and it didn't dawn me. I was ignorant at the time. This was like back in 2017. I was in a place called a sub shop called Jimmy John's. You ever heard of it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, there was this Nigerian guy in there, right? And I was basically like, "Oh man," you know, because when they said his name, right? And I said, "Oh, you're from Nigeria?" Yo, man, I've been studying. That's when that was back in like 2000. No, yeah, 2000. No, it was back way back. It was back in 2011. You know. And I had just got online. That was when I was new to online Pan-Africanism. So I was like, yo, bro, man, you from Nigeria, man? Yo, man, I was talking about Liko Dangote. He was like, look at me like, he gave me this look like, why is this fool talking to me? You know? I never forget that shit, you know? And then he was like, yeah, bro. He was like, yeah, bro. Then I saw him the next day, and he came in with some white guy, and they were sitting down talking. When I sort of like looked down, like, oh, I want to talk to this guy. I was like, oh, that's how it is, you know? You know, that's what I learned. I said, yo, there's something going on here, you know?
The first time I was when I graduated from college, man, and I started working my first job with, social services. Is when I really, I knew some Africans from the neighborhood, but basically Ghanaians. But this was my first time really, dealing with Nigerians, maybe one or two in college. We kind of like rap, but when I started working for social services, there were like tons of them there that worked together. And so then I began to learn about all of the things, like one of the things they would say is, yeah, man, we thought all of you guys lived like you live in Jet Magazine. And, so this was their perception of us. And, and so they began to get this arrogance and thinking, not all of them, but quite a bit, you guys are not who we thought you were, that type of behavior. And I can see now they spawn a generation of children who act the way they act now in their 30s, because this is how, but they didn't tell them the real deal. They kind of lied to them and they didn't tell them how Black America wrapped their arms around them, accepted them into the neighborhoods,
right?
How they did things for them and taught them the ropes.
A lot of stuff that I'm seeing right now. I tell Africans, look, I'm not playing because I see now that people like this young Dark Migos friend was in the chat room the other day, said, Colin, keep doing you. Younger people are listening to you. I know, because I'm telling them they don't have to go to ALS-FBA. They got me, they got me. And I'm basically, and I'm still willing to forgive and reach out to my African brothers and sisters and forgive and say, you misguided, you want that. I just got a forgiving, loving heart,
More than I do.
Yeah, I know. Because I'm like, I just want to see us all win, but like I said, but you got these Africans who basically just come here, and I tell them all for years, look, you guys are playing with fire, in this country. You are playing with fire. You know what you're doing, And a lot of them think that Black Americans, we come to Africa, we're gonna tell you like, look, I don't care how much jungle warfare you are, you are no match again. Look, I worked in a club about $1 bill, right? I've been around all kinds of people. There's nothing more, especially these Southern Black people. There's nothing more violent and more dangerous than these Black people in America. You know what I'm saying? It's just the truth. Violent. You ever work in a Black club? Everybody will tell you, man, they don't want to like working in Black clubs. Black clubs are dangerous. Black people.
Yes, they are.
We're just ready to explode at any time, whatnot. I was like, well, I don't feel that when I go to Liberia. I feel like Liberians are peaceful compared to us. We're not, as I said, people are like, yeah, you should come to Liberia and assimilate. No, we'll end up destroying you. I know it. We need a place where we can have control of our people, where we can provide for them and discipline them and set them and cultivate them. Black America is just left to its own devices, right? And we got a whole segment of Black America that's out of control, that's destroying the rest of us. And the only way we can solve this is we have to, because America failed. Black in America failed. And they basically say, well, we didn't fail. Look at Nigerians. But that's them. We're slave descendants, They
don't really understand it. Those people who know, like talking to the brother the other day, who's down in the Carolinas, who was born here but raised in Africa. Man, that was so refreshing, man. When you really talk to an African who really understands the culture here in America and have been embraced by people, not
like great African.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a refreshing situation to deal with a brother like that, because they have an understanding of spending time in Africa, and they know the Black community here in America. But I also know there's some people, basically, they're in little white enclaves. And
that's
so
what it is. When they're around white people and stuff like that, and Asians, everything, and they get they'll get around. Well, they'll basically, I know how it is. White people say, "Oh, the ghetto people," and they talk about Black men. And they'll say, "Not you. You're from Nigeria or not. You're different. You're different. You're different from them." And back in the days, man, no white person will say that in front of me about another Black person. I'm like, nah, bro. I knew for a fact when I was growing up, right? If you didn't like a Black person from the ghetto, you didn't like me. That's the way I saw it.
There it is.
It's always white people always play that. Oh, you're not like them role. No, I am like them. I am them.
That's the game. We know it. We recognize the game.
A lot of other Black people do.
We know what it's all about. How they play the game with us, about us. And they use a lot of African immigrants to do that. They want us to have this animus between one another, right?
And people like
and
Tariq
so the new people accept it.
Help the situation,
No, they don't. But you know what the thing is? That's not a substitute, because a lot of people, first of all, a lot of these people, I've listened to his show. A lot of the people he's dealing with, they've never even lived in. Either they're in Africa or they're living in Europe. They've never even been to America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's so interesting. You have all of these thoughts and all of these opinions, and you've never even been to America. That's something else. Very interesting for you to have those thoughts and perceptions.
I tell people,
you gonna play the Gangstar?
I'm gonna try to look for it. Let me see. At the top of the hour.
Yeah, man. Because
at the top of the hour, I'm just trying to look at my. Sometimes I had all my show intros in one place one night, and my phone decided to friggin' just throw them out. I'm like, I had arranged, and next thing you know, it's gone. So I had to look for all my show intros. So good, I got them. I'm gonna play Gangstar at the top. That's my first song. I'm play it at the 12 o'clock hour. So, so basically, let's talk till then. Okay.
No problem.
Rudy says. And also, if you guys could get me that name, I don't know if we'll use it, but I just want something like that name we call Where We Stand or Standing Here or something like that. We gotta make it short, short, like Where We Stand, a stand, or Our Stand. How about Our Stand? Find a Swahili word for Our Stand.
Okay. Yeah,
something like that to make it short,
To Swahili.
And then we make the point that we have a fictitious. When we start doing AI and stuff like that, we have this fictitious land, African called that. It's an African, but the name is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm looking at it's
because I don't want my name on it because people say, "Oh, you're like a Jim."
Tuna Posse Mama.
Yeah.
Tuna Posse Mama.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Where we stand. Tuna Posse Mama. Wow,
that sounds good.
Yeah, let me see.
As I go with other names, any other names? The United States is like United States of America. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pronounced because they give you the thing. I don't know if you can hear it, but
Tuna Posse Mama.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I found out. It sounds good.
Yeah.
Tuna Posse Mama.
Tuna Posi Mama.
Yeah, make a AI about that. You know.
Oh yeah, you know I'll do that.
This is the
I'm
first
on
African
it.
stand.
I am on that. You know, Tuna Posi Mama.
What'd you think about that stuff I sent you today?
Awesome, man. I
I
got to get a bigger. You know, I have a 13. I'm getting ready to get a 16, man. I need, you know, since I started doing all this AI and stuff, I got to have more memory, man.
Yeah.
Because things are just spinning and spinning around. But I like that information. And in fact, I was listening.
It's doable, right? It's doable.
To Kaiser, and he admitted, you know, that it was a great idea.
Of course.
Okay, to get an app together and to leverage these opportunities we're talking
and
about.
then later on, get a exchange where local African librarians can list their stuff on. Once you got it built and organized, you know.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be great. Imagine that, because we need someplace to. We're gonna start funneling money to the continent. We need our own banks, all that stuff like that. You know.
I got to get in contact with this guy because he knows how to do it. I had introduced Baruti to him once before.
Yeah, Baruti got to start doing something more productive than sitting here.
I think he went on Dynasty's show. His name is John, but I know John from a program that I was with.
Right.
And I'm going to see if I can get in contact with him. So I had him go on a show Baruti used to be on. He was doing it with some Nigerian brothers.
Right.
And if you can remember that Mobama, many villages, you know, put that up because this brother is I think he's like half African American and half Nigerian. He's a real cool dude, unlike Ochukwu.
Chukwu's a white guy. Chukwu's is a Nigerian, raised in the suburbs, right, and dating white girls and hanging around white people, playing in the glee clubs, a nerd, you know. So it's all that is.
He's so fixated on urban stuff, and he wants to, you know, people says he's not a real in, and you know, all kinds of.
Hold on, where is black as you can get? Why he over here saying, okay, this is what I do, right? When people stand by me, what I do is get around black nationalists. You know, there ain't nothing more blacker than black nationalists. You know.
It's the top of the hour, so you got to do your thing.
Yeah, so let me do my intros. All right, Dollar Bill.
No problem. Mute, I'll mute.
All right, brother.
Dropping the big twos.
Rest in peace. I don't want to ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go.
The hottest music in the city.
Hey guys, it's Selena Gomez.
Yo, what's up? It's Trevor Daniel.
Last night was the last night. My past life got me here like you can never figure me out.
This is the Ville Radio.
Here we go. Hey, this is Miley Cyrus.
You're rocking with the best.
I'm Dua Lipa.
My name is Emily K.
It's the best.
Oh my God, this feeling's just begun. Saying things I've never said, doing things I've never.
This is the Ville Radio.
I've ways Quicken can help you grow your investments and reach your financial goals in 2025. Number one, Quicken helps you track all your investments. 401k.
Mommy Mary Coleman, that is. I love you. Rest in peace. You still here though? Phil, Rooney Manuel, Robert and Blair Gill, Uncle C, Alicia Hill, Giovanni. To my man G.O.B. I remember how you used to be. You were the illest man alive. Now I'm reading your eulogy. Eyes so serious, you told me hold my head. Pursue this rap shit and go forward, never backwards. While you grip text tight and ran niggas out of town, I ripped up mics, showing whack niggas how to sound. Still your essence was calling. By 2 gunshots at close range, your frame is falling. Now like an angel, you've risen, and you will stay in my heart. And yo, I wish you were still living. Word. This is in memory of Zachary Bro, Cousin Baller, Harry O'Bob, yeah, Stamo, 183rd, Joshua Faust, Brian Brown, y'all, yeah.
To my man Brian B, I remember how you used to be. You were the flyest in the club with 3 bitches doing rubber dub. You was the pimp of all panderers. GQ, Johnny Presley, fucking up the elegance. So many hookers on your schedule, slamming Cadillac doors and macking whores on the regular. You used to boost the slickest of suits, climbing through the back windows on the bus. You was ill too, until that chick you picked for the cutlass started snail sniffing kid in and went to cut you. That freak shanked you 6 times in your sleep. I wish you was here, cause your philosophy was mad deep. Yeah, this is the memory of
Keith Cowboy, Scott LaRock, First Messiah, Buffy, the human beatbox, you know, Tupac Shakur, Pink House, Sub Rock, OG, Wu-Bang, Salute, Seagram, Killer Black from Mobb Deep, Biggie Smalls, yeah, rest in peace, Lance Owens, y'all.
to all my brothers doing time. Whether or not you did the crime, you know the system is devised to keep you deaf, dumb, and blind. Like Scarface said, them cats are smart. In order for things to change, we must all play a part. It's easy for us to blame society, but now it's way too late, and we must take responsibility. To all my brothers in the streets, I know you feel you gotta hustle cause your peeps gotta eat. Make your moves right and exact. Don't wanna see you laying flat, don't wanna see you catch a bullet black. If we don't build, we'll be destroyed. That's the challenge we face in this race. A poor and unemployed Freud, a philosopher, but I'm a realist, so philosophize this. Without love, we won't exist. To those who passed out there in the deserts and the jungles with pain on their shoulders and heavy bundles, I pray each one will ascend to new heights and new enlightenment. And this is why I'm writing it. Yeah, this is the memory of
Lynette Greenwich, Cookie Murray, yeah, Ross, Laverne Lala Island, John Hood, Kevin Fredericks, Johnny Charles, Leslie Clark, Edward Clark, Tommy Saunders, Princess Di, Don Clark, Betty Shabazz. This is in memory of
Fed will print as much money as it wants. Unlike the U.S. dollar, gold has historically withstood recession.
Up and that's staring your face. It seems something like you up and that's staring your face. It seems something like you up and that's staring like you up and that's staring like you up. Staring your face. It seems something.
Remember me, the one you got the whole style from.
You up and that's staring your face.
Remember me, the one you got the rhyme style from.
You up and that's staring your face. It seems something.
Remember me, the one you got the rhyme style from. Yo, disperse from all this. Who the culprits that claim to be the newest? Rapping bullshit, my rhymes get Ruger endorsements. My song boosts and it sex sells through the ceiling. Let's talk with guns, convo till the police come. Give you a red shirt with the wet hat to match. First act like it's Hamburger Hill for real. It's red dawn when the mall get it on. My outfit stuck on some wild out shit. All about it, we move gambit through the overcrowded. forthwith. Pull out long fifths, extended clips, point the nozzle and shift your back dish. Me and the clique, I sit down and eat dinner. Wake up every morning, write a new banger. To strike harder than your best attempt to sound like P. Or the H-A-V-O-T, nigga. Remember me? The one you got the technique from? Remember me? The one you got the freestyle from? Remember Jack? I told y'all to protect your neck. Simple like it, that's your honest. Fake one, take one. No ultimatum, face one, there's no escape from. Straight from the brain come the great one. My blade swung, decapitate the snake head, slit your snake tongue, take one false maneuver, you a mystery. Unsolved, the mob that revolves automatically involved. Muscle bound, stand, surround, commercial thugs, pop, turtle dove, Larry, suit, and purple glove. Me and you can have some fun, make it a blast. You couldn't take the impact, but still show the bad. Blood for blood, veteran, covered in mud, wounded in the midst of war, still trading slugs, getting major love. Way above you knew coming, I come thundering with the heat of 2 summers. When I enter the zone, move mountains with the brothers alone. Before the words rip through the microphone, chrome dip lyrics are known as split stone. You private eye home in, but can't seem to clone. Remember Pun, the one you pick your whole shit from. Remember Pun, shots away the moon and blew away the sun. Remember Pun, the one with over 1,000 guns. Yeah, Mr. Ready, Prodigy, Technique, you beat and Bronx Trilogy, lyrically hazardous for your rock, free on your royalties, spoil your plans, spoil your grams, take a shot, fold all your hands, spoil your man, make a mind, take all you made. Point you gay on hot 97, drop by your dwelling, got the weapon right behind your melon. Ain't no telling when the bullet's behind the trigger. I do it to live, niggas, the bullet surprise winners. You wouldn't survive, nigga, if I chose you. Throw you from ear to ear, showing your whole vocal. Who told you you could roll through? My lyrics practically rose you from the grave like the crows do. I told you a long time ago, don't ever fuck me, cause if I leave you half dead, consider yourself very lucky. Very ugly from the face up, keep you laced up. So we grill, rock, jubilate, triple shakes, what?
Yeah, that was a big pun with Spectre Deck and Prodigy from Mobb Deep. You know, that was 98 Big Pun's album. When I play stuff like that, people don't say, well, geez, man, I call it, where do you get this? Look, that's what I basically, my young years and my 20s and 30s, that's the type of music I listen to. You know, all the stuff y'all listen to now, I can't relate it to it. You know, so I go back to the stuff I grew up with. You know, it is what it is. You know,
fire.
My ex-girlfriend Tasha, you know, I think I ever told this right. Raekwon was Raekwon's girlfriend.
Okay,
you know, teenager, right. You know, and all the time I was asking her when I was dating her, you still love that nigga, don't you? Right? She said, no, oh yeah, this and the old thing, blah blah blah. Raekwon came to me because Raekwon used to live in VA, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my friends was like, oh, Ray came, you know, we did his show, and he said, I'll tell you hi. I'm like, I'll be sitting there like all jealous, whatnot. Oh, really? What not? She go crazy. I'm like, oh, jeez, man, I'm only a man right here.
There you go,
Raekwon, man, the chef, you know, Raekwon. But I like Raekwon. That was my boy, though, you know. Yeah, yes. I always thought the Wu-Tang Clan was down to earth. What do you think about them, Dalbo?
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to mess with. Yeah, I like Wu-Tang, man. I like all of them cats, man.
Go ahead, Albo.
Yeah, I like all of that. I like the RZA and all of those dudes, man. I like their music, man. I like how they get down.
Yeah.
And they look out for each other, which is
brother. I
really cool.
like they were example of brotherhood. That's what I liked
There you
about
go.
it, you know.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that
how
has
black
that
men got to
brotherhood.
be, man. We got to
They
look
were the
out for each other.
only group that survived. Like they were 5% and stuff like that, and they survived. Yeah, went mainstream. You know,
And they brought the Wu-Tang Clan. They actually brought that copyright that company and all of that, man.
yeah, copy of the emblem. You know, this trademark.
Yeah, and own those movies.
Yeah.
It's a really entrepreneur type.
I like RZA. RZA really reinvented himself when he started was American Gangster or not, you know. He really it was really surprising me. He played in that movie Ghost Dogs, and he made the movie Ghost Dogs.
And actually trained, man, really trained him and
I know he knows martial arts were good. Jiu-Jitsu's good, you know, all those guys are martial arts.
Woodbine, those guys actually dealt with a dude from the Shaolin Temple in New York.
Yeah.
And so he really learned the skills.
Yeah.
I had a friend named Mark, he's a Wing Chun dude.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Oh, you do the Chun? I used to do some of the
I Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do. I'm mostly Jeet Kune Do. It's the same thing, but I like Wing. I do Wing Chun, but not the formal Wing Chun. I like more more like boxing, and I use Wing Chun like this form, the Man Sao, Wu Sao, whatever. But I use it like a boxing.
Sao, yeah.
I use like a boxing.
Bong Sao,
Tan Sao.
That Bong Sao,
tan boxing, right? Because I let somebody throw punches at me all day, and I keep catching them with my tan, in the Quan Sao, I do Tan Sao, Quan Sao, boom, and nobody can get near me, man, right? But when I teach techniques, I freaking mastered, right? And people out there, we be sparring all day. Nobody lay a glove on me, right? But I'll be like, I would tell my teacher, when is it gonna look like the kung fu movies? But my teacher like, it's the main thing is a fight. It ain't gonna look pretty like that's choreography,
Oh yeah, man. I used to train, man.
It's like when you just do it right, you're supposed to do it. It works, But
I used to train really hard in that Wing Chun, man.
Yeah, I trained. I got the Chum Cows, the second
Chum
form.
Q, the second form.
I never learned. I learned a little Bill G. I never learned my fingers. I never learned my fingers.
Flying fingers.
Yeah, flying fingers. That's really dangerous, Yeah, I say so. But for the Bill G style, I use my knuckles. My center knuckle. I never got to the fingers. That's just you really got trained. I got the iron palm stuff, but I never. One day I might go in my backyard and take some sand, heat it, use an iron palm limit I got right, and then develop my iron hand skills. You
got some liniment. You got to get some.
I got all that. I got the Tiger Bomb limit. I got all that.
The Tiger Bomb.
Never took the time to get training because my teacher. Like I said, when you get older, right, everybody moves off, right.
Yeah.
It's been like since 2006. So I really trained. I had my last match 20 years ago, real match.
Wow.
In 2006, I started working in a club, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see my teacher for like years, right? And outside after 3 in the club, I said, "Yo, man," I told him, I said, "I thank you for everything you taught me because I actually had to use it in the club for that situation." And everybody's like, "Oh," and I had a couple of guys, security guys, on the field. We go to Red Wing Park. And they'll say, "Yo, show me that shit you did last night." They were like, "Yo, when you did that shit with your hand, blah, blah, blah." They go, "You gotta teach me that shit, man."
I like the joint locks, man.
Yeah,
that's my thing.
And also, I did was I added jujitsu, stand-up jujitsu strangulation. As a finisher. You always got to have a finisher. And to me, strangulation, submission was the best finisher. Like this. Or if you get a good kicker. One thing I never really was good at is kicks.
I can't do them like I used to, but I used to be able to jump straight up and whip a kick, man.
I just only kick I was ever good at is a crescent kick, the front crescent kick.
I would take a crescent, like doing a crescent kick, and then I would jump straight up, man, and come down almost like an axe.
Like a double kick. You axe it down. Yeah,
axe it down.
That's dangerous. I got hit by one of those, man.
I used to knock guys out with that all the time.
He almost knocked me out, man, with that shit, man.
All the time. When I started training,
the thing came up. I thought he meant. Also, next thing you know, the thing's coming back down. Bam. In my head, I was like, "God damn, that shit hurt, man." I thought I was blacking out. I was like, "Damn."
We used to when we, we mimicked the, run, sure. So all of us used to get out there. And, even before we started formally training, we go out there and we get out. Maybe one day I'll see if one of my brothers, Joinski, will send me his film, and you'll get a chance to see me, man, practicing my kung fu.
Yeah, we love that stuff back in the days, man. And then after we go training, man, we all put on the kung fu movies and watch kung fu movies for like 4 hours straight.
There
Like,
you go, man.
The freaking
you ever went to the 42nd to the doo-wop?
Man, get your bucket of chicken. Back in the day, man. I mean, and watch like three Wang Jang Lee and this, that, thing, man.
Just go down and get a gyro.
Oh my God, we had buckets of chicken,
get a 40 and go down to the deuce.
Yeah, 40 deuce, man. Kung fu movies all day.
Watch the kung fu. You watch about 3 or 4 kung fu movies, man.
All day.
Everything, the food, everything costs you about $5.
Yep, we go to that Kansas Fried Chicken, get a bucket of chicken.
Yeah,
and go into movie theaters, man. We was chilling. Right? We know how to have fun back then,
Yeah.
And then after the movies, we go hit Carvel on the way back upstate. What do you know about that stuff, man?
I don't know nothing about that, man. Carvel was the joint, man. Back
Carvel
in the day.
but what I love about Carvel? That was my first. That was a step up for me, right? Because this is what happened. Every time Mr. Softy came around, my father run inside and give us those nasty freeze pops,
Oh yeah.
And y'all don't even know. Everybody in the block be eating it. I got my ice cream. I got they only that ice cream. Got their banana splits and whatnot. And we're sitting there with that little ghetto ass twin pops. My pops cut it half. My pops was cheap, man. And so therefore, when we finally graduated to Carvel, that was those flying saucers and whatnot. That was a step up. That was a step up.
Yeah, we had a Carvel around. We had 2. We had one on 233rd Street, and then we had one up on White Plains Road.
Yeah, that's the one we used to go there. Yeah, and check us out. People don't know that, man. With that, I don't know if that's good or bad having Mr. Softy come around, because it just shows you who had money, who did. You know what I'm saying? Who just, you had the pretty girl with the family got money when that she comes to the thing with the boyfriend, and they got their nice banana splits and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then you're sitting there like all dust. That's why I said as soon as I was able to work, man, when I turned 14, 15, I got to get a job. I didn't want to freaking be broke no more. I'm worried about my father. Ask my father for $1. You don't need no damn Mr. Softy. Yeah, you go up there.
Gotta have your joint, have your bicycle. Yeah, I didn't know you was into the arts like that. I know you.
Man, dude, man. That's how a lot of what I am right now is because I studied martial arts for years.
Oh yeah.
I studied yin and yang, all that stuff like that. I studied. Yeah, I used to train heavily. I still do. I meditate a lot.
Yeah, I still got.
I have a training partner right now because like I said, all my friends are older now, and they moved off, they married and everything like that. So, and I saw my one guy, Ernest, right? Bumped into him like a couple of years ago, right? Mm-hmm. This guy, Ernest, like, older guy, he was older than me at the time, right? But this guy got good, man. He got good. My boy Chris said, yeah, he fights like in the kung fu movies now. Yeah, he knows how to bridge search and everything like that. He's bad, right? So I said, oh man, I bumped into him. I said, Ernest, we got some training. He goes, oh man.
Let me see if you used to do what I
gave it all up, man. I gave my life to the Lord,
Let me see if you used to do what I used to do back in the days. I used to go to the Pagoda. You remember the Pagoda down on Canal Street?
I know. I heard about that. Was Seafood Chow?
No, the Pagoda was actually back in the days. If you wanted to see I was so into kung fu. If you wanted to see a kung fu film with the subtitles, you had to go all the way down to Chinatown to this movie theater called the Pagoda.
No, I never been down there. I've been down to Canal Street and all that, but I never been to the.
I used to go to Canal Street. In fact, I was so into this to me and my friends, we were so into kung fu that I used to go down there to train with a guy down there in Chinatown.
Yeah.
There was a
Seafood Chow. Seafood Chow is a Wing Chun master. He's in Chinatown.
Yeah.
I used to buy his tapes. That's why I first started. I used to buy his tapes. I got a whole collection of Wing Chun tapes.
Man, I used to have.
I got a
whole. My wife
still
messed up my collection, man. I had like 300.
I got VHS. I still got VHS.
I had 300 VHS tapes.
So what I got to do is convert them to a CD.
Oh man, I mean, and I used to have all of the karate magazines. I grew up in all that.
I used to subscribe to
Inside Kung Fu. Remember Inside Kung Fu?
I used to subscribe to that Black Belt magazine. I used to subscribe to all that. I was deep into martial arts.
I used to go to karate schools, man. to fight them dudes, man.
I used to go. I had
fu.
my last match was at a Taekwondo school, right? And this is how it happened, right? When people listen to this, I'm not saying Carl's a tough guy. No, and I don't want anybody to challenge me. When look, I'm a peaceful man. Anyway, when I was training, right, this was like after 3 years, I finally learned how to fight, right? After fight, right? So anyway, we went to this Taekwondo. My boy Chris, my teacher, this guy wanted to hire him, right? He's this guy is an ex-Marine and everything like that. And he has a school, him and his girlfriend, some white chick, right? They were like Taekwondo black belts, right? His Dan, he's like a 7'3" Dan, and his teacher is in Korea, right? So anyway, what happened was we went there and started training, right? And I was like, we wanted to show him some Jeet Kune Do, Wing Chun, whatever like that. Anyway, this one kid with dreadlocks had a freaking attitude towards me, right? He's like, all right, man. He just had an attitude like, yeah, but like I know I'm a green. He was a green belt. I said, all right, bro, you gotta do it like this, brother. And so finally, man, I didn't know when we went to this little tiny room. That's how you spar. This room, you could touch the ceiling with your hand,
Wow.
And and it's real small, right? So you get to spar in a tiny space, So anyway, the guy challenged me to a fight. I said, well, that's the first time I got really challenged. Before it was just sparring. Like, that's the first time somebody seriously challenged me. And I was fucking scared. I was like, oh shit, Even though I had an idea I could beat him, right? But I was just terrible. I said, then when I looked at my teacher Chris, he was like, man, I can't help you now. That's shit. That was real when somebody challenged you one night. So I get up and said, okay, so we're gonna fight, right? And so anyway, the dude gets up, right? He started doing some wild shit, right? And all of a sudden, anyway, I started doing my rolling arms, right? When I rolling arm attack, I popped his hand down and then I lit him up, right? And I kicked him in the stomach, right? And I lit him up, right? All of a sudden, a big knot came on his head, right? And all of a sudden, like, what the hell are you doing? And all of a sudden, anyway, next round 2 comes up, right? He comes up, he does a kick, and I sweeped him. I turned, and I sweeped him, and he fell right on his ass, right? And it was over. I completely broke his spirit, right? And then after that, the school champion, he's a big guy, man. He's like 6'5", whatever like that. He comes over to me, and these guys had pads on. I had no pads on. He had headgear, pad, and everything. He was like, yo, I want to spar with you, right? He goes, get up. I want to spar with you. All of a sudden, anyway, I was just doing, if you use Kung Fu the way it's supposed to be used, it's very effective, right? So basically, all right, he throws a punch. I do a Tansao, right? Before he could retreat the Tansao, I already followed his yin hand in. That means I followed his hand in, right? So that means I detected his live arm when it's about to strike. Before about to strike, I attack. I checked it, right? And also now you can feel its energy about to come. So I'm ready for it. Boom, right here. And then boom, like that. Then I take my other hand before it's done, and I already checked his hand that he's about to withdraw. So I was a step ahead of him and whatnot, and then I hit him, right? So next thing everybody's like, one guy was like, man, I never seen that before. I thought that was only in the movies, saying anyway, what happened was afterwards, like the second round, I threw my I was doing these techniques and I threw my shoulder out of place, and we had to stop the match. But then we was like kicking each other. I was blocking this thing with like a Quan Sao, and I was kicking at the same time. Saying my teacher's like, yeah, 2 big dudes throwing them kicks. That was so fucking funny, Yeah. Like, he was throwing, I was blocking and kicking at the same time. I throw, he blocked one, and he goes, look, afterward, he's like, yo, you gotta teach me that thing you did like this, with what we call a limb lock. In other words, when you pop the person's hand down and you shoot right in, open it up right in. He goes, you gotta show me that shit, man. I'm gonna add that to what I do. That thing you do like this, I said, yeah, that's you Pak or Tansao, and then open it up and then hit. There's many ways they trap the hand and then open it, check it, and then hit.
Went right through his gate in center line.
Yeah, center line, right through the open center line, boom, like that. He goes, yo, you gotta teach me that shit, right? Anyway, the other guy, he's sitting there heartbroken. When I went there to get to change the bathroom, and I come back to the thing, and I heard Walker, the teacher, tell him, well, he's much bigger than you are. He is much bigger than you are. And that's what I heard. I was like, that boy Chris is mad. I'm so pissed at you, man. Yeah. And then before we was leaving, right? This is what I'm gonna tell people this story. Before we was leaving, there's this little nerd guy named Arnie. had glasses on. This guy's a accountant, whatever like that. This guy is a fucking brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? Now, my boy Chris, man, he goes, let me show you some moves. I was like, Chris, yo, let me tell you something, man. For a second there, when Arnie got, this dude was only like 5'5", you know, strong guy. Right? He almost had my boy Chris, my teacher, balled up. That jiu-jitsu was no joke, man, you know?
Oh, yeah, they're like a python, man.
Yo,
they grab a hold of you.
Like, I said, Chris, you gonna fight this guy? I said, yeah. So basically, the dude's glasses came off. He was a nerd.
Oh, he was nice.
He somebody like this, but this dude had my boy Chris. Chris eventually won. He just somehow he got something where he overpowered him and he pinned him. Then we just took him off each other, you know. But the bottom line, the fact that little dude was able to do that, man, Chris was completely defensive because he had his arms and his leg was wrapped. He had one leg wrapped around the other leg, right? It was twisted, you know. And Chris was like trying to get out of that shit. I was like, damn, that little nigga is effective, man. You know.
Yeah, some of those guys, man, they're really good. You know, they can grab a hold of you. You let them.
Oh, you get a hold. They get a hold
of
to
you.
you. What you never do is fight a jiu-jitsu guy on the mat. You take. I know this for a fact. When I worked in the club, that shit is useless in a parking lot. It's useless in close quarters when because they can't do like that. You know. When you fight in a parking lot, they don't like going to the ground because they get all scarred up. You know. So I've seen it. You know.
You use your elbows. And they try to grab you, take your elbows and hit them in the spine.
Oh yeah, elbow or just you ever do gunting, Filipino gunting? That's when you basically attack the limbs as they come in.
Yeah,
you know, you punch the limbs or like bop. Somebody put their hand up, bop, and also you defang. What's it called? Defanging the snake. You know, we basically busting up the limbs as they come in. You know, legs, whatever like that. And so therefore, as you bust up their arms, the arms become useless. You know, they can't.
They have nothing.
You know,
you check them at the limbs. You know.
Yeah, the limbs. Yeah, you're always checking the limbs.
Checking the limbs, and then you shoot at them. Yeah, man. A lot of these guys.
Open them up.
That's why I listen to dudes all the time talk a lot of stuff, man. About
people have no idea what fighting is all about.
What they're gonna do to me because I'm old,
and
they're gonna beat me down. They throw a punch, man. I'm gonna trap it. I'm gonna take their arm back. Let me tell you what happened to me once, man. I was working in school. Like, you know, I think it's like the first time I was working in junior high, 2000. And I still had my other job I was working, but I was working at a school. So this Indian dude, like 6 feet, you know, I'm not a tall dude. He decides that he's going to grab me. You know, like, you know how you try to sun somebody, take your hand and sun you. So he decided, man, in the job, that I don't know what got into him, that he was gonna he was gonna sun me with his hand on the top of my head. And before I knew it, man, I grabbed his wrist and I broke him down, man, and I pinned it back, and he was screaming.
That's what you gotta do, man. You know these techniques.
I took that hand and I almost broke his hand, man. I said, come on, man. A lot of these guys, they talk. See, people who've never been in a fight. See, I'm from the project, man. We had no choice but to fight. You in the project and you give somebody a nickel or you give somebody a quarter one day, every day they're gonna come to you. Yo, give me that nickel, man. Give me that quarter. You're not even gonna be able to get no candy, no nothing. So you gotta fight. So that's why I tell people who run their mouths and never been in a fight before, you think, oh, I'm young and this and that. And this dude was younger than me. I'd snatch a, you know what a kodagashi is?
No.
A kodagashi is if you take the back of your palm, and with one hand, and you take the other hand with your thumb, and you twist it back. So you grab somebody in it almost like you're twisting it around. That's called a kodagashi. It's a Japanese term. Okay, it's a jiu-jitsu move. And once you grab them in that kodagashi, man, they can't do nothing. You control that arm, hand.
It's like Chin-na.
Yeah, it's like I got some books on Shaolin Chin-na, and you grab that bad boy, man. I don't care how big, how strong they are. You bring them down. I brought this sucker down to his knees. He started screaming, and the guy said, "Man, you know what his job used to be? You know why'd you do that, man?" He was scared of me after that, but I didn't really try to hurt him. You know, I didn't really go out there. It was just the reflex, man. As somebody grabbed me, I'm gonna grab him, man, and take him down.
It's just freaking survival.
Yeah, it's the way it is, man. You know, and that's why I was on the thing last night. And somebody telling me how old I am and what their physique is. When you're fighting, that means nothing. How big you are, how strong you are. You know where to hit a person and how to hit them and when to hit them and how fast you hit them. Speed will take care of everything.
Right. I've seen so many big dudes, big muscular dudes get balled up, you know, by smaller
hit you
dudes.
in your throat, hit you in your chin, break your wrist. Come on, man. These cats, man, they talk smack, man. They don't know what they just run in their mouth.
I got another song for the bottom of the hour.
Yes, sir.
Hang on for a second, brother.
All right.
This is it. Dope from the fly kid. The ice mark is back with the high bits. Fuckers you lost the players you're not. Gangster you ain't, you faint punk if you ever heard a gunshot. Yo, the pusher, the player, the pimp, gangster, the hustler, high roller, dead press folder. It's cold lamping like a black king on the throne. Please turn up the microphone so I can ill and break on the rolling tape. Another album to make, great. Islam turned the bass, kick up a bit. Hype the snare, now I gotta flip the fit and ride the track like a black neck in his lack. Hit the corner slow where the girls are at and kick game the way it should be done. How you gonna drop science? You're dumb, stupid, ignorant. Don't even talk to me. In school you drop math, science, and history, and then you get on the mic and try to act smart. But let me tell you one thing: you got hard to perpetrate your fate. You just wait till the press shove a mic in your face. Or you meet Boogie down at Just B, that's the Sonic or the Big Daddy. And they ask you about the game you claim you got. Drop science now, why not? You start to sweat and fret, it gets hot. How'd you get into this spot? You played yourself. Yo, you played yourself. I'm no authority, but I know the DEAL when it comes to dealing with the female. What you got, they want, cash is what they need. Slip sucker and they'll break you with speed. But you meet a freak, you try to turn her out. Spending money's what I'm talking about. But you fool out, your pocket got flew out. And after the date, no boots, you got threw out. Mad and shook cause your duckers got took. Call her up, phone's off the hook. But who told you to front and flaunt your grip? You can't buy no relationship, you played yourself. Yo, homeboy, you played yourself. I'm in the MC game, a lot of MCs front, and for the money they sell out stunt. But they claim that they're rich and that they keep cash. Yo, let me straighten this out fast. 200,000 records sold, and these brothers start yelling about gold. You better double that, then double that again, and still don't get sued, my friend. You think you made it? You're just a lucky man. Guess who controls your destiny? Fans. But you diss them cause you think you're a star. That attitude is rude, you won't get far. Cause they're turning you quick, you drop like a brick. Unemployment's where you'll sit. No friends cause you diss them too. No money, no crew. You're through, you played yourself. That's right, you played yourself. You played yourself. Yo, you played yourself. You got problems, you claim you need a break, but every dollar you get, you take. Straight to the dope man, try to get a beam up. Your idle time is spent trying to scheme up another way to get money for a jumbo. When you go to sleep, you count 5-0s, lying and cheating. Everybody you're beating, dirty clothes and you're skinny, cause you haven't been eating. You're rich for your family and your friends. Nowhere does your larceny end. And then you get an idea for a big move, an armed robbery. Smooth. But everything went wrong, somebody got shot. You couldn't get away. The cops rolled your pops, and now you're locked, yo, lamping on death row. Society's fault? No. Nobody put the crack into the pipe. Nobody made you smoke off your life. You thought that you could do dope and still stay cool? Ooh, you played yourself. You played yourself. Ain't nobody else's fault. You played yourself.
As you know, that was Ice-T.
All right, everybody, we are live.
That was Ice-T. You played yourself, 1987. That song was rocking. That song made me an Ice-T fan. That song really played well on the East Coast here in America. That's what I said. So East Coast, West Coast thing. Ice-T played it. Did you see when he played that at Apollo Theater, $1 Bill?
No, I didn't go there when he played.
No, but you see it on TV.
Oh yeah.
Yo, man, he brought the house down, man. You know, so much for the East Coast, West Coast. Yo, he had the whole house. That's what I said. We don't care about that stupid stuff. East Coast, you know, you're from Los Angeles, you're our brother, you know?
Yeah, he was nice, man. Colors on. I love that movie he did, man. I like how he reinvented himself.
Oh, and New Jack City. That was my best Ice-T role.
Oh yeah,
you know? That was my best Ice-T role. New Jack City.
That was my boy Chris, man. We grew up together.
Which one?
Christopher Williams.
Played
the light skinned brother with the curly hair.
I thought that was Charles Payne.
Nah, Charles Payne was with him. CMB brothers.
Yeah,
Charles Payne. But
you talking about the pretty boy he stabbed in the head? Yeah. I think it's about G Money. No,
we grew up together.
Okay, yeah. That Albert Shaw looking nigga, man.
Yeah, he was real though. He's a real cat, man.
Yeah.
Real cat.
But I'm gonna ask Barudi's comment. Barudi says, Kala, here's a question and observation, I guess. Scholarly black nationalists never disavowed Afrocentricity or pan. That's because, let me tell you something, right? Back then, those so-called scholarly black nationalists were actually communists and socialists, right? And so therefore, if you look at their Afrocentricity and everything they did, it was leftist stuff, you know, with a sprinkling of Pan-African. They weren't real Pan-Africans back in the days. If they were Pan-Africans, I would have nothing to build on, right? I would have had something to build on right now. Myself, $1 Bill, we're starting from scratch. Now, I appreciate them in the past. I guess they were doing what they thought they had to do to get that check coming in, you know what I'm saying? But when you got all of them getting on professorships at colleges and whatnot, and they're basically talking the same liberal talking points and whatnot, and they call themselves Pan-Africans, you know? The question you need to ask is, how could they be a Pan-Africanist or a black nationalist and basically be against the idea of black people having a nation? Isn't that a fair question, $1 Bill? You know?
Absolutely. It's a fair question.
Not one of them ever, you listen to any of them, Amir Baraka, all of who I love and respect. I like Bruce say like this. But the bottom line, I can't follow them, you know? Because the end game of what they're trying to do is they want to change America, change white people, you know, like that. That's the Bill Cosby approach, right? Let's change white people and everything like that. Let's change ourselves to suit white people, make them feel. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with black people. I believe there's something wrong with the situation we find ourselves in America, in a white country, right? That's glorifies in white man and whiteness is worshipped in a country. We're trying to survive in a white country. What part of that don't anybody understand? No Afrocentricity and so like is not going to work in this society. The only thing that's going to work is we have to basically understand that we can do very little in America. We need to pull our money together, you know, and then work on building an independent nation of our own. Where all these things you talk about will just naturally take root. If we're the majority and the people that run the country are beholden to us, then things will work itself out, you know, naturally. I have every faith that will. What you see right now is people trying to survive in a white racist society, you know, and people always put these things on black people. Black people ain't doing this. Black people are just trying to survive. That's why I said I don't get up here and beat up on my people because of what they don't do. I understand that the main thing you want to do is pay your bills.
You want to survive.
You want to survive. So I said, look, how you do it, join the BAL, join the Call Nation, because we're basically understand that. So what we do is we get together in our little secret societies. We go on trips to the motherland, you know. We do deals like that. We want to invest in Africa, so we have an escape. Black America do not have an escape. That's why we act the way we do. So all these people talk about the Afrocentric, and they don't give us no escape. They said basically the only thing reality they live us with is we got to keep catching hell from the white man. You know, so what's the sense of you being said? I might as well just go join the MAGA, man. They'll still go easy on me. You know, that's the way black people think. You know, they said, damn, Trump's about to buy Greenland. This guy's powerful or not. You know, black people are going to follow that because black people ain't going to follow you and your stupidity. You got to put something on the table if you want people to listen to you. You know, I got something black people listen to. Nationhood and building black African infrastructure is something people listen to. You know,
people kept thinking they're going to do it here in America.
No,
white people had a civil war because they wouldn't let other white people succeed the Union.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to allow us to get? I mean, I keep hearing these people tell us nonsense. Oh, why don't you just get a couple of states? Like white people going to give up the revenue.
Tolliver, right? I like the guy and everything like that, but he said we just can't look. Don't you think they understood that we can't let 10 million black people concentrate in a state? They make sure the jobs, everything like that is so calculated that it keeps us a few here, a few there, and we're scattered all over the country. You know, there ain't so many black people that's gonna end up in Georgia. They know that. You know, they already got this planned out, bro. They ain't gonna let you. They are gonna let you. Even the Hispanics, right? Even you say, well, Hispanics are the largest group in California, but what they don't tell you is most of the Hispanics in California identify as white, and they're more in Los Angeles. They're more racist than the white people are. You know,
it's the same in Miami. You got all of these Hispanics with Josh Hernandez. You know, they got and all of this, and basically they're white folk.
The white people, you know. So bottom line is they play the POC thing, right? To play both sides of the equation. We didn't play there. Black people, we're just black. We can't just basically like switch over like this. They basically are white in their mind and their culture, everything 24 hours a day until election time and they start talking about Hispanic issues, whatever like that. But most of the time they blend as white, you know.
You know, that the brother that I told you that you Tolliver, I don't see him. I'm looking for him. On is that the brother from yesterday? Yeah, man. You got to get that brother a shot, man.
Yeah, I will. I'll give him a shot too, man. But the bottom line, I think people trying to sell me on America, dude, man.
Yeah, that's all right. You know, he'll learn. You know, see, I think what happens is, when people get a chance to get out of America and see, you know, I haven't been to Africa. I've been to Cuba, and I'm telling you, man, just that little trip. You know, I've been to the Caribbean and all that stuff, you know, several times. But just that trip going to Cuba, which is in the Caribbean, was a very much enlightened place, man. I loved it, man. I was like, wow, man. It's just
you realize there's more to life than America and white people, you know?
Yeah. And it was just
not everybody in the world thinks like white Americans, you know. You realize that, you know, there's a whole world out there that we've been so loyal to America, but we don't know where our friends might be, you know.
There you go.
We might find friends in Japan, China,
and I found nothing but love out there. I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
Yeah,
I found the children out there was so great, and I told them take me to to my brothers and sisters, and you know, I went out there and looked for black vendors and stuff, and in the black community, where I could support them financially. And so that's one of the things that I'm going to be doing, either before or after I come back from Africa, is I plan on going back to Cuba and bring some supplies to the children, especially the little black children.
You know, it would be great if we could connect, be the liaison. This is where we could shine. There's no real connection between Liberia and Cuba. Maybe you could be that connection, you know?
Oh, I would love it, man.
You know, you and Liberia, just all it is plugging people together. You know, have somebody high up in education in Cuba. Remember, Cuba basically go to a lot of countries and supply medical doctors, trained doctors. You know.
Oh yeah.
You know,
anybody who's black, they'll let them go to school for free if they have the.
Yeah, so we want to put that together. You
the
know,
education.
Imagine how much political capital gain if they know the BAO was able to send a group of people, students to Cuba to study medicine and whatever like that. Well, how would our profile in Liberia? Like, you think we have to worry about people like Elvis and all these other people talking again? No.
Elvis.
Yeah, all these goofballs. Yo, check this out. I want to play a video of I had to play this video. It's about the student. They're marching in Liberia, and they're marching in Liberia, and they basically protested. And now people are calling for the government to shut down student groups in the country, because this is what these people, these so-called progressives, started You know, everything is these kids are so radicalized. You know, because they have unrealistic expectations. You know,
sad.
You got people to manipulate people who are uneducated and whatnot, and so political office, schools have become a political. They're not going there getting an education. They're going over there being radicalized and with politics. You know, so they talk about banning politics, all student politics altogether in the University of Liberia, and you got this from America about to take over that place. You know.
I'll be right back.
In America, we have a wildfire because these
remote
Democrats,
access,
climate change bullshit, they said caused this fire. You know, Gavin Newsom's a joke. Half of Los Angeles rich neighborhoods are burning down. You know, because I don't know how it started, but the bottom line is ridiculous. You know, they don't have any water to put the fire out in a first world country. You know, freaking ridiculous. You know, so okay, let me play this video, folks. Let's see. Okay.
Desk and ticketing, smart automations.
Guys, hello and welcome to the Liberian TV Network. Today is January 7, 2024, Mr. 2025, and we are right here in Central Town. I'm really, really sorry. I have seen most of you guys comment with regards to the 2024. You know, we just entering into the new year, and it actually going to take some time in order for me to actually transition to this 2025 issue. But howbeit, I actually admire and respect all of these comments and this correction because it's really normal. Sometimes when we are behind the microphone, we definitely forget, and we are just basically focused on providing details information with regards to what is happening in the country. But howbeit, again, I want to say I'm sorry. This is January 2025. I don't know. I'm just trying to carry the year backward. I know more people are like angry. Why this guy always trying to carry the year backward? But howbeit, today is January 7, 2025, and we are right here in Central Town trying to bring you all of the major happenings and also showcases some major places in Central Town. This is what we were meant to do, and this is what we intend to do on a daily basis because with this, definitely, it helps a lot of people about what happened in the country. People are informed. Many of our followers, they are not in the country. Some are abroad. Of course, some stay in the country, and this is how many of them get breaking news. This is how many of them definitely know about some major happenings in the country. Again, I'm Francis KD Kopo. You can like, share, and comment on our Facebook and YouTube channel. So yesterday there was a series of things that actually happened, and also today we will be going the Ministry of Information, Culture, and Tourism to bring you live press briefing so regards to some training issues, what is happening in the country. But today we will also let you know with regards to what is happening in the country. So yesterday, students from the University of Liberia, especially the Student Unification Party, the oldest, student, movement at the University of Liberia, and the most longest serving student political party at the campuses of the University of Liberia. Yesterday paraded the streets of Monrovia, conscientizing citizen Keke riders, young people with regards to the reopening of the university. They were throwing the slogan, no school, no sooner, no school, no sooner, no school, no sooner. So the president of the Republic of Liberia, President Boka, is to address the nation around January 22nd, which consecutive going to make him 1 year exactly into the presidency. And he is to actually catalog all of his achievements, some failures as well within 2024. And then he will proceed as to what kind of strategy or what map he's going to use for 2025. So, and that occasion is going to be graced by international diplomat, other partners, and many individuals going to actually be there during that section. So the student want to use that particular forum to actually say to President Baka, if you cannot adhere to they reopen up the university, definitely will not allow you to speak.
See, this is what's going on, right? The students have these demands. First of all, they were basically, whether their demands are met or whatever like that, they're basically angry. Whatever. So basically, there's agitators amping students up to protest one night, and they're going to coincide the protest when the president is about to address the nation as first year anniversary, while there's foreign dignitaries, potential investors in the country. This is done a Liberian way, how to scare off investors, and making Liberia unstable. Okay, this is what's going on. So when Elvis's friend gets up here and tells me about the progressive movement, there's no different from these kids nowadays that are wrecking Liberia. They're the same freaking thing. Now, Bokai is a native man, right? They're doing the same thing to him. Unrealistic expectations, lies, unrealistic expectations. Yeah, they might have legitimate grievances and everything like that, but the bottom line is this idea. And then they found out recently, they said police investigators said, yeah, they're holding 3 people of interest in the fire at the Capitol building. It was set on fire. No shit, that was no electrical fire. So despite the fact what Elvis says and everything like that, and his lying ass compadre from the progressive movement. This is what you have with so-called progressive movements. Everywhere, whether it's Black America, Africa, and everything. That's why, to tell you the truth, now I'm starting to look at President Museveni in Uganda and say maybe he did a good thing. Shutting down these so-called progressives. People who basically they don't know anything about the country. They have good ideas, heart, and everything like that. It's time for a change. Okay, maybe sometimes you guys
sound like them liberals in America.
Yeah, that's what it is. Liberals are progressive. Liberals are more dangerous than anything else because they sound so legitimate, like they care about the people. No, liberals care about power. And they use your grievances to gain power, and that's what it's all about. And so this is how Liberia was destroyed. By liberal forces, basically preaching Marxism and stuff like that. We need change of the old guard and all like that. And then when they got the power, they destroyed the country.
Can I ask you a question? A similar related situation. Did I send you that information about all these white people getting citizenship in Ghana? And now I'm looking in Frenchie said Dr.
Yeah,
Umar.
everybody Ghana's giving everybody, so they're giving out like they give away candy. So that's no.
What the hell is that about? What the hell is that about?
Check this out. Omar is in Ghana because he was supposed to have his school open now on Kwanzaa. Remember he said that? 2025 Kwanzaa, his school will be definitely open,
Yeah, right.
And so therefore, I forgot. So what just happened in Liberia? What else did not happen in Liberia? Elvis's people, the native people, That's what happened in Liberia.
I didn't say because he's gonna swear I'm hating and
I'll just tell you, man. It's a native people.
And all this stuff.
It's a native people. Elvis can't run. He's hiding right now. He would love to come up here, but he's hiding. He can't. He got some explaining to do. His people with their we got power when the country has no peace with what they started. The Liberians figured that they have a method to get in there, use the civilized in a civilized world, protests and stuff like that works. And it's amongst civilized people. When people aren't civilized, what they do is they use the laws to try to destroy the country.
There you go. Burn it down.
Burn it down,
They're in the majority.
We're the majority, we could burn it down if we want to.
Because we didn't build it, we might as well burn it down.
Yeah, they don't build nothing, but they could burn it down, Yep. So I had this one lady, Angela Paris, she's a crew lady one night. She's a mean crew lady on Facebook. She put a thing on Facebook saying the Congo people own all land. Let's say everybody, even my boy Sam Cooper said, even some native people said, man, the Congo people aren't in Grand Jita, the hinterland, stuff like that. He goes, they were like, they simply are hardworking. They knew what they were doing. And so like this, the Congo people own all the land in Liberia. The native people own the land, but native people don't want to build that shit, So they sit in America. She sits in America. And all they do is sit around and talk about the Congo people. 45 years later, they're still talking about the Congo people, right?
There's someone that she's on the Afro Dumbass show, and she's I wonder if she's the same Liberian lady who comes up there talking about.
Is she on TikTok? There's one Liberian called my your big auntie. She's on TikTok.
Oh, no, I don't know. I gotta check it out.
Mean. I said, my big auntie, I love you. Shut up, Kyla. I don't want to hear nothing about your love. She's a bitter native Liberian woman one night that lives in Ohio.
Oh man, of course.
I'm like, what the hell, man? So she's like, well, Black Americans, they think they're this, they think that. I'm like, we don't think like that. You know, we don't think we're better. Which we go, okay, first you go, why they fall to the Congo people? People of African American descent are called the Congo people for a reason. Because the Congo people are people, original Congo people were people who were the U.S. and the British Navy were captured as slave ships, right? Intercepted slave ships, and they needed a place to send them to, right? So Liberia was paid $25 a head to take all these recaptured people and integrate them into Liberian society. So what happened was these Congo people they caught at the high seas became the majority, right? In the settlement, right? So the natives start calling both groups of people Congo people, you know, that's they start calling both people American Liberians. American Liberians are called Congo people, but the original Congo people came from the Congo. They basically, and then they basically, I guess, thought that the American Liberians looked like Congo people anyway, so they all call them Congo people. You know, that's what they call them. You know, so they call the Caribbeans and the African Americans Congo people. You know, because they were confused because they thought they came from Congo like the people that were captured on slave ships. And that was his notion that, it's interesting. Liberia has a very interesting, complex, nuanced history, you know? Don't listen to Elvis, whatever you do, you know, because he ain't going to tell you the truth, you know? So what we're doing is basically reclaiming what our ancestors built. It's our duty, you know? We can't do that.
I had to listen to Baruti all that of this afternoon telling me how he likes Elvis and this.
Of course he does. You know, of course he does. Anybody that's anti-Black American loves Elvis. You know, they love Elvis.
How Elvis makes it so, you know, you guys shouldn't say this and that and this and this and that about Elvis. And I think I tried to have a relationship with Elvis, man. I just, you know.
So the problem with Elvis is
I think we just mortal enemies.
He's a typical Liberian that didn't live when the Congo was there, but he's listened to all the lies that his so-called elders told. These people are wicked. They lie. The Bible says, what? Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. You know, when you look what a lot of these native Liberians, they're wicked people. You know, they lie. They'll look you in the face and straight tell you a lie straight up. You know, they lie. And
Prince of P, come up and start and explain that. The FBA movement is only sadly to normalize and have foreign blacks bow to non-concerned hood rats and thugs. Some, you know, and as the solid 50 and 60% avoid this segment of their own group. Why listen, all the thugs in Haiti,
fruit.
You got barbecue and all that stuff. Why are you worried about thugs in America?
That's what I'm saying, man. They got more problems. They have people eating mud pies and whatnot, and mud cookies and shit. You know, I don't know, man. I just don't understand people, man. It's amazing. You know, it's just freaking amazing. So
Prince of P doesn't want us to have any ego at all.
We can't be proud of who we are. We got to sit back and be ashamed. Anyway, hold up, Dollar Bill.
Mm-hmm.
This has been the College Genesis, chief host of Voice of the College Nation Radio on DeVille Radio. I was broadcasting with my good brother and partner, Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill, you got a website?
No, but people can catch me out on Dollar Bill 46 at YouTube. They can check me out on TikTok. Okay.
Yeah,
at Dollar Bill 508
on TikTok and stuff like that. Like I said, we're building a movement here. You know, we're building a movement here, and I want all my brothers to have shine and influence and everything. That's how powerful we're gonna get. You know, our message is gonna get so out there that when we got thousands of people spreading the African story message, then it can't be stopped. You know. I said, African goddess, right? Have you been listening to this show? And so for y'all, good night and good luck. I'll see you next week. Why not? So that ends the live broadcast. You know.
Okay, is that it for the night?
No. I'm staying on. I got a lot to say. I'm ending the live stream. You know. All right. Well, I'm ending the live stream. Shutting the computer down. I gotta get a new computer. This thing keeps going off on me. I think when the computer goes off on you like that, the screen, that means the motherboard's going, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to screw it. Well, I guess gotta get a new computer. Gotta stop being cheap. I need another computer I use that computer just for my show. You know,
My boy was showing me that the mini Mac, and you can have your own screen, man. It has a lot of memory and it's strong.
Right. Let me get something. You know. Well, anyways, African guy says, so the students are protesting. Why? It's simple. It's because it's Liberia, and that's what they do. No matter who's in power. They were doing this when George Weah, their hero, Native man hero, was in power, you know? But one thing about George Weah, he wasn't playing. He said, y'all ain't gonna put me on no damn pole, shoot me, you know? They had their so-called march up to the Capitol Hill. George Weah sent out a big truck with hot water and sprayed the people one night. People were like, I wasn't part of no march or whatnot. Then they went to block to block, rounding people up who was in march. It wasn't me. You know, so the bottom line is this, you know, this is what started decades ago during the rice riots. So you got people agitating students up there for political gain, using the students, using them. They just use them. They give them drugs. They give them all kinds of stuff, food and everything, and have them go out there and do their bidding. It's very simple. It's a simple playbook of Liberian politics. That's what it is. So do they got, of course, everybody protests have legitimate concerns. But the way they're going about doing it, somebody set fire to the Capitol building. They're basically trying to disrupt president's speech with foreign. They look, Liberia is very conscious, trying its best to attract African Americans and other people to come to Liberia, live, and invest in everything. The student is people use the students to try to scare off people from coming to Liberia. But I already made a commitment. We're coming, so they could try all they want. We're going to be there, you know. So, one thing we cannot do is give in to them. You know, we give in to the forces like Elvis and his Victor, not whatever his name is. We give in to those demonic forces and whatnot, then they win. And that's not going to happen. Can I get a witness, dollar bill?
Amen. Amen.
It cannot happen, bro. I'm sorry. There's one
and I think that's why he's here. He's here to try to dissuade us, because we were having a beautiful conversation yesterday talking about IT. And all of a sudden, man, this cat comes up here with a bunch of nonsense, man.
Yeah, he loves doing that, you know. We got more important things to worry about than stupidity.
Have you ever heard him say anything positive since he's been on the show?
You know, I never had nothing. He never had anything positive to contribute to the platform. All he does is talk a bunch of nonsense, you know. You know, and then you're gonna try to bring somebody up here that could debate me. And the guy, I got so many holes in the story, man. The guy was a freaking outright liar, you know. Talking about, oh yeah, I was there. So, okay, the progressive people that said, and he lied. You know what he said? The Doe didn't listen to it. Yes, they did. Barkus Matthews, Amos Sawyer, all those were progressive. They were actually put in charge, right? Because Doe said, we don't know anything, right? But Doe had the final say so, but they were the one crafting the policy. They were the one who rewrote the Constitution, everything like that. So those not there. They were the one who did that, right? And so bottom line is, what they wanted was absolute power. That was not going to happen. You don't freaking, if you're going to overthrow a country, would you hand it over to somebody else? No, I wouldn't do it, you know?
Hell no.
I'd be like, hey, I went to put my life on the line to overthrow the shit. Now,
they put their blood in the soil.
Yep.
Right?
So they
not going to give it to somebody.
You know, that was stupid. That was
Frenchie wants you to answer the question on there.
What's that? What's the song? Why are your thoughts on the Thugaboo crew? What's that Thugaboo? What's that?
Frenchie needs to come up and tell us, or
yeah,
she needs to put it in the back chat.
I
didn't hear anything or see it.
It's created by African. It didn't pick Africans in a positive. I don't follow a lot of this garbage that be online. You know, I be following stuff that's going to enlighten and everything. A lot of this stuff that be online, I don't follow it when I'm stupid and ignorant and dumb. You know, I don't know what it is. I never heard of it. I don't know anything about it. If you could send me a picture of it or come up here and put it in the screen share, you know. It's a very old cartoon. I don't know.
I never heard of it.
I never heard of it either. You know,
Thugaboo Crew.
Thugaboo Crew. I never heard of it. You know, they're making fun of Black Americans. You know. Yeah. So.
She says it's a very old cartoon, but I've never seen it.
I never heard of it. You know.
Do we know Black people did it? Or was it some of these white folks that said?
Yeah, a lot of times white people basically create stuff. Like I think a lot of Africans have a hard time believing white people could be racist. You know, we most of the negative stuff we learned about Africa didn't come from black; it came from white people. You know, they said all the cartoons and stuff like that showing Africans as savages and whatnot. They say you don't want to be no African. Why? Because all the cartoons. What was all that about? Well, they always show Africans cooking somebody in a pot. You know, remember that?
Oh yeah.
They always portray Africans as basically beaten savages, and you're gonna cook.
The Chinese with Fu Manchu.
Yeah, you know, Fu Manchu and whatnot. You know, hello, Mr. Honorable such and such, whatever like that. You know, so all these stereotypes.
We call Asians Orientals.
Yeah. So bottom line is,
she said it aired on Nickelodeon a couple of times. And African Americans put that up on Nickelodeon.
Right.
I don't know.
No, we what you call it? And also remember Mr. Magoo, right? The Chinese guy, Mr. Magoo. Remember that, Mr. Magoo?
He couldn't see anything. He was blind.
He was blind. Roadhog. That was Jim Backus. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You know that was Jim Backus. You know,
Tarzan,
Lord of the Jungle and whatnot. You know, just swinging through the tree and whatnot. Even a white man freaking could run Africa. You know.
She said it was a waning. She was a waning brother.
There's a lot of stuff they made I never heard of. They made it for Nickelodeon. Remember something? You gotta say something, Frenchie. A lot of these people, although we like them, there's a lot of people sellouts. You know,
they did the stuff with the two when they did the black gay guys.
Yeah, Antoine and whatever. Mm-hmm. You know, so the Wayans people, they're about the money. I Live in Color. That was good, but I don't know. You know, and I guess they did what they had. They were like the first black millionaire comedians, from the grassroots.
They did the thug, the homeless guy.
Yeah. So like I said, I don't know what they did, but I would say it wasn't popular. It wasn't popular. I don't know anything about it. I don't watch Nickelodeon. Do you?
No.
I never watched Nickelodeon.
Not since my kids were a certain age.
When I was a kid, it was out. It wasn't that. It was popular, but it was like they played mainstream cartoons. They would just play Looney Tunes.
Remember they did the thing, the projects, the PJs. It was that Eddie Murphy.
Was that Nickelodeon?
It was on every year, but the projects.
Yeah, I never. I never got into that. The Parkers and the PJs. I never got into all that. It
was a cartoon. All the PJs.
I remember them, I remember them. Oh, I did like is remember Bebe's Kids in the cartoon? I did like that Robin Harris, man. I wish he would have lived,
man. He was a genius.
I was the man back then. Small world. We don't die. We molt the Bebe's Kids. We don't die. We molt. That was genius, right? And then he popped up in Harlem Nights and whatnot. I was like, oh, man. That was a good times, man. The late 80s, you know what I'm saying? That was the most beautiful time in Black America, the late 80s, early 90s, And then something just took a turn for the worse right around 93, 94, They just took a turn for the worse. Our cultures have completely changed, Late 80s, early 90s, man, we had Robert Townsend's. Remember Robert Townsend's
the hoe cakes.
Partners in Crime. Remember that? The bold, the black, the beautiful. Remember that?
Yeah.
We used to have so much fun.
Hoe cakes, because hoes need cake too.
Yeah. Remember,
Hollywood show.
Remember I was just talking about that. We always talk about that. I was talking about that last night at somebody about Hollywood Shuffle, right? I was talking about something. No, but forgot. I don't know if it was on this show, but I was talking about Hollywood Shuffle. I was like, look, man, that one part where he goes, yeah, man, we're at the end. I love the man that the dude came to life. And then he go, I just can't do this, right? He goes, would you be a more black, right? He goes, stick out your tush and do it. You got to be more black. You know what I'm saying? The one part where he goes, Anne Marie Johnson, she was so fine, man, but she was funny too, He goes, how do you like this picture right here? And had Robert Townsend making a cool face. She goes, yeah, I know, I've been embarrassed too. He said, let's kill this motherfucker. They all pull out guns.
Yep, he did that whole thing with his credit cards.
Yo, his credit cards, man. That was for
Financed that whole
that was
movie.
so freaking funny, man. We like I said, I don't know what's going on right now, but no one's coming up with good material anymore. You know, we need another making that Hollywood shuffle. Man. That was just funny, man. You know.
Yeah, we don't have good old fun like that no more.
We don't have no fun belly laughing. You know, when I say belly laughing, means you're cracking the fuck up. You know.
No, this guy Ralph though, that wasn't the guy. The other guy was some kind of Tolliver or something. This is another cat right here.
No, Tolliver is the one that basically called in yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I don't know who this guy is. Ralph
Though. He wants to know more about Liberia. Yeah, Ralph, though, come on the tour with us, bro. You know, you'll tell you. Okay, about Liberia right now, this is what we have to watch out for. I want people to understand this, spread this message right. Yo, most of these protests in Liberia are bullshit. Don't give into this. Don't listen to Elvis. You know, like, there's nothing legitimate about tearing and destroying your country when it's trying to recover from a war.
Well, I tell you, Carla.
You understand the Congo people, the motherfuck the Congo people, right? What are you doing?
Don't get butthurt. Don't get butthurt. Like, why is he always talking about men's behinds?
I said, we're in power. What power do you got? People are starving in that country, you know?
Power to destroy.
And the bottom line is, look, let me tell you something. Right? I'm going to offend some people right now, but it was, look, I'm all for the native man. And Brody don't like when I say this, right? Look, I love my 16 tribes, right? I think God gave them to us, you know, to guide, civilize, learn from, be a part of, and everything like that. You know,
you messing with them. College just trolling, man.
Yeah. And then, like I said, look. So the thing is, I want to see the native man rise, right? But let me tell you something. After everything, right? After all their victories and stuff like that, the native man status has not changed. You know.
Yeah, that's sad.
You know, I hate going to a country where I'm regarded higher than the average person. I hate that shit. That's why I say I don't want a citizenship. I don't want a passport because I know that would be a mark of superiority. You know, me as a Black African American already got privilege, right? You know, marrying one of their queens. You know, and I'm coming there and I got the same right to vote and everything as they do. No, that's not right. That would be unfair. Why don't I get credit for that, Bill?
I don't know, because if it was me, I wouldn't care what they think, to be honest with you.
I know, but I basically I'm always thinking about other people, you know. I'm like,
well, they don't think about us when they come to America.
Of course they don't.
Therefore, they'll tell us they're here for opportunity and they're here to get whatever they can get in America. So if I go to Africa for opportunity to do what I got to do, hey, all is fair.
When I saw that one day when we was at the elections in 2023, right, and I'm at the polling station with Isabella and everything like that. And Dr. Kula, she was just at the same polling station the day before me. Anyway, we're doing. Liberia has a really advanced voting system. I give them that. You know, they got an advanced voting system as far as like you ain't gonna cheat in that election because it's all electronic and stuff like that. You know. Well, anyway, people up there registering to vote or not and everything. I seen this one lady. Somebody rode her on a bike, right? Miles, like she just got off work. When it's like a housemaid or whatever. To get there and register to vote. And I said, that's all that woman has. Poor woman has nothing, you know. That's all that poor woman has is that vote, you know. I said, I ain't got to take that from her.
I wouldn't be taking nothing from none of them. Listen, if I had an opportunity, if I go to Africa, I'm going to do just like Africans come to America to get opportunity. I'm going to get me opportunity. I'm not worried about
I love the opportunity, but I just don't want to participate in their politics, you know.
I'm not interested in their politics. I'm interested.
You don't want to be their politics is toxic, man, you know. They'll use that against you, Black Americans.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what some people want to do. I think some people who come to the show, that's what they want to be. They want to try to so they can say, look at those African Americans. They want to come back to Liberia and they want to do this and they want to do that. You know what I'm saying? I want to go to the beach, chill out, man, relax.
Yeah, man.
I want your responsibility to take over. If I took over something, then I got to feed you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I took over, they wouldn't like it because I'd be like, yo, it'll be martial law. It'll be something.
I want to be responsible for you.
Everybody to work. Mandatory. You better show up here like Paul Kagame they do. They have mandatory everybody out there cleaning, you know, and stuff like that. Like I said, you would not like me. I'll be another Paul Kagame.
Oh, that's what Principe is saying. Man, most media, even AA, some of them promote that and look at AA stand up. People say they love Michael Black. I do love Michael Black.
I love Michael Blackson. You know, Michael Blackson's a funny dude. You niggas, beach ass niggas.
He's making money, man. Michael Blackson is making money.
Black America, we love Michael Blackson. You know, we love, and he loves Black America too. You know.
Come on, what's wrong with Michael Blackson? He's making money.
Michael Blackson could do no wrong in my book, man. I hope he's there in Liberia when we go. You know,
brother's making money. He's doing his thing, man.
He's
taking stereotypes and turning it on their ear and making money.
He's funny as hell, man. He's hilarious.
Genius.
He's a fucking genius, man. Africans should love him, man. You know, I love him, man. I like Michael Blackson, the funniest comedian I've ever seen. He's hilarious. Just mentioning Michael Blackson, I'm already laughing.
Make you laugh, right?
Yeah. You know who I don't think is that funny, man? I met in person Bill Bellamy, you know?
Oh, you met Bill?
At the club, right? I mean, he's all right, man, you know?
But he's not really a good comedian.
When I was working at the club, right, there was this one Mexican girl. She was fine, man. She was like light-skinned Mexican, right? But she was always say she was black, you know? So I was like researching that. Do Mexicans have African-American? She was like, she's
African-American towns in Mexico.
She looks, you know, I guess when you look at her hair, I could see it, but she had like really light skin, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, Bill Bellamy, she was all over Bill Bellamy, man. She was like really sexy. She was beautiful, right? But anyway, Bill Bellamy was like running from her, like blown up. I was saying to myself, is Bill gay? We was like, is he gay or something like that? She was throwing herself at him, you know. And like when she was the type of always come up to the club and whatnot, you know, always type of everybody like, you know, whatever. But you know, Bill Bellamy she was throwing herself with Bill Bellamy. He was like, nah, whatever. And Tracy Morgan came up there. He's funny. But that Kevin Hart came up there. He cracking on everybody.
I think Bill Bellamy's been married, man, for like almost 30 years.
That's probably what it was. He was married.
He's a married dude.
That's probably what it was. That's I think what it was. Because she was. If you see this girl, she was tall, tiny, mini. You know, I ain't gonna say it, but you know what I mean. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But bottom line is, he was just like, you know, okay, blah blah, just shaking her hand, blah blah blah. She was like,
Frenchie, tell me why Africans don't like Godfrey, man? What's wrong, man?
What's wrong with Godfrey? You know, Godfrey is funny because he just checks Nigerians a lot. He checks Nigerian Americans a lot. You know, he does.
I love Godfrey, man.
I like Godfrey. You know, Michael Blackson is just funny. He just zany.
Every comedian, dogs their own people.
Check us out. Michael Blackson had a conversation with two Nigerians, immigrants, right? They were interviewing like a podcast, right? And they were saying, well, I have a problem with Black Americans, blah, blah, blah. He said, well, the problem is you just don't know them. He goes, well, you tell me. He said, yeah, they're not like what you think they are. If you get to know them or not, you'll find that Black Americans are one of the nicest people on the planet. If you get to know them, I know them. And he was like, oh, okay.
The Africans, they really dislike Godfrey, man. Because he tells the truth.
Let's play some Godfrey.
Tells the truth.
Forget about this life.
Tells the truth. Man was raised in Chicago and he knows what's up. He tells the truth, and y'all want to keep stuff a secret.
He grew up as a Black American. He sees himself as, you know, so he knows, you know, the world sees him as Black. I think that's what people like Nigerians don't like. That he says, look, I'm Black. In this country, I'm freaking Black. I can't freaking.
They don't like him because he told the truth about how Nigerians feel about African Americans. And that's what they don't like.
When I did Steve Harvey, that was in my podcast. I just was like, what? When? Yeah. Your ass, see. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm from Cleveland, y'all. It's not about Steve Harvey. This is about y'all. 85 South. I'm real proud to see that. You know, because I done work. I remember when I had $5 in Cleveland. I had one shoe, one damn shoe. So y'all walking around here got two shoes. I used to do comedy barefoot, but God has blessed me. God done came in my life to see what he done did. See, I got a game show. I got a whole bunch of shows. You gonna ask me why? And you gonna ask me where? Well, I'm gonna say, who the fuck are you? See, I understand. You guys got to believe in yourself. You can't just walk around here. Yeah. When I did that shit, I I didn't know that shit went viral. I'm gonna tell you what I done did. I done forgot. Because you know Steve Harvey it ain't about me. It's about y'all. You understand? And God has blessed me. I'm from Cleveland, y'all. Come on. Yeah. And so when that Steve Harvey shit went viral, I didn't know. People were like, in New York, motherfucker was like, yo, son, my man, the Steve Harvey shit, son? Yeah. Like, what the fuck you talking about? Yo, son, this shit is viral, son. I was like, what? Shit viral. I was like, damn. And so Steve, I guess it got to Steve Harvey. So Steve Harvey sent me a text. When I see you, I'm gonna whoop your ass. I can just hear him going, yeah. You got me fucked up. I don't know why or where. Your ass start imitating me. Yeah, he texted me.
See, that's the funny part. You think he playing. A lot of people don't know Steve Harvey.
Steve is like, said he take the laugh.
Yeah. You think he ain't gonna press? Yeah, he gonna press your ass when he see you.
I'm sure.
He gonna walk straight up to you. Look at me, motherfucker. Yeah.
I'll be like this, Steve, knock back your ass up. I'm gonna have to be him. They be like, oh, wait, that's you Chicago. You Cleveland, I'm Chicago. God has blessed me. I'm gonna just imitate him.
Steve, what did he say? All he did was tell the truth.
I got a knife too. And you don't know where.
And you don't know when.
See, now that is scared.
All right, Steve.
Listen,
I don't know why. I mean, look, man, we can't satisfy nobody, man. The bottom line is
put up what he said. He said they asked him about how Nigerians feel about African Americans. Tell me, what lie did he tell? What lie did he tell? Do you have that? What Godfrey said about Nigerians?
Check this out. Frenchie says we'll trade for Dr. Umar. You can have Dr. Umar. I'll give
Dr. Umar. Keep 19, 20 keys. Keep Ben, whatever
19,
his name
who
is.
This 19 keys character everybody keeps talking about?
Oh man, this guy's crazy.
A clown,
talking
right?
about, you know that was spiritual, man. You know when you
one of those spiritual realm niggas, you know.
He got like a crescent moon and a star, okay, but he got it in
the star niggas. Sun
he
moon
got
star
it. Yeah, he got it with like a do-rag. It comes off like a bandana, and he be talking all this mystical shit, all this bullshit.
Yo, that's our leader now. That's one of our leaders now. Jeez, man.
You know it's really spiritual because you got your chakras. Y'all can have that Negro. In fact, Lord. I'll get his African DNA for y'all, and y'all can claim him. Y'all can have that.
I can have Umar too. Yo, Frenchie. Umar's only in Africa because he's hiding out, you know, until this whole school thing blows over. He's hiding out. He was supposed to open
Black queens forever. Bunnies never.
White bunnies never. Black queens forever. When that, you know. Man. Come on, man.
Y'all can have them. Godfrey, we like Godfrey, and we like Michael Blackston.
Oh, we love Michael Blackston, you know. Michael, when I first heard Michael Blackston, you know, he said, he was on BET. This was years ago. Where he goes, you black. He goes, they say, damn nigga, your name is Michael, and you black, son. He goes, you're a black son. He goes something about what he said. He was under the bed. He said, I don't know, whatever. It's just hilarious, you know.
Put him up, man. Make some people uptight tonight. Put him up. Put up Godfrey. What he said about Nigerians and how they feel, how they think they're better than African Americans.
Godfrey or Nigerians. Let's see.
They hate him because he's there. He's like they hate him because he told the truth, man.
Let's see what our brother Godfrey has to say. Let's see. What it takes to be 100% Nigerian. The Nigerian Heritage Challenge. Let's see. It's a message for all Nigerians.
No. The Nigerians think they're better than that. Godfrey on Nigerians, do they think they're better than African Americans?
Everybody copies African American culture. Oh, this is it 6 days ago. Oh, this is gonna make people pissed off. Come on.
Here's how you can take advantage of infinite banking.
I can hear Principe.
Some Nigerians, they do sometimes, Africans in general, some of them do think they're better than African Americans, which is bullshit.
Right.
Because it's not the truth, because Africans are treated like shit in Africa. Colonization.
Yeah.
England, France. That's why you speak in French, not because you special.
Yeah.
Because they came and sat on your shit and said, you're going to speak what the fuck we speak.
Right.
The Dutch, all of them, Italian, all of those European countries came and colonized you, treated you like shit. I mean, you go to South Africa, white people are calling themselves Africans and they don't even look it. That's some gangster shit, don't you think? I am from South Africa. No, you're not. You're Dutch. You just didn't know when the fuck to leave. You see what I'm saying? It's fucked up. So that should tell you, and what African Americans have gone through, that fucking hell that they've gone through and still go through. How are you coming from that mentality and saying you thinking you better than them? Because you have an accent? Because for some reason, the white society in America tends to, Africa, he has an accent. It's a little different. It's like when you're British, like Idris said, when you have a British accent and you're black. Hello, I don't know. That's what I'm doing. Ooh, that's why they get to play us. Listen, British black dudes are playing drug dealers. I thought Idris Elba was from Baltimore. I thought he was. You know, he was like, yo, you motherfuckers don't understand. And then I'm watching BBC. You know, when I did The Wire, I studied the ghetto in Baltimore. You sound like Lord Baltimore, motherfucker. Wow. What the fuck was that? And then this Driss guy, there's another Driss.
Yeah.
A Snowfall.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this motherfucker's like, yo, cuz. And he's like, you know, I took him. You know? The fuck is this, you know? Another, because I don't know what it is. Something about, this is just my theory, something about that black American accent. Hey man, fuck me. But hello. Oh. And we'll let Idris play that, but then when he gets back to his normal self, we get to hear James Bond.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we don't want to hear that. It's something about that. I don't know. I think it's just a little weird. It's like African Americans go through hell, but everybody copies African Americans.
Right.
Everybody does. I've been to a lot of countries. You've been to a lot of countries. I've been to a lot.
I've been to a lot of countries.
You haven't been to a lot of countries? You're so Southern. He's like, I mean, I've been to a lot of states. God damn. I mean, I go fishing over there sometimes. And I hear my RV. Like my grandma said, man, if you ain't got nothing to do, stay where you at. but listen, I'm saying when I've been to China, I actually performed. I was the first American to perform in Russia in 2018 in Moscow. And black shit is everywhere. Hip hop. There's Russian hip hop. I was in Lithuania. Went to a Lithuanian hip hop club. I was the only black dude there, and they were all grabbing their dicks. And I'm like this. Hi guys. Hello. Hi. That's our culture. Yeah. China everywhere is hip hop. When I was in Japan, when I was in Korea, black people are copied. All that K-pop is just nothing but fucking a New Edition. It's all black shit everywhere. African-American, I think the African-American culture is the strongest culture on the planet, period. Because even Africans are going, yo, nigga, man, fuck all that shit, nigga. Really? You sound stupid, man. This nigga got a lot of nerve, man. I was just saying, though, man, nigga. Shut up. Get the fuck out of here. Michael Blackson does it, but he's fucking around. Right. But there's people doing it. I see they got these reality shows, these African reality shows. And she's like, shit, that bitch, I know that bitch not talking to me like that. Well, really? What? They got Real Housewives of Africa. They got shit like that now. Nigeria got Nollywood and all. Hell, it's the third largest movie. But they're acting like they're taking from African American shit. Right. You know, a lot of them are taking it. Some people may not agree, but it's facts. And it's like, why are you shitting on African? And every African is not shitting on African American. That's bullshit. Right. But it's like, it doesn't make sense. Right. Because African Americans are, I mean, Africans are creative too, of course. Right. But African American, that culture is the coolest shit on the planet. Keep it 100. Hip hop, you know, just everything. It's damn, jazz, blues, everything you create. African Americans created all of American music. It's all black. Right. Like, even country music, even though they complaining, like John Schneider from the Dukes of Hazzard. What are you fucking still Bo Duke, motherfuckers wrong with you? He goes, What's it? Beyonce, boy, it's just like a dog pissing on everything. Shut up. It's black. Yeah. Country music is ours. It's black. I'm claiming it. And you're gonna say, oh, look, you just come to home. Right. Shut up. You still white people take from old black men and black women and make it and then say, you stay out of there. Look at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. How the fuck you gonna have a Hall of Fame and we gotta wait to get inducted from the music the black people created? And you got a whole white fucking, well, we don't know. What? Have you been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Elvis's shit goes from here to the bottom. James Brown got, that's a measurement in James Brown talk. He got a little fucking, he got an exhibit this big. It's literally, wow. That's it. This exhibit's that big. Chuck Berry. But Elvis goes, all the way down the hall. All the way down the hall. Fucking fuck out of here. I was just in Nigeria in December, which was great, which was fantastic. And you know, a lot of Nigerian Americans get a lot of hard time from Nigerians that were born there. They say, you're not really Americanized. What's really fucked up is that Nigerians will say, not all of them, but someone will say, you're not really Nigerian. I say, yes, I am. If my parents are Nigerian, I come out Nigerian. Right. Period. Right. When you see an Asian man, no matter where they are, you go, look at that Asian guy over there. Right. You connect them to their continent. Yeah, they don't say just because he's born in the States. Or and I know some Southern Asian. I'm Chinese. I'm like, I'm from Texas. But they'll still say, oh, the Asian guy is from Texas. Right. They already connect them. But for some reason, when it comes to the African life or it's like all of a sudden I'm not African, but you believe the white South African, though. You believe the white guy that's African. But I, who have the genes, just because I was born here, or British African, they'll give a British Nigerian more respect than an American Nigerian. There's a lot of Nigerian Americans, Ethiopian Americans, Congolese Americans. They're here. We are still African. I don't care that I don't know the language. Oh, so I'm still African. Now, if you were to ask me, are you Nigerian? I'd be like, hell no, I ain't Nigerian. I'm American. Nigerian be like, how can you say that? Well, how can you embarrassed us all? Why you are Niger? All your mother ain't. See? So fuck that. They want it both ways, huh? They want it both ways. Why y'all hate us? What? Well, you're Nigerian now. You need to talk to them. Why do you hate Shannon on me? For what?
So tell me.
That was deep.
Anyone come up here and say
the Hampton Roads
and
International
testify
Auto Show,
that
the
this
region's
man
biggest.
said anything wrong, that he told one iota of a lie. Anyone. What was buffoonish about that?
He's telling the truth. What it is let me tell you something.
You can't handle the truth.
A lot of Africans think we're trying to look. Yeah, what Africans got to do is learn to laugh at themselves a little bit. You know, stop taking themselves so seriously. You know,
that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. He's not wrong. He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth, man. A lot of these guys get on, okay, pretending they're African Americans, mimicking us, and then they get tight. Oh, he said something about Negro, please, man. Stop the babble. Okay? Stop the babble. The truth is the truth. And y'all can't handle the truth. Get out of here with that nonsense. I think what was that song, Collar? I guess we the niggas that people love to hate.
Yeah, that's cool. Niggas they love to hate. You love to hate.
Niggas that they love to hate. Y'all sit around and just hate the blacks. It's the blacks. The blacks, Principe. The blacks don't want to work with everybody. It's the blacks. The same way they treat him, because he was born in born in America, is the same way y'all treat us. How y'all gonna tell us we're not African when all y'all do is copy African American culture?
And try to
you don't just do it.
Too.
Come on,
just suck off America's benefits.
Exactly. Come on, man.
All right, Elvis, you're on, man. What bad news you gotta bring us?
Yeah, merchant misery.
Yo, shout out to the people in California, man, Los Angeles, man. A lot of fire going on right now, man.
Yeah, your governor Gavin Newsom is a problem. You know?
Yeah, Kyler, he spontaneously started a fire and started burning other homes down, Kyler.
Getting the right people in place when they should have fire trucks. He should have been on this shit. That's what the government's for, you know.
Kyler, you think fire trucks preempt fires? Wildfires?
But the bottom line is I see a bunch of, but I know it's his fault. You know?
Yeah, of course you know it's his fault.
You know
He
it's
made the hot grass catch on fire, but
yeah,
nah.
something
What
wrong.
did Godfrey say? What did Godfrey say? You're saying that is the truth. I kind of got an end of the
Every word he said was the truth. Every word.
But what did he say, Kyler? Break it down. Summarize it for me.
You didn't hear it?
For the most part, he said,
if you try to play games with me and like you're gonna ignore me, that ain't gonna work. If you're gonna try to do that, homeboy, you'll be down.
Go ahead, Kyler. Say that again.
Letting you know, bro. You try to play that game
all
this year,
right.
2025, and you will be down.
Dollar, let me answer him. You know, let me answer. Okay, the bottom of what he said was,
bitch-ass nigga.
A lot of what he's basically taking swipes at not all Nigerians, but some Nigerians have this thing, mostly Negro-European Nigerians, right? They have this thing like they're better than Black America for some reason because they were born in Africa, or people have this thing, right, where they keep saying stuff like, and this is what I'm getting from a lot of Africans, right? They want to create let's say, and their vision of Pan-Africanism is they basically feel like they're superior because they were never slaves, right? And that basically, like, I listen to Afrodamus closely, and the stuff he says, like, those who were taken in slavery should always be at the bottom. In other words, basically, it doesn't matter our achievements, anything like that, right? We're supposed to bow down. That's why when I see pictures of my good brother Diane Smear on his knees to some dusty.
Oh my gosh, Kyler, don't go there. Just tell me what dude said.
Dusty ass bullshit.
I say, look, the bottom line is this. I'm like this. What is this idea that African Americans, right, have to bow down to Africans absent any sort of accomplishment? You know, I mean, accomplishment that they deserve that. You know, nobody deserves to bow down to anybody. But what is it? Just because you're African and you weren't taken as slaves, you feel like that. And then when you press them, they said, "Okay, yeah, y'all don't know your culture." But the last time I checked it, like he was just saying, the official language of Nigeria is English. The official language of the Ivory Coast is French. Official language of Cameroon is French. You know, and so therefore, and also most of the infrastructure of Africa, outside of Africa, is not even controlled by Africans, it's controlled by Europeans and everybody outside the continent. So they're in the same. We realize we're in the same boat.
Okay, let me give you my view on what I think Godfrey was trying to say, right? And again, I'm not in his mind. I can't, explain the operation of his mind. But in my humble opinion, I think it's really about classism, right? And it happens in even our own communities. And Carla, you do the same thing sometimes. If a person has education, right?
I don't think
they turn to that's what I'm saying. No. It's not like a regular Nigerian who comes from Nigeria, doesn't have a degree, is working in a factory, doesn't think he's better than a doctor who is an African American or a lawyer who is an African American.
That's the whole thing, Elvis, right? What we say about culture, right? In our culture, we don't regard people by their profession. We regard people by their character, who they are.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even in Africa, right? Africa, to be a man, you have to have a degree. You have to be somebody who is of stature in your community.
We have, hold up, in our community, Black America, right? We have people that are garbage men making $130,000 a year.
And how you gonna look down on them? And in 1960, when most of these countries,
I'm not saying it's right, Kyle. I'm just saying it happens.
Yeah, I'm saying y'all need to get that together because hold on. Our culture is we don't judge people by what they do when like first of all, if that was the case, right, then why don't they extend that to white Americans? You know, why is it only Black
Americans?
Americans?
Take any derelict bum white looking dude and accept him. Okay, because they think that
they automatically bow to any white person superior, every white person, but yet they pull that I got a degree stuff on Black people.
Carla, it happens in this very country, even in your community, amongst your people. Certain people of a certain class and education and look down on other people who are not of that class. It happens, bro.
You guys have this thing that we're in the same category, stuff like that for some reason, right? But I never hear an African talk about the whites in the Appalachian and poor whites here.
Or even the dusty whites to go to Africa.
Yeah,
Even
and
the
I'm talking about that.
looking
You
Dust
know, all
Bowl,
the poor whites that's coming to the
100-year-old
continent.
white people. They don't ask to see their degree. All that's bullshit.
Yo,
He
Kyla.
told the truth.
What's going on, bro?
Yo, it's Dark Migo, bro. Yo, listen, I
Up,
got
Dark?
$250 for you if you can make me mod. I
He
swear to God
try
on
to
my
put
life.
that.
I
He
swear
try
to
to put
God, I
that
got the
dollar.
money. I will
He
pay
try to put
you.
that dollar bill game on you, but he wants to block Frenchie. That's what it is, because he's
I
mad
don't want
Frenchie
to
blocked
block her. I want to make sure I'm never blocked again. I will pay.
It is what
You
it
feel
is,
me? She
man.
mad because I
Tyler,
said she got a circle face
Don't
and
use
gonna
my
block
name if
me.
you're not talking to
Dark
me.
Migo,
Don't
Dark
use my
Migo.
name.
Tyler,
Elvis, if you're not respecting,
don't sell your soul, man.
Nah, all right, I'll up the price.
Because he gonna talk over me. Kyla, I got one thing I want to say. Tell this nigga if he don't respect me, don't use my name for shit. You don't talk to me, don't use my name for shit. You want to act like I'm not there? That's fine, but don't put my name in your mouth. It's that simple.
Check this out.
Carla,
Dark
you can
Migo.
settle it though. Dark Migo and Frenchie's on. I think she blocked him for a reason.
Well,
Bro,
I
all I
can't.
said was she got circle face and she got mad. Like, you know what I mean? She gotta
Dark
take a
Migo.
joke.
One thing is you got to respect the people. If I put somebody as a moderator, out of respect for me, you got to respect the mods. You know.
Nah, bro, I was respecting you. That was the problem. It's because that day when all the Africans was attacking you, I was like, yo, why nobody sticking up for the college gen? And she was like, oh, I stick up for Kyle. I'm like, why you ain't doing it right now, woman? You know
Why
what
you
I'm
talk
saying?
like that?
So that's why I'm like, bro, like, you know what I mean?
Dark
She
Migo,
on that lady shit.
appreciate your support and everything. Trust me, I do. You know, I appreciate your support. But I just want our people to get along when because I like you, like love Frenchie. You know, all people like that. You know, wish you guys would make up and get along, please. You know. And
I'm gonna get along with everybody but Elvis. He's
I got
my
big
enemy.
Christian pride. You know, and
Tyler,
everything.
bro, you know I'm your friend of me, man.
You're
Like,
not my friend. You're my enemy.
I'm your friend of me, man.
You and I are mortal enemies.
We're not more enemies, Tyler.
We are
Relax.
mortal enemies. I don't like you. I try to be a friend to you, and you
Tyler,
you know what you
I'm
do?
a friend to you,
irritate
bro.
me. No, I'm being
Yeah,
honest.
that's what I'm here for, bro.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I even swallowed my pride, right? And I came to you in friendship and act like a man and try to be your friend. Even when you disrespect me, you wouldn't talk. I said, listen, I'm gonna put it on me, right? I'm gonna
Tyler,
be a
Bill,
bigger man.
it's not
I'm gonna put
disrespectful
it on me.
to avoid
understand?
conflict, bro.
No, I
Sometimes
tried
it's the
to.
best. It's the
No,
best
I'm being
thing.
honest. I'm being honest, Elvis. I tried.
I will say this, right? Every time I say something about the Dollar Bill was always the one defending you, and I'm like, yo, it was
Well, I
annoying.
don't know why Dollar Bill got a problem. I ain't got a problem with Dollar Bill.
No,
The
but
other day he came on, I think it was New Year's Day. We had a good conversation. It's all about reciprocal energy, man. When he comes on with good energy, we have a good conversation. When he comes on trying to bash Africans, we have a bit of a situation.
Let me get Frenchie on in a minute. I got Frenchie waiting, but let me ask you a question, Elvis. I played a video about the student protests going on in Liberia. They said they're going to disrupt the State of the Union, and when they have foreign dignitaries, potential investors coming to Liberia, they're plotting something, the Moha, whatever like that. So Elvis, right? Can we agree that your friend, Mr. Whatever, Victor, whatever, Naja, whatever it is, they created something that can't be reversed? Now Liberia realizes that these people are trying to destabilize the country. They found out
Not true, Kyle. I mean, Kyle, you see a little information and you jump to the most extreme conclusion.
What you can't do is study and insult our intelligence.
I'm telling you, because they can destabilize the country. They've done this in successive governments.
Elvis. The Liberian police said they got 4 persons interest. That was a fire at the Capitol Hill, right? That was a fire.
Yeah, they said it was arson. Yeah.
All right. Now, my point I'm trying to make is this, though. Now, your argument bringing that guy up here was the progressives were justified, blah, 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 blah. Now, are these same people, progressive forces that are radicalized on college campuses, are they still justified? You got a native government, native house, native speaker, native senate, right now, native man running everything, native man president, we're not.
Kyla, we have a constitutional right to petition our government to answer our grievances. These people are not firing guns. They're using their mouths. They're using their voice to protest. It's not violent.
Right. First of all, your culture doesn't even come from a culture that understands.
Oh, my Kyla, man, come on. Don't do this shit again tonight, bro. Your culture.
Oh,
These guys have grievances.
Hold on. Okay, what grievances? Basically,
The university is the facility is terrible. The bathroom is unworkable.
Whose fault is that?
That's what I'm saying. The government, that's a state-run government university.
Hold on. You had a coup in 1980.
Oh, Carlos, you going back in the days of the flood, bro. We're talking about right now. These guys are practicing democracy. They're protesting. They're wanting the government to hear their grievances. That's what they should be doing.
Oh, I know that.
They're practicing this, their civil liberties, man. Come on.
Let me ask you a question. Serious question. Do you understand the concept of managing expectations?
That's what this government told us, that we need to manage our expectations when it comes in. That's what they told the country. So yeah, I understand.
Well, any civilized country, right? If you call yourself civilized, you have to understand, put it in context, right? Liberia has a limited budget, right? Now, what part of scaring off investors is going to help that situation if the government doesn't gain money?
Carla, you're gonna have to go there. That's what they want. They want the government officials or president or whoever to go in there and reason with them.
Have the money.
The facility has been dilapidated for the last 5 years. The university has been closed for the last 3 months.
Let me ask Frenchie. Frenchie, she probably most. Frenchie, go ahead. What do you think about this? Should there be protests endless, or they should basically work with the government, bring investors in, make Liberia an attractive country for foreign investment and stuff like that, or they should keep selling the image of their country? What do you think?
Before we even get to that, can you have a look at the back chat? Can you have a look?
Really?
Can you have a look at the back chat? Because this is the type of person that you want on your platform.
I can't do that.
He's a racist. Not only is he a racist, he's also a colorist. If you have a look in the back chat, you can see what he said.
Dark Mingo, I can't do that, bro. I can't do that. Love you, but bro, you gotta take the break off for tonight, bro. I can't have that. Can't kick my.
And that's why you will remain blocked. You will stay blocked. You will forever be blocked.
That's right. I gotta get him out of here. I can't do that. Dude, we do not disrespect women on this platform. Nobody disrespect women on this platform, particularly Frenchie or one of my moms. So do not basically. You got the bottom line is people got to understand something. I do not tolerate. Look, the whole thing is this: we can have our disagreements and everything like that, but going too far, talking about a woman's color and stuff like that. Frenchie's a beautiful woman, and we don't talk about colorism and stuff like that. I can't build with nobody like that, And this movement, you have to love African women. You have to love African women. You have to love Black African women. We have to love them in this movement. We have nothing. We don't have our women. We don't have a love for our women and whatnot. Guess what? People are going to be going to Colombia, going to DR, and stuff like that. I believe a Black man's heaven is in the arms of a Black woman. That's what I believe. And we all basically love. There's nothing wrong with Frenchie. She just stands up for herself. And so,
he's the type. I know his type. He's the type to just talk a lot online. Probably beats women in his spare time. I know that type. But he's someone that could never compare to me. Wouldn't even be in the same social classes as me. So he's irrelevant.
Yeah.
As far as I'm
concerned,
concerned,
he's a good. I consider him like a good soldier, but he got to take a couple of nights off and cool off and whatnot. Also, it's not good. I mean, I have a lot of reserve when I'm dealing with people like Chantel and stuff like that. You see, I let her get away with all stuff like that. That's just a man. A man takes a lot of stuff from women. You never let yourself get to the point where you start cussing women out and whatnot. You never do that. You never do that. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be able to take this stuff, okay, blah, 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 say, I agree to disagree, man, blah, blah, blah. But you never friggin' cuss women out like that, never cuss women out like that, so it is what it is, it is what it is. I can't do that.
Tomorrow, Mobamba of many villages is going to say, I'm just rejoining the show and I hope that the panel vibe doesn't regress. Nativism sensitivity creates an argumentative vibe. Be productive. Sadly, DK is on the horizon. Ideal in other circles. Oh, okay.
So, which we call enjoy the show. I hope that the panel vibe doesn't regress. Nativism. What is nativism? I'm not look. I said many times in the show, I do not agree with the ADOS FBA movement. I don't. Because it's anti-immigrant and stuff like that. So I don't agree with that nonsense. Why not? Because
Prince
the
of
whole
P,
thing
man,
is what that
I'm
sounds
gonna
like.
take that down. I'm not even gonna quantify or qualify you calling me about somebody who's white. That doesn't make any sense. Everybody knows that I'm a black man. Everybody knows that, and I don't even talk about white people. I don't think white people are great. I don't even think they're smart, to be honest with you.
They just got they got a set up here where especially what's disheartening, right? When you see an average basic looking brag pulling a freaking dime piece black woman, that's the most heartbreaking thing you can see in your life. They're so entitled that after everything, right? After everything that people like, that's what I said. When people like Taliban tell us, "Oh, Carl, we can do this. We don't have to go to Africa or whatnot." We need to go someplace where we can have our women and everybody to ourselves. We could build around. We could create this brother and sisterhood that we need to build a nation. That's what we need. Because as long as we're in hell, right? They say there's no love in hell. We're always gonna be fighting with each other. We're always be at each other's throats. We're fighting each other and stuff like that. Because the white man, he sits back and he loves his stuff. That's why he don't mind funding rappers that cause beef and stuff like that, and just dysfunction in our culture and community. That's why I said we need a new start. We need a new start in life. That's what we're doing. What we're doing. This is definitely the movement to do it, because we're basically trying to build something for our people for the future. We're trying to build something for the people for the future. We don't build something for the people for the future, we're never going to have anything. But that's this whole thing. That's which people would stop this fighting, man, because it doesn't make any sense. People fighting each other over stupid stuff. That's the dumbest thing I ever see. People fight over colorism. Where you were born at. I always thought, white people, man, I just hope there's no white people listening to these conversations, because we look really stupid.
Oh, yeah, we got some white people come up here and listen to these of Kung Fu Fanta, one of Ross Boyce's
and they go back
friends.
saying, we don't have nothing to worry about. Them fools,
and then you get Kazarian, who doesn't have a creative bone in his brain and in his body. He got to come in and talked about me today on his show. Said some things about me.
Did he clip from last night's show? Or he's like a half-hour show.
Yeah, that's all he did. He was just talking. He just mentioned us when we talked about crypto, and so his thing was he tried to say that it's regulated. So and I know he's probably listening tonight. And if it's regulated, then you give us the regulation numbers, and we'll look it up.
Y'all talking Greek. I don't know nothing about that. All I do know.
Well, it's just like a penal law, right? Yeah. So if I say that somebody did something, then I have the penal law to break it down and say you're in violation of whatever type of law that you're in violation of, right? So if I'm going to say that I did something against the law, then you have to be able to cite first, exactly where and what I did. And if you can't do it, then you're just it's subjective. Right. So what I said was that if you put it on a platform, right? Let's say like Robinhood, the platform itself is regulated, right? But the whole idea of Bitcoin, was to be a deregulated thing. It's a ledger that's on. They have a specific ledger that it's on.
Right.
But it's not regulated like a stock or securities. It's not a stock or a security. And that's the problem. So people are trying to treat it like it's a stock. They look at the movement of it like through a candle, what goes up and what goes down.
That's why
they try to tether it.
They create those certificates, coin certificates.
Yeah, they try to tether it to gold or to
Right.
tether it to the S&P, but it's not security. And so when XRP, which is an alternate coin, they were saying, this is a real security. And if it is a real security, then it has to go under the regulations that stocks are under, right? Because this is a relatively new digital platforms. And so, in the end, though, he said I was absolutely right. He didn't want to give me credit for it, but he just thought the whole idea was fantastic. Thank you, because I know it was fantastic. Okay, because it was something I had been thinking about for years. Okay, about having your own the ability, but Kala brought it to the forefront when he talked about having your own security for stocks, right? And I was thinking just having an application like
both.
Robinhood, right? And you can have both. But I'm just saying one is easier to get to than the other, right?
Yeah.
Because if you have a security here in America, like you said, you can buy a certain amount of stocks, okay, like on the Zambia Connect, you can buy those stocks, and then you can take those stocks, and people want to buy fractions of those stocks from you. Okay, that's something that you can do. That's all.
So we have the stock exchange tethered to all the different stock exchanges around the world. That's one thing. And then we open up a trading platform in a host country, which local people, which local businesses that's verified. But I think, don't you think the stock should be written in the United States for security purposes?
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I think when we talked about having these things backed, okay, by the FDIC, this way you can guarantee, right, that if something happens, you can guarantee that the money has been insured. Whereas if you do something now in Africa, if you don't have a government,
like AGI did that. They insured securities, CDOs, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's why they said they were too big to fail.
They were too big to fail. They were right about that, bro.
Mm-hmm.
AIG.
They were too big to fail. And so this, so the whole idea, like I said, this brother John, I forgot his last name.
Yeah, we have too many brains. We have too many smart people in our community to freaking let all this pass by. Man, I'm serious. This is frustrating to me. We have way too many smart people that could do this, and get this done. And we could basically start out a project of funneling billions of dollars to Africa and the world, investing and building. But the next one thing we're going to need is like our own, maybe raising money for our own security military company like Blackwater. Imagine that.
Yeah.
We have a publicly traded company that does military operations.
Yeah.
and arms manufacturer and oh my God, there's so much possibility, man. That we could do if we just.
Well, the whole thing is you can all of the projects that you want. People can invest, and like I said, the biggest thing to investing is like when I tried to invest in the Zambian Connect, is the fact that I have to go to a bank and wire that money, okay, to another bank that's going to make that investment. And so that's why it takes so long if you're able to do this on time. Do you know, because of like all of the stuff that's happening nowadays in terms of depositing your checks, these banks are laying off thousands of people because they don't need them anymore. Bank of America have banks now that have nobody in there. Everything is all digital. You talk to the machines. It's crazy.
Like Walmart now. They only have tellers. You just go in there, use computers to check out stuff. That's the world we're living in now.
And look at Mobamba says it's all your fault, Kala. Kala, you sadly exposed ethno bigotry via ethno cheerleading, anti-Ubuntuism, AA nativism.
Look, I just said
concepts.
I just said what's Rudy? He just listened to half what I say. I said, look, I got no problem with.
He called me a bigot tonight. He was camping for Elvis tonight when we had a conversation, and told me, he says, that's why you and Kala get along, because both of you are bigots.
Bottom line, it's not a bigotry, man. Just the fact of the matter is, like I said, look, there's
this
so
is my
much.
Friend. What can I do?
There's so much. Look, I really believe in this Black nationalist life, and the whole thing is this: I see an opportunity, right? It's plain as day. our ancestors founded a country, Liberia, right? It's been largely abandoned by the world, written off and everything. And I said 10, 15 years ago that we need to revisit this place as a place of opportunity, because the bottom line, what Liberia offers is a place to do things we can never do in America, like have sovereignty and stuff like that. You know, stuff we can't do in America. You know, we could never build our own military in America. We could do it over there, though. You know, and we could probably build a stock exchange in America, but you know, you would have to be registered with the SEC. I would want that, you know, and then port it over to another country. You know,
because this way you can, you know, people. The like I was trying to explain to him yesterday, is the idea of having it registered in America means that people who invest from America would have legal redress.
Right. That's what we did. And then you just open up a branch office overseas.
There you go. Because then first thing people want to say is, "Oh, I'm giving you money, and you know you're going to scam me."
We're gonna skip out. You think we're gonna skip out like
you can't be scammed because you're dealing directly with the United States
and
government.
You don't F with the SEC. You don't want to do that. You're looking at 500 years per account if you mess with that stock
mail fraud and all that other stuff.
You're looking at hundreds of years in jail.
That's stuff you can get away with in Africa.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's why I said you have to. And also, any trading firm, I think they should all be either Liberian Americans with U.S. passports that we can extradite people back to the States for trial, everything like that. So the bottom line, it would be a whole bunch of stuff, you know, because you have to have that. You have to have that enforcement arm, you know.
Yeah.
You have to have that enforcement arm, you know. So that's what I feel. If we can get this done, man, you'll see Liberia lift out of poverty. Why not? We could elevate the native men in Liberia. You know, all our native tribes that we love so much and whatnot, we make sure they have a life and everything like that. We could bring some of these native Liberians like Elvis back home to Liberia. Send them back
because he gonna get angry with you and then take it out on me.
Send him back. I thought about that today, man. I was going in for a slice of pizza. I said, man, if we can get Elvis back to Grand Gita, I'm gonna start a movie, man. Bring them when I go to Liberia in a couple of months. I'm like, bring them home.
Prince of P, I'm not interested. Let me tell you, when I retire, maybe this year or next year, that's it. Education is going to be on the forefront of my daughter. That's her thing. She's taking over that. I'm going to do originally what I went to school for, which is broadcasting, journalism, making my films and stuff like that. If anything, I teach children how to, you know, behind the scenes, how to open up some studios and stuff like that, where they can, you know, take their money and learn how to make their YouTube thing better. Okay, and learn how to tell the news and do all those other type of things. That would be my education in terms of dealing with kids. I left that. My daughter's going to become the doctor. She's the doctor. She'll take over Dr. Dollar Bill thing. I left that to her. For me, broadcasting, journalism, AI, those type of things that I'm
Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, you
stuff
go.
like money and whatnot. Teacher, I think every kid should learn.
Ubuntu.
Check us out. I think all kids should learn how to have a stock portfolio. You know, in grade school, we should learn how to read stock tickets. Well, that should be ingrained in our kids. You know, at an early age. You know,
and I told my kids that
prioritizing. That's why I said we really need real leaders in our community doing this. You know,
I got to get the other kid told me today. One of my kids, I told you I have a kid that's stuck in Africa. So he wanted to call me up, and the other kid, another African kid that I have, he actually gave me the number today. You know, he said, Mr. Dollar Bill, you know, my man Adeyemi, he wants you to give him a call on WhatsApp. And, you know, maybe you want me to broker a deal with his dad, try to get him back home. And tell him maybe that he learned his lesson. You know, his father and I, we were pretty cool, man. We had a good relationship. So we never know. I'm hoping, you know, that the kid gets back because he, you know, I think he's suffering down there, man.
Yeah, in Africa.
He's in Africa.
Nigeria.
I think he's in Ghana. You know what happened? I used to tell him all the time, man, stop playing with your daddy. You know, but you know the only thing I understand. Also, he lives in the South Bronx, man. And the South Bronx, man, is fire now. You know, it's fire. It's all kind of crazy stuff going on in the South Bronx, man. little kids. It just yesterday, a 79-year-old lady was beat up by some teenage kids. I mean, just all kinds of nonsense that takes you back to the 80s when people started doing drugs. And so as a father, man, he sees that his kid, he's not a bad kid, but he's a follower. He's not really a leader type kid. Like my other kid, like I have another Ghanaian kid. He's like, he's a different type of kid. You know what I mean? He doesn't allow people to persuade him or get him to do things. This other kid, he's kind of, he kind of wants to fit in. He wants to be cool. He wants to wear his pants low and that type of stuff. And that drives his father out of his mind. It used to drive me out of his mind. And I used to sit him down and, he respects me, man. I used to sit him down and say, listen, man, your father, did a lot. His father got him citizenship and everything here in America. I said, your father, man.
How was his father able to ship him back if he got citizenship?
Probably took his passport, man, and had a one-way ticket for him. That was it. If you don't have your passport and you don't have no money, how you gonna get back home? You're gonna roll over to the embassy and they look you up, and then when you do, how's he gonna, let's say they give him money. Well, the pop don't let him in the house. So those are the type of things, I tell some of these kids, man. I said, you can't, I know you see these kids are American kids, right? They've been here for a long time, right? And a lot of these kids, they're basically American kids. They're into American culture, they're into the American music, everything, The only thing African with them is that their names are distinguishably African. Other than that, they're just American kids. And they've been here, when you have a kid who's been here since they're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old.
It's funny, right? Like I said, I think a lot of times Africans get the last laugh on Black America, right? Because I see it all the time, man. You get Africans when they go into a store or something like that, unless they open their mouth, whatever, or you see the name on their license, you don't know the African, right? They be playing Black Americans, they're sitting there like, okay, I'm fitting in with the people. I can say whatever I want, think about what these people want. Let's say I'm gonna be a Nigerian, a Ghanaian, and whatnot. But they don't know that because I look like one of them, And the average Black person in America don't know they're looking at Africa. That's why I laugh at these FBA people. They really think Black America is really distinguished in a way. I mean, because from Africa, because Africans, every African has a phenotype like a Black American somewhere,
I mean, there's some guys in Nollywood, so I don't get into that. Like I tell the kids, man, I love all my kids, regardless of, from where they come from or whatever. And, I just try to talk to them, man. I just try to tell them, you have to understand, I understand how their parents feel. Every parent wants the best for their kid, right? And so some kids can navigate both worlds easily, right?
Yeah.
They know how to hide certain things. They know, look at Godfrey. We can see a lot of African people think that we identify with Godfrey because he's bashing African people. No, we identify Godfrey because Godfrey understands the culture.
Exactly.
That's why he's able to mimic Steve Harvey and all of these other people. The guy is genius. He understands the culture. He understands the African culture and he understands the African American culture. Huh? What's that?
That's the Steve Harvey's impersonation. What your ass say?
Yeah, but I'm just saying he understands because he's been here in Chicago since he was a little kid. And I think what happens is that bothers some Africans, right? Because they feel like, oh, he's being disrespectful to his own people. When you got African Americans that.
Well, what about? You asked him. What about that Nigerian dude shaking his ass in front of the white people? They don't get embarrassed by that.
No,
I'd rather have Godfrey than that dude.
Godfrey is an articulate man. He's a smart man. He's a good businessman. He's been able to make a lot of money. And he sets up his own concerts. I mean, if you drill down on this dude, man, He's a really successful dude, man. He's smart. He's savvy. He has an audience.
When you think about it, you check out. Do you ever see one?
Man.
You ever see one of Michael Blackson's concerts?
No. Oh, Michael Blackson's a
audience
genius
was
too,
freaking
man.
Packed. I mean, big audience, stadium packed. Black Americans, going to see this African guy basically connected with him on that level, man. That just brings tears to my eyes when I see that.
The guy, they know how to net. That's why I said when I was talking to the brother the other day, the African brother who was raised in the South. Okay, he knows the South. He knows the people. He knows the culture. He knows Africa because he was raised half in Africa. You find a real enlightened individuals. I have more in common with those dudes, right? Because they know what time it is, man. There's nothing but love. We sit down there and they exchange. It's the people who are either in white enclaves or people who come from England and stuff like that, and they say all kind of nonsense and have no idea who African Americans are, right? They think they know because they saw some TV show, okay, or they watched some news.
I had a Liberian guy, a Liberian brother, right? Yeah, he just celebrated 60th birthday, right? His name's St. Clair Avery. Anyway, him and I used to go back at it over the years online, right? And then what happened was there was a documentary about Black. There was that movie that came out about Black Wall Street, or just a documentary or something like that, right?
Okay.
Anyway, it got popular. It was a documentary that got popular about Black Wall Street, right? And basically, he saw that, right? He's a military guy, right? And he said, I want to formally apologize to my brothers and sisters in America. I did not know them. He goes, I did not know Black America has cities like that and did all these things. And somebody gave him a book about Black Americans. And eventually he said, I did not know. I said, yeah, because he came from Liberia, right? Refugee. And he joined the military, so he made a life for himself. But basically, he was told that Black people in America are lazy. But he said, man, I had to apologize about my people in America. He called, for the first time I heard him say, my people in America, because I did not know them. I did not know.
Of course, we are his people. Just like we are their people. We're all African people. And so the nonsense. So when I get angry or excited when people say, oh, you talking Africans. Negro, I'm an African.
Yeah, it's like somebody. It's like in Pan-African. So
it's insane to me.
The understanding is, if you are Pan-African or you're in Black national circles, we could say stuff about each other, And we
want to say something about a particular African American, right? Not clump everybody into one thing,
right?
You want to talk that. If you want to say that P. Diddy's a piece of shit, right? You want to say
all agree.
We will all agree with you. You're not going to say, oh, because P. Diddy's an African American. They're talking about African Americans now. That's so crazy.
Right. So all that stupid stuff.
Crazy. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say,
Carla,
he's a piece of shit.
Carla, you got to check the back chat, man. There's a lot of shit going on in the back chat.
No, look, I'm getting tired of this. Really, I am. What's this? Richie, Joshua, let's go. Dude, man, who's this Joshua Kells? That who is this? Bottom line is, look,
that's Dark Eagle, man. He's still trenching in the back, man. You gotta handle that shit.
Dark Eagle, man. We're cool, bro, but you can't do this, man. I don't want to have to ban you, man, but I will, man. I can't do this shit, So all you guys, please, Frenchie, be nice, Dark Migo. Dude, stop it. I don't want no more attack. No more say anything. That's it. I'm gonna cut it down right now. No one say anything else. That's it. That's how you gotta take charge of this stuff, man. Like I said, now imagine if we had an organization, right? We had an organization, which we call people be taking our guns, killing each other,
Carla, it's only fair that you make me a mod too and give me
hell no.
Since you give it $1, but you gotta make me a mod too.
Look, I can't look. Every time I do mod shit, what happens is I accidentally erase somebody else and then they get mad. You took my mod away. No. And now after I did that a couple of times, right? I realized when I'm on different platforms and I lose my mod pin, I always took it personally. Now I realize how easy it is when you're making somebody a mod. If you don't do a certain way right now, you think, and when you clear it, the other person is mod pin. You got to go back in and make sure the existing people stay in there, So therefore I don't. That's why I don't like messing with it. I got when I get the chance, if I feel someone's going to be a mod, whatever like that, So if you have a mod, somebody has a mod pin. When I got mods right now, I'm not going to add no more until I hit 1,000 subscribers. When I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna have 5 more mods when I get 1,000 subscribers. We're at 757 right now. We got less than 250 mods subscribers left to go. When we get to 1,000 subscribers and everything like that, I'm gonna make 5 people mods. The people who I make mods are the people who's on the show the most, whoever showed up the most.
Please like, subscribe, and share the content. With your friends, with your family, about the trip that's coming up to Liberia, so you can join the group and get information and start putting down payments when it's going to be ready. They'll let you know that when you can do that.
First thing to do, I need people's emails who's interested. I need emails. Once I get emails, then I'm going to start giving it to Bomani. Then we're going to start having very soon, when we start getting in deposits, initial deposits, $250. That just locks your spot. And then what you call just over like next year, you can make payments. Look, it's easy to do it. Your credit card, you save $100 a week. Come on, tell me you can't save $100. Even if you have to take a break from the show, go out there and drive Uber.
Go get you a job, man.
Get a part-time job. Say, look, you got a part-time job making or doing Uber or DoorDash, where like making an extra $400, $200 a week. That's $600 a month. Take $400 a month, right? And basically put it for your trip. You got $200 extra left to buy yourself some beer, whatever, and then you still pay.
A pair of Nikes.
Yeah, a pair of Nikes. You could do. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Everything. This is what we have to get out of this idea that life is so bad. We don't even try. There's a lot of opportunity in America. A lot of big money. Because when I go to Liberia, I talk to Liberians, and they say, "Man, you tell me." I told my driver, I said, "If you came to America, because he wants to get here bad. Robert wants to get here bad, right?" And I told him I'll send him some money. Look, there's people that work for me in Liberia. To this day, I'm still sending people money. After, yeah, what's up, boss man? I'm there. Okay, let me wire you some money. But I got it. What people say, why do you do that, Colin? Because God blessed me, so I bless other people, And these people basically are my BAO people on the ground, where it's my job as a leader to take care of them. That's just my job, to take care, make sure I call them, talk to my boys, or talk to their wife, and talk, how's the kids doing? Let me speak to your wife. How's everything going? Blah blah blah. Don't let her tell me you doing wrong by her, bro. That's how I am. That's like a father figure I am.
As you should, man.
And I'm building that sort of trust in there. So did you see that the advertisement? My guy Paul with his plumbing thing. Yo, this guy,
your plumber. Yeah.
Yo, he is no friggin' joke. You ever buy property in Liberia? That's the guy you get to do all your plumbing and everything, your water system, everything.
I'm buying some land right in crew territory.
Seriously, where you trying to buy land at?
I don't know exactly where.
Okay,
but I definitely want to buy some land there.
Yeah, so bottom line, there's plenty of land. Don't go to crew time. That's Elvis people.
Dollar Bill, I got 2 plots of land in Grandview that I can show you.
No, you don't want to
go. I'm sure you will.
You don't go up there. You don't go up there. Nah. You don't go up there. Now, I'll tell you what, if you want to go to the interior, go to Nimber, Dollar Bill. Bong and Nimber is beautiful. I don't know. Grandia is nice too, but crime people, I don't know. About them people, I don't know. But so like I said, it's gonna
just like to get me angry, man. He just like to see me angry.
Bottom line is this, what we're doing right now with this tour, my adventure in Liberia, is nothing short of making history. We're actually making history.
Be nice that we can do it every year.
Check this out. If this tour goes off right, I'm gonna tell you right now, right? We're gonna 2026. There's gonna be another one. 2026, 2 of them. And then after that, 2027, we want to put 3 or 4 tours together to Liberia. We want to make it so frequent, that every 3 months, because once we get going and we get the momentum, everything like that, we got people just call us, I want to go, blah, 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 because we're going to flood the internet with videos of us having fun, a good time, and people are going to want to come, It's like, wow, I want to come.
As they should, man.
And then also what we want to do also is hook up with a financial thing, like a financial plan, like a financing, where just like you go to a car dealership, right? And they hooked up with finances, we want to basically be like, you want to go and book a tour? Okay, you can finance it,
African Goddess. I didn't use his real name. I had to protect his name. So that's why I came up with the name Adeyemi. I would never, give you his real name. I don't know who's on online who knows him, and I'd be violating, his confidentiality. So I came up with the name Adeyemi.
Brody says at Elvis. I guess he has a special relation with Elvis now.
He loves Elvis, man.
Colin views are 80-ish congruent with ADOS. I'm not no damn ADOS FBA. Why you keep doing
he called me today. He just calls me a bigot every day now.
Shout out to Baruda, man, real Pan-Africanist.
Calls me he called you and
Elvis. The College Genesis says right now, it's going around the internet, right? That Pan-Africanism right now in 2025 is a mental illness. It's a mental illness. Bruni,
I told him that before.
Before
before you started saying it, I told him how it was a mental illness.
It's a mental illness, man.
He just says, well, why don't you just, I know that's why you and Kala get along, because you're both ethno bigots.
We're survivalists. It's called survival, the first real nation. When Pan-Africanism ceased to be about survival,
But he ain't lied though. That's a fact, 100%.
And this is my friend, okay? This is my friend calling me an ethno bigot. Okay, but one thing is nice about him, he even if before he says it on air, he will call and tell me to my face that I'm an ethno bigot. And I appreciate that. I do.
Principally, I don't cosplay as a Liberian. I never do. I'm just a African American in Liberia. I throw up my AA signs all the time, and I got Liberian kids throwing
Look at
up
Principe. Imagine. Listen, Principe. I guess you don't know about that African American guy a couple of years ago who was going to do a show, a sitcom on slavery. Remember that big bald guy, Collar?
I remember something like that. And I didn't see it, but I thought it was this joke, man. They were serious about that.
Yeah, they were serious, man. People were crazy.
They were base their slavery time supposed to be a comedy or something. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Exactly. He was going to pay a slave.
They put a pilot out there, but it never got aired.
Because people lost their mind. The NAACP.
Yeah, people were like, man, but slavery is not funny. And then back in the 70s, right? That's when black people started getting hip to that, right? They put a TV series out, right? This was black got mad, right? And they showed a slave movie in which everybody basically loved each other and got along. They created a romantic image of slavery, and Black America threw a freaking fit. That was back in the 70s,
Oh man, that's funny.
Had a fit, man. It was like they showed black people as not having a problem with slavery, and they showed the moral thing of the slave loving.
Who was that guy that made fun of Martin Luther King? That actor in Barbershop. What is his name?
Cedric the Entertainer.
My father still can't stand Cedric.
Yeah, what was that all about? What was that all about, man? When
he said Martin Luther King was a hoe. My father was
get your freak on. Get your freak on.
My father is so angry. He will not look at Cedric the Entertainer for nothing. Cedric was making a joke. He did not find that funny at all. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that they be slipping in there, You're like, wait a minute, you gotta understand something. How I see you got what we say, the third eye. Remember that?
Yeah.
You gotta have your third eye on and whatnot,
Barudi's like an old time Pan-Africanist. So he got angry with me, right? Because he says, you know what, Dollar Bill, you and Kala are the only one who laughed at me putting lift every boy and sing and putting it to Congo drums and flutes. You were the only one that laughed at it.
Say, let's modify the song and say lift every sword and swing. We want to freaking kill people, man. It's like that's what national anthem is about. It's about killing motherfuckers, you know.
And he's got nerve. He's got nerve
Colour.
Yeah, go ahead, Frenchie.
Yeah, sorry. I'd just like to say a few things, please. So, firstly, I think, to be honest with me, I'm the type of moderator, you will always know whether I've blocked you or not because I'll let you know beforehand. I don't just block people and let them think, oh, who's blocked me? No, you'll always know with me. The amount of people I've blocked on Kala's panels, I can count on one hand. And those who I have blocked know that I've blocked them. So if there's anyone in the comments that always states that they don't know who's blocked them and they want to know why they've been blocked, I just like to say you weren't blocked by me. Now, Kala has over 700 subscribers. We don't know each other. We don't know what each other's occupations are. But to think that you can get online and say the most disgusting things to people, and to think that just because you live in the Americas, that you will have full reign to do that is absolutely ludicrous. Again, we don't know what each other's occupations are, but I can guarantee you, if you're going to make threats, whether verbal or physical, you need to be able to assume the ramifications of that. And if you're truly serious about it, you truly want to action those threats, then please do let me know, because I don't do internet wars. I will drag you through the legal system. I have no problem with that. It's my job, for those of you that don't know. So just be very careful. We have jurisdiction in the US. So the threats you make online, just be very, very careful is all I'm saying. And I will happily call anyone's bluff when it comes to that. Kala knows my real name. Marie knows my real name. I have no reason I can show Kala my credentials, any of that. You guys don't know what everyone's occupations are. Be very, very careful what you say online. And if you think you can just make threats online and it's okay, it's really not. I promise you, the law wouldn't be on your side. So just be very, very careful.
I'm really shocked that young brothers like that. I mean, I'm trying to be an example. Use some way you just basically. Frenchie's a lawyer. That's good. I got a lawyer. Frenchie, I love you. He's a lawyer. Shoot.
I just, I mean, like I tell guys, we go at each other. The men, we go at each other. I'm not endorsing anybody.
Check this out, though.
To say anything to the
when it
women.
comes to the women,
I just
he
think that's
never threaten women
disrespectful.
with violence and stuff like that. He never do that, bro. I can't rock with anybody do that, man. That's what we call that's just beyond the pale, man. Much as I love you, you cannot do that when it comes to women, man. There's women.
Man, we gotta stop. There comes a time where we have to draw some lines, right? And one of the lines we have to draw is we have to learn how to protect our women. And I think sometimes we get a little carried away, right? And
women, we have to
we
draw
don't
a line
endorse
with
that.
the females.
But we draw the line.
If females don't support this movement, it ain't going nowhere.
Just as a man, I'm not gonna. I don't think that's cool. Just I mean, you don't have to like people and whatever the case can be. I fight with people all the time, but we got to draw the line. We definitely have to draw the line. So we're not going to support.
I apologize,
anyone
Frenchie. I apologize.
Anything that would put a woman in jeopardy on the show, and we know that you do a wonderful job of moderating and doing what you have to do, right? And if someone is not doing the right thing and they gotta go, they gotta go. That's just it.
No, their discussion, man. Discussion. I don't say nothing.
No, Kala, you don't ever have to apologize because it's not your fault. You're not in control of what people say. And I understand that being blocked isn't nice. And maybe I should just time people out instead of just blocking them. Maybe that's something I will do from now on.
3 warnings. 3 warnings. I give people 3.
But there's some things that we just can't tolerate, right? Because we've got, you could be my daughter. I have daughters. I got nieces. I had a mother, wife. We just can't. We can go at each other. Men can go after each other, and if we want to go after each other, that's fine. But we have to, have a cutoff situation. And I hope we haven't done anything to contribute that. So if we have, like he apologized, I'm apologized also. Okay. because
No,
we don't want the
Dollar,
climate
you
of that.
haven't done anything. No one on the panel that's on this panel has done anything to me. It's not you guys' fault. As I said, you guys aren't in control of what people say or do on here because we all have free will. It was just, I just wasn't expecting that person to go that far over being blocked. I didn't realize it was such a big deal, you know, that he had been blocked, that he would take things that
Do you
far.
Frenchie, do you know how to unblock people? But Monty was trying to tell me how to do it. I forget, he told me, but he just talked so fast. He's like, "Oh, you blah 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 blah." blah. And I was like, you know, I don't know how to do it. He said you go into.
Maybe she should tell you offline or something, so you know.
I mean,
No,
Dollar
but
Bill,
she showed me how to do the other thing.
we tried, but we couldn't do it. Like when we tried to do it, Khaled said on his side, it was saying that he hasn't blocked anyone. And on my side, it says I haven't blocked anyone. So I don't know if it's something within YouTube that we need to look at. I'm not entirely sure
It might be
how to
something
unblock, but
extreme,
we're more than willing to unblock everyone. I have no issue with unblocking everyone that's ever been blocked on this show. It's not
so
that
do I.
you're
I want to
blocked
unblock
for
everybody.
good or anything like that.
But we just don't know how to do it. You know, we just don't know how to do it. We don't know how to unblock anybody. You know, I would have unblocked everybody, you know, but let's start all over again. You know, that's what the thing is. I think Dark Migo thinks that we're doing this on purpose. No, it's not. We just don't know how to unblock anybody. I got to figure out how to do it, you know, how to unblock people, you know. Screamer don't make it easy, you know.
Obama got more stuff for you to say. And you know this, and this is what I want to tell you, Elvis. This is my friend, right? We're friends. We call each other, have known each other for quite some time. And so he tells me how he feels. We don't have to get angry because he feels, and he will tell me straight up. He thinks that I'm a ethno bigot. So let's hear what he says. You want to read it, Elvis? What he said about you?
You can read it, Dollar Bill. I'm listening.
No, you read it. It was about you. Go ahead.
All right, but what said, Elvis? Why do you think College Sean's reach out to YC, Yvette Cornell, and Ido's movement? Natural allies for him. This, I don't know, marketing with a stand.
I want that audience.
With a stand college audience. Ido's plantation minded and reparation desperate leader Pap. Boom, boom.
This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Look, for one, I always say I know for a fact of the matter is I go by LARP. That's what Brew don't understand. What's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. I did all my analytics and research and whatnot in my LARP ideology, and I looked at reparations, and I found out there's no path to it. It's impossible. You know, Black people have this idea that they don't want to live in a reality. Reality is we have no power. We have no power. We don't have the numeric power. You know, we don't have the numbers. You know,
I wish Baruti would come up here. You listen, if you ever get a chance to really talk to Baruti, man, I love him, man. He's hilarious, man.
I know he's hilarious. He's a comedian, man. You know? It checks out. He's a comedian. He cracks me up every night. But I'm trying to tell Baruti, right? He thinks Yvette Cornell, Yvette Cornell and these people, when they say delineate, what they really mean is we're a special type of Negro. Yvette Cornell believes that we're not truly Africans, that we're mixed. We're a different race than Africans. So it's just stupid. You heard? You see the way Tone talks? That nigga looks like he's Nigerian. Talking about just maniacally talk about I ain't African. I mean, with an angry look on a scowl on his face, you know. I said, dude, man, you look like you could be a street vendor in Lagos, you know. You know.
I don't know,
so the bottom line, they hate.
We got a long way to go, man. All of us.
They hate Africans, right? And I'm not with that crowd, right? So the bottom line is this. And they say I'm a Americans instead of slave. What does that mean, right? Is that going to draw you closer to the Black world? No. That's basically saying while all these Black immigrants are coming here, we're securing our place in Massa's world. I'm the American citizen. Don't forget me, Massa. You know, I'm a foundation.
He said you should to the plantation-minded, reparation desperate need a path. So he says that should be your new audience. So
no, my whole thing is those people right there. Nation building requires work. You know. It requires work. Those who work, you know who the best thing for this movement? Unfortunately, the blue collar Black people. You know, they're the ones who are gonna be like, yeah, man. Do you remember back in 1991 dollar bill. Remember that? Where everybody thought they were going to get a job in Kuwait when it got wrecked. They said they need a job. Remember that?
Yes, I remember.
You had brothers all over the East Coast of America thought they were going to get on ships and planes to go to Kuwait and make $200 an hour.
I got a sister-in-law and her husband. They're in Dubai right now.
Remember Kuwait though. Remember Kuwait?
She went to Kuwait too. She's been to Kuwait. Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody know what we went to the deployment office down there was flooded with Negroes trying to get to Kuwait, right? At that because everybody was looking for a job. Everybody was like, "Yo, I'll go." Motherfuckers, they didn't even have a passport, nothing like that.
They just heard $200,000.
It told me back then that black people will leave this country if there was opportunity. You know, that was back in '91. Yeah, it said there was so many people lined up saying, I heard, and then there was a lot of people that were joining the merchant marines and stuff like that to travel and everything like that. Yeah, black people go for adventure and stuff like that. If they give them an opportunity, they would do it, you know?
Wow.
So it's the idea of the African work. But what we're lacking is the black people that we need leading this, like the people that could build a stock trading platform, the people that could do legal stuff, whatnot. They're basically so hugged up with white America, sitting in lattes, going out to Starbucks for lunch. They don't think about stuff like this, you know? That's the problem. We got academia involved with this. This is why I have Dollar Bill with me, because he's academic.
No, according to Baruti, you're Johnny Carson and I'm Ed McMahon. That's what he calls me.
You're Johnny Carson, man. You're the lawyer, man. You're the one with the brains, man. You know.
He says you're Johnny Carson.
Johnny Carson. I think it's a Johnny Cochran. You know. He's calling you Ed McMahon. Oh man, come on, that's a diss, man. He's calling you Ed McMahon. You know, the sidekick. Like, come on, man. You call me Johnny Carson for that a late night. You know?
Oh my God, Baruti. He calls me up, man. I'm like, oh my. And my wife said, "Did you hear what he called you tonight?"
I'm Johnny Carson, Ed McMahon. That's a diss, man.
Oh my God! I'll be like, Rudy, really, man? He's like,
you ever see that skit with Howard Stern did, and that dude Al did Johnny Carson, Ed McMahon? That shit was so funny. Howard Stern.
Oh my God,
that was so fucking funny, man. Yeah,
he's like, here's Collar.
Here's Johnny. That's funny. That's funny. I give him that one. That was a good one.
Rudy is hilarious, man. I'm telling you. So I said, Rudy, did you like the show the other night? He said, yeah, I passed it on to a few of my friends in Africa. I said, good, like and subscribe. He says, yeah, he said, well, they had to say, who are these guys, man? Are they, I'm not going to say they ADOS or FBA, but they're somewhere in the room.
No, man. Yo, check us out. ADOS FBA, they're just beyond the pale, man. I look at did you see that video I played of Haven Bullets go talk about Tariq? Him and Charleston White are going at it. Wow. Tariq has a transgender up there as a queen of that's what I told you. These people infiltrate groups, right? Like I said, that Jabari dude that Elvis is friends with, they infiltrate groups when I take over. They know they hate me because I'm in their way. Yes. I'm in the way. They know. Damn, we get rid of collar, man. The BAO, we could pick the BAO rainbow.
The Rainbow Coalition.
The Rainbow Coalition. No, it's not going to happen. I can't do it. I just can't. I put too much work in this. To have these people fly away, these fairies fly away with the movement.
I tell you, man. I talk to Baruti almost every day. Every day he makes me laugh, man. He I'm like, Baruti, what's the new thing for the day? He said, you guys did a real good job today, man. That you're doing a great job for white supremacists today.
Bruti's old school like a mug, man. Bottom line, Bruti, this is a new way. The college genesis. We gotta get. That's a problem with Umar Johnson. He's trying to be an old school leader in the new age. It doesn't work.
Oh my God.
This is what people have to understand, right? We the Pan-African world the Bible says what? Prove all things, right?
Mm-hmm.
This right here, when I'm talking about the African, I can just take all I want, but I cannot. I'm not in a position to bash somebody because they don't believe what I'm saying, because this is something you never heard of, right? So what I do is I go people and I say I'm not gonna interrupt anybody in their life. I say, okay, you guys are out there. I see brothers. We go to bowling. I see black and white guys and couples out there bowling together and stuff like that, and going to the movies together. Okay, that's the new America. I respect that. That's the new America and everything like that. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna basically Frenchie, what's going on with you? I'm not going to go against it like that. That's what you want to do, fine. Hey, look, that's what you want, that's fine. If I see black people joining MAGA, I said, if that's what you feel, that's fine, right? But at the same time, if I could say that's what you feel, that's fine, right? All I'm saying is I have a legitimate reason to do what I'm going to do. Can we coexist? That's all I want. You know? And I said, well, but the problem is you got people who basically want me to shut up. You know,
there you go.
It's going. No, I'm sorry. I was born for this. You know, ever since I was a kid, I knew.
You're not humble enough, Kala. You got to use a little bit more Ubuntu.
Yeah, right. You know, right. I was born for this. Right. Everything when I was a kid. Right. Something told me, look, one day you're gonna lead your people to their own nation, their own land. You know what happened when I first saw the TV series Roots? I said there's something never was right about that. You know, ever since then, because when I was a kid, I used to stand up for the American flag. When I was a kid, I had the 1976, the bicentennial year. Remember that?
That was for me. That was
I had
the best year of my life.
Train set that year. Oh, the flag. That's what I learned about the flag. I was the first kid to stand up to sing the Pledge of Allegiance in my school, PS 86, Jamaica, Queens. I was the first kid to stand up and say, you guys ain't standing up fast enough for our flag and whatnot. I was patriotic. By the time I turned a teenager, that all changed, you know?
Yeah, I was already a radical by then.
You know what I'm saying? By the time I turned TJ, there was just something. But I knew one thing, I had to get past high school. So but the thing is, my friends, you know, thank God I have my friend. Matter of fact, I'm going to have my friend Chris on next week on the show. He does a show butter experience. I want you guys to meet, you know.
Oh, that'd be cool. Cool.
He's from the Bronx too, you know. And so I'm gonna try to have him on, him and the show butter, two DJs.
He's Mabamba Villages got something new to say. I'm not sure what the negative backhacks are regarding colors, jokes, and monkey cracks, but Kala's negative comments about Africa, savages, inferiority, and mud huts draw anti-African people to your channel.
No. First of all, I know Africa got a lot of nice places, but all I'm saying, Brody, is the people who are savages, right, cannot rule people who are civilized. I say that saying about Black America, right? Black America, we have people that are just unruly everything, and they're just taking over Black America, running rapid on it. And you know why they get away with Black America? Because they're allowed to vote. You know? Remember that what's that kid that got strangled in Baltimore? Remember that in the back of the police truck? Remember
Freddie Gray?
And the city was wild, whatnot, you know. And the dudes were out there, our babies out there. You know, I said these are kids out there records, but they were like, our babies, the babies. These are big, strapping teenagers about our babies. You know, I'm like, the babies are out there. And so he has grown. I saw it back then. I said these grown ass black men are out there instead of saying, bro, this ain't the way to do it. Tearing up your career. Remember that one lady saw her son down there riding? She came down there and whooped his ass, you know?
Yeah.
You can remember that?
You know what I'm going to do, man? I'm going to get you a Fez and one of those Warari. I think, what did he say?
A
Warari
Fez and all that.
Kufi
I got
Fez.
a dashiki, you know?
Oh, you got your own dashiki?
I got two.
I have one from my father. I think I got a dashiki in there. Something
I got one, a Liberian one made in Malaysia. You know.
And we're gonna start out the show with Ubuntu.
Yeah, Ubuntu, brother, power, Ubuntu. You know. Ubuntu, but anyway, but after that incident, remember that lady, that light skinned lady that was a prosecutor, right? She went after those cops, right? And but her whole thing was, and they ended up putting her in jail. She's doing something now, but she got sent. Remember, she got sentenced for something like that.
Yeah, something she did. Yeah,
went after her. Anyway, but she was fine, man. Remember that?
Yeah.
But she basically, her whole thing was she was trying to prosecute cops in a city so riddled by crime it's ungovernable, you know? And so therefore, that's what sold me like this, you know? Why? Because she has to get elected. You know, I'm gonna say to myself, does that really work? The people in Baltimore, my boy Nee, He basically lives outside of Baltimore. He grew up in Baltimore, but he don't live there. You know, he says it's just too dangerous, you know? And so bottom line is, what do we do? Do we hit this, Dalba, your opinion, do we just hand over our community to the forces, let the property values, everything go down, just die, so we just move out to white suburbs? Or should we make a stand in some of these communities and clean them up?
You know what? That's interesting. It's an interesting thing.
These are the questions Baruti don't. No, these are things that worry me. Baruti will not talk about this. Umar Johnson won't talk about this. You know, but I will. You know, what do we do?
Because our homes are already devalued,
right?
Right. Because I mean, I live on the black side of town, and on the white side of town, in the Bronx, in the same Bronx. Okay,
values are way higher.
And they'll have a house that's wooden. And the wooden house will have maybe $200,000 more on it than mine. And structurally, my house is a better house, you know? And so what do? We're in a rock between a rock and a hard place. You know, if you go out and you do certain things, you know, they're going to say you're a revolutionary.
You're a sellout. You're a traitor.
You know,
remember Joe Clark? Remember Joe Clark, that lady? He declared war on his own people. Remember that?
Yep. I had some people that was educated in Brooklyn by Joe Clark, and a hell of a man, all the things that he did. But like you said, you know, people are gonna, they're gonna say that you're doing something wrong. Why are you, doing the things that you're doing? That's why you need a place. You need an Afghanistan, man, because the game is rigged.
Absolute power and authority. Then
the game is rigged here.
Yeah, it's
always going to change.
To do. So when people come over here and like Prince will be told, y'all should be doing this. Like, look, there's nothing we could do in America, really. You know, that's the way it is. You know,
Prince, let me just say this to you and say this to Baruti. I really wish that that we could integrate into a society. I just don't see how it would work.
We'll destroy that society. Where we are right now.
We'll even society or the society will try to destroy us.
Yeah, it wouldn't work out.
It wouldn't work because it would take generations on top of generations. You got to realize, man, there's something fundamentally wrong with people. And we were talking to this brother the other day from Sierra Leone. And people will say, "Oh, we're trying to get into people's business." It doesn't make any sense. Some of these African American dudes are kind of crazy, right? And, and some people will say, "Oh, man, they're repatriating to Africa." Here you are, right? Repatriate, like that guy you showed me a picture of. He's repatriating back to Africa, and he's all deep in the hood. And up on the hill, he's going to build a palace. Do you think the people are going to look at you? How long do you think they're going to suffer and they have access to you before they go into your house and start taking your things?
Of course.
That's what you have to really think about. How long before they say, we're going to get them cats on the hill. They're out here enjoying our country and all of this stuff. Exactly. And we're starving. Come on. How long do you think that's going to happen?
Jealousy and stuff like this.
And it's not because they're African. It's anywhere in the world. There was two brothers that went to, I don't know if it was some Spanish country, right? I learned it from the guy, DC Rob. I don't know if it was Ecuador, one of these Spanish countries. These two brothers from DC, decided they were going to go live in this country. And they brought farms and a whole lot of other stuff. One day they're home. This is a true story. And they feel knocking on the door. And these people come and arrest them and put them in jail. They found some dead people on their property. These people had killed someone and stuck it on the property, took all of their land from them and put them in jail for 800 years. And then when you really think about it, right? You're a black man, two black men, two brothers, and you go into this country, and later on I found out their parents were Caribs, even though they were, born and raised in America. There's a danger, man.
Yeah, it is.
Not seeing race. I think about all these black people, man, that are in Mexico, and it's mind blowing to me, man. Like, what happens, man, if one day these Mexican people just say, "Man, why should those Negroes be living high off the hog in our country?"
and just decide to walk up there and obliterate you. God forbid that it would happen. But I'm just saying, man, I would be so
You're always living in
uneasy.
fear. You're always living in fear.
Come on, man.
You're always walking on eggshells and whatnot. That's the way to live. Let me get Dave on. Dave, what's going on, brother? Hey, Dave.
Yeah, what up, Kyle? How you doing?
You hear about? Do you see that video playing about the protests in Liberia?
It's foolishness. It's madness.
Isn't that what I was saying about Elvis' friend? Elvis' friend. These are the same type of people Elvis's friend in the 70s did. You know, foolish kids, radicalized on college, thinking they could basically.
But they the one. But he know his friend. They the one who started it up. They the family fathers of the madness.
Yeah, it's madness. So they started something that's ingrained now in Liberian culture. This culture of not protest, civilized people to protest.
And it leads to nowhere. It leads to nowhere. It leads to destruction and burning of the Capitol, burning of the executive man. It just leads to nothing. Nothing.
I think Liberians are getting tired, man. They really are. They're getting tired, you know?
Yo, Kyla. I see an African American ruler of Liberia one day. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, bottom line is, I have no. I want to see you Liberians rule it, but I just want to see civilized people rule Liberia. You know, civilized people. You know, I don't care who background they from, but like I said,
me too. I agree. 100%. No, you get a lot of smart Liberians on ground, but they're not gonna get no shine.
Yeah, the smart Liberians are marginalized in Liberia. You know, they got rebel rousers.
They ostracized. They made fun of. You know, they're the poor ones.
They got that arrogance about them, right? Because they got large numbers and they know the smart people. They're like, well, the people, they're always envious and jealous of people who was smarter than them or got more than them or more connected. So they just band together and listen to the rebel rouser who they put in power to do absolutely nothing. Like this guy, what's this guy named? That Ocarius Gray. That guy was a bum. You know, he spent $100,000 on his wedding in Paris.
And now looking like a bum, now looking like a market man.
Yeah, it's just a man. Eugene, what's his name? Eugene, what's his name? What's Eugene? We used to always fight all the time. Eugene, well, he's the minister of now. They made him using Topa. Whatever, I forgot his name. But anyway,
Eugene Nangwe.
Eugene what?
Eugene Nangwe.
Yeah, whatever. You know. Anyway, he's head of the Liberian Broadcasting Authority. You know, it's
don't even pay attention. I don't.
Oh no, that's Eugene Fagon. Eugene Fagon.
Yeah, Fagon.
Him and I, we were supposed to fist fight when I got to Liberia.
You had a fist fight deal too.
I see you. He was like, whatever, dude. You know, yeah, that's what he was. Assistant Minister of Information. You know, I said, man, shut up, dude. You know, you're a clown, man. You know, it's a freaking joke. You know, you got
big collar. You know, I don't pay attention to Liberian politics too much, man. It's so
yeah, toxic. But by the way,
I got my money on you, and that's like collar. I got my money on you.
It's just toxic waste, man. It's toxic waste, man. It's just a mess. It's a shit show to me. And what made me gravitate to you too, you know, like you say, you talk about Liberia, and then you mainly talk about infrastructure. Because, you know, when I started going out there, like around the 2010s, like I noticed, like, you know, it wasn't no infrastructure. That was my first time really going out there as an adult man, you know. So, you know, the necessities, like, you know, like you said, running water, electricity, roads, you know, highway systems, you know, infrastructure.
Yo, Dave, I got
those things, you know, like it made me value those things more. You know what I mean? Like those things
without infrastructure,
like,
you got nothing.
Without infrastructure, you can't do nothing. Even
I got a proposal. I got a proposal for Rudy. Why don't we come up with a new pantheon and create the African infrastructure god? Hey, see, I come up with these ideas, man. You gotta admit that's ingenious. We gotta create the god of infrastructure, you know?
Like even doing business, right? You know what I mean? Like I'll try, like when I went out there in the 2010s, right? Because I think I went out there like 2010. That was my first time like going out there as an adult. like, you know, I wanted to do business, but then I looked at it, I'm like, this shit is a waste of time, bro. Like, if you do business, there's no infrastructure. I need 24/11. I need 24-hour electricity. I need running water. I need road. I need the logistics, you know, roads and
Do they have a
warehouse, you
roller
know,
rink
like
out there?
growing, you know,
yeah,
like
they have one
like,
role.
you know what I mean?
That's
Like growing,
Lebanese.
growing up, like, you know what I mean? Like collar, like I learned a lot of these things because, you know, like growing up, I used to be around a lot of politicians, you know what I mean? Like I used to be like working, you know, like with the Democrats, you know, maybe put a t-shirt on, you know, try to get the youth coalition, you know, fun stuff. So I always, you know, grew up in politics, you know, seeing water departments, you know, seeing how municipalities are ran, municipality states, you know, so you look at those things like, okay, water commissions, city water
Water
commission,
department, the
you
water
know,
works,
yeah,
city
water
water works,
departments, these things
the revenue department, the
yeah,
permit,
revenue, all of these, you
permit
look at
department.
all of these things, you all of the police department, fire department, equipment,
Yeah,
all of these
municipality.
things. So I'm running a municipality. So I'm okra to those things, you know what I mean? So I went
No,
out
that's
there.
what I said. That's all the African is a municipality on the
Yeah.
African continent. You know?
So I went out there. I want to do business, but you can't. They don't have those basic things. You can't. It's a dead end. You need that
Yeah.
infrastructure.
It's-
That's the only way. That'll help everybody. Millions of people. Even the basic infrastructure. Those basic things. I pitched it to the Mount Ellen government. Like, look, just if y'all don't do nothing else, like I told them in like 2010, because I was out there, and I know some people that work in government, and just like Elvis and everybody, you know, everybody know people. I pitched. I told them to do these 3 things. I said, look, if y'all can just get electricity in all 15 counties running 24 hours, pumping, you know, I'm gonna get the electrical, get everybody on the grid, then get everybody running water, and then just get like roads, just get like
do you know
2,
Liberia
3
was the
lane
only
highways.
Dave, let me
Just
say
get
this.
like 2, 3 highways connecting all 15 counties to be able to
Dave,
do
let me
logistics.
say this, bro. Liberia used to be the only country in Africa where each of the counties had their own power tower, water tower, and whatnot. You know, pipe-borne
Yeah,
water.
you're right about that. It's a water tower.
That water tower in China was almost bigger than the ones I have in my city of Chesapeake. You know, you know, each county had their own water tower. You know,
But guys, you've been on here for 5 hours, almost 6, 5:57, and I'm glad tonight. I was, you know, I didn't get crazy.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man. You went off last night, man. You went off last night, man.
I didn't try to.
I know, man.
I was trying to be cool, man.
I know, man. But
yeah, what you call? Hey, Dollar, if you want to hang out for a little, I'm gonna keep the live stream on.
No, I'm leaving, man. I gotta
let
get
it
to
go
bed.
6. It's about to go 6 hours. We only got 2 minutes.
I'm about to go to bed, man. I'm taking myself to bed because I got to get up and
I know you gotta
I gotta do my workout.
I just got off work. So.
You know, but I'm glad you know, things took a positive turn tonight. You know, I'm saddened that you know, we, you know, had to do certain things because we have to learn how to, you know, get ourselves together in terms of how we treat each other, especially how we treat our women. We want them to be safe in all spaces, man.
Yeah,
this is
that's
not
what I
a
said.
safe
If I
world
want women traveling
women.
with me, if I want women traveling with me, I would tell you right now, I'm gonna be protective of the women that go on this tour, or in my comfort and whatnot. You know, so the bottom line, I start by, you know, checking people on this platform. You know, how I operate on this platform is how we're gonna do in real life. You know, I am gonna say so. I don't care who you are and everything like that. We got to basically be safe with our women. Women, we can fight each other, but our women, come on, you know, we got to be.
That's where we toe the line.
Yeah,
you know, we have to toe the line. We got to man up. We're not going to have women feeling unsafe in any space that we're in. We cannot do that, regardless of how you feel or whatever the case may be.
Suck it up. You got to suck it up.
Suck it up. Apologize and get right. You know, we can all make mistakes, but we have to self-correct. We cannot be a part or impartial to that. We're not trying to dump on anybody. Because none of us are perfect. I, for one, am not perfect at all. All right. I am not perfect at all. And I've said some things that I'm not proud of.
And I'm not endorsing that, and I hope I didn't contribute to anything
I don't think you did.
derogatory. Well, if I did, I'm going to say I'm sorry. See, everything in life is about accountability, right? And one thing that we have to do in our communities that we don't do is become accountable.
And that's why black communities are going down the tubes, and people complain about gentrification, blah blah blah. Why I got no look? The bottom line is this: until we basically say, you know something, we have a neighborhood, right? We need block watch associations. We need this. We need to work with the police. We need to dial 911 more. The more they get dispatched 911 calls, right? The more police show up and everything like that. The more arrests made on that. Gradually, the neighborhood becomes a safe space when that, and the value of those properties go up. You know, simple as that.
We got to learn how to be better. Right. And so all of us, and we start out like Michael, what's up, my brother? We start out like Michael Jackson says, we got to look the man in the mirror.
Yep.
Right. If we want to change our ways, we have to be the ones that say we're responsible. We don't want to set a culture that people think it's okay. So I will be trying to do my best to even watch my own mouth. Okay, so
no one has to watch the propaganda, brother.
Whatever it is.
Hello,
propaganda. I'm not gonna argue, my
brother. Hello. This is Lewis.
All
right, man. Listen, I love the show. All right, Carla. I love the show. I have to ring in because Dollar Bill said he was leaving, and I need to get at Dollar Bill.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Love the show. We know what you do, but you do too much propaganda. The propaganda has got to stop, bro.
Go ahead.
The propaganda is too strong.
How you feel?
Well, you just gave an example about someone going to America or some black Americans going back home, building a big house on a hill, and the locals came in and they raided. That's not true, bro.
But that
I know you do the show, but oh man,
no, that's not what I was saying.
That's
not what I was saying, Louis. What I was saying is that people have to be sensitive, right? In any situation, if you're going in the middle of the hood and you're flaunting, and there's some people who get in the hood, right? And they're flaunting like they're in a mansion and they're living high off the hog. The people are gonna feel some type of way, and rightfully so. Right. And so if you're not expecting that,
I understand, but
that's all I was saying. No, I'm not saying that people are going to rob you, or no, it's not us and them. It's just using basic common sense. And a lot of people, right? A lot of African Americans are not using common sense, right?
I get you.
And then what they do is they play the victim. Oh man, these Africans came and they did this to me. No, why are you doing that? Why are you doing the stuff that you're doing? Don't go to Africa trying to treat people like they're your slaves, and you
fully understand. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is like the other day I pulled this up with Carla, and Carla explained it, and I understood. Because I'm from Ghana, as you know, and that film that you put on air about 2 weeks ago. With a guy going into a toilet, out of all the nice houses being built in Ghana, which is one of the attractions of the country, you went and found some dirty toilet in the back street somewhere in some village, and then he sent it to Carla, and said, Carla, play that on air. That's not a good representation of a very forward-looking African country like Ghana.
Right.
And I know you're trying to run the show, but brother, you got to go easy on that, because that's what brings the division. Because when I go back home, I got to defend you guys now.
Right.
Although so many of you are there now, we get love. Even Umar got a citizenship. I don't know if you heard, but brother, we just got to go a bit sensible. Secondly, it's not everybody's going back to Africa. Most people are going back to Ghana.
Right.
So now what we've got to do is get the other African countries to get their act together. You can forget Nigeria for a couple of years. That's not going to happen for a while. They've got enough population there. Places like Kenya, Liberia. And I want Carla to go more in depth about the progress of Nigeria, the Liberia infrastructure. Let's spread out the show a bit more.
Okay.
You understand? But you know what black people are like. We talk forever.
The only thing holding Liberia back is Liberians. Because the bottom line, I believe, in my assessment, Liberia has everything it needs to develop. It's just the fact that the leadership there, that they're not blessed with good leadership like Ghana is, you know? And so
one thing I know about Africa, like I was saying the other day, if you bring running water to one village, everybody wants it. And that's what happened with the independent movement. You get one country right, every country want to get right. See, Kenya has done a lot of infrastructure. So a lot of the other countries in East Africa now are copying. They're going to be copying Ghana. I'm upset with Ghana because of the choice they made in the recent election. We need continuity because this man who just left office has done so much and Ghanaians are going to see. But like I said, Ghanaians didn't vote for this particular man. They just voted in protest against the previous guy because they wanted too much too fast. But I believe Liberia, with a close relationship, Sierra Leone, those countries get their act together because the behavior of the people is a lot better than what you're going to get in Nigeria. Nigerians are not Pan-Africanists. Some of them are, but a lot of them are just there out for themselves, and that's why the country can't progress. But I got a lot of hope. I loved Ware when he was in. He wasn't perfect, but I'm hoping this guy will start putting his foot down and get industrialization is what we need in Africa. We can get that, we're laughing. But unfortunately, a lot of our people, what they study doesn't lead to industrialization. What they study tends to be office work and so on. So.
Right. I appreciate it, brother. This guy, Little John, go ahead, speak. New caller, Little John.
Well, thank you, Lewis, man. I appreciate you getting at me. Like I said,
I don't mean to be
I love it.
Listen,
I love it. I love it. You know what? More people need to call up, share, subscribe, and contribute to the platform. Okay. And so we can hear more voices from other people, especially from the diaspora and from America. You know,
what you got to take into, if I can just say, the timing as well. I'm on my way to work is now 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Not everybody's gonna get up that early, so you gotta work the time that you do your broadcast, and then people in England, you can get a bit more, can't work out the time, so everybody can then contribute. Some people are sleeping.
Oh, so you got a 5-hour difference.
Tomorrow night I'll start a little later, and I'll be on a little later.
Just be aware of it. Yeah, because you guys in America, you're fine to do.
I gotta do my crunches, grab a bite to eat, and I'm going to bed. You know?
But I'm excited, brother. This is my first time seeing you. I want you to come more and contribute more.
I will do.
And give us more information. I'm not above criticism. All right. I'm definitely not perfect, and I'm certainly not God. So I appreciate.
I love the fact that you guys on air and you're giving a different perspective to the movement, more informative. Though it's not a big platform yet, it will grow. People like me,
that's what we're hoping for, man. I know it's going to explode one day. It's going to explode, because we got the right content. We're doing what the topics we talk about. Nobody else. We go there on this platform. We go there. That's what different between us and we don't give you the same old Pan-African. We got to understand. We talk about the problems. We got problems in the black world. It ain't easy. You don't have 400 years of slavery, racism, and everything, all the and think everything's gonna be kumbaya. It don't work like that.
I understand.
Everybody got a different way of seeing the world, and one person can't just be dominant. We got to work together and say how we could bring a world where we all have value. I think that's key for we all respect each other.
The train's about to be packed, so
see the value in all of us. All right, brother Lewis, dollar bill, everybody on the platform. Take care.
All the best.
Teach one, brothers and sisters. Thank you, man.
Yes, I'll be ringing in more this year.
Right, brother.
I'll be ringing in more.
All right. We'll be looking for you, brother.
You're always welcome. You're always welcome.
Peace.